World of Martial Arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Introduction. Cube. The endless ice field was covered with snow and wind. Countless ice fragments were swept up by the cold wind and collided in the air. The chill was bone-chilling, as if to freeze people's souls. This was the falling snow realm among the realms of the god realm. The falling snow realm had snow all year round and water turned into ice. At a certain moment, dozens of tiny ice particles seemed to be attracted by something, spinning and condensing together, and then gradually spread into a vortex. In the center of the vortex, a light curtain shining like mercury appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a woman in a sea blue gauze walked out of the light curtain. The woman had a remarkable figure. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she exuded a holy aura from head to toe, as if she was a jade-like ice lotus blooming on the snow field. However, the woman's face was pale, and there was a little blood at the corner of her mouth, which destroyed her original light and ethereal aura. The light curtain disappeared, but the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and her spirit became more and more depressed. "Sister." A clear female voice sounded out of thin air, and a white ball of light flew out of the woman's body and condensed into a girl's body. "Sister, are you okay?" "It's okay." The woman in the sea blue dress waved her hand. She was seriously injured, but she forced herself to break through the space and traveled a long distance to another world in the god's domain, which made her injured even more. "Where is this?" the woman in the sea blue dress asked. The girl took out the jade slip, and her consciousness went deep into it, saying, "Sister, we have come to the falling snow realm." Falling snow realm. The blue-clothed woman's heart skipped a beat, and then she sighed. "There are 3,000 worlds in the god's domain. I have traveled through the void several times, but I didn't expect to escape to the falling snow realm in the end. My real name is Mu Qianxue, and this is the falling snow realm." Falling snow, maybe this is the place where I fell. "Sister, no, we..." The girl was about to speak, and at this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from the void. The next moment, the space seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible big hands, and a man in black walked out of it and stood in the void. When the girl saw this man, her face suddenly changed, and she couldn't continue what she was going to say. The man in black had a handsome appearance, but his eyes were blood red, making him look a little ferocious. He smiled at Mu Qianxue and said, "Your Highness, we meet again." Mu Qianxue looked cold and resolute. Although she expected the other party to chase her, she didn't expect him to chase her so quickly. The man said, "Your Highness the Saint, I am very sorry that things have developed to this point. I had no choice but to destroy the Qianxue Holy Land. When our cultivation has reached the level of you and me, there is nothing we cannot obtain in the world. What we pursue is only the ultimate power and eternal existence. How about you hand over the divine crystal cube to me, and you and I can practice together, comprehend the secret of the cube, and live as long as the heaven and the earth." Mu Qianxue circulated the divine power in her body and said in a cold voice, "There is no need to say meaningless words, Ming. You can destroy the Qianxue Holy Land, but you will pay a heavy price if you want to kill me." "Really? Then I'll have to try." The man called Ming didn't care. He flipped his right hand, and a pagoda with an ancient appearance appeared in his palm. This was the Huailing Baof ancient tower, which could seal gods and lock demons, and could also be used as a container to accommodate tens of thousands of warriors. Half a month ago, the man relied on the God Advent Tower to carry more than 10,000 powerful gods from different forces in the god realm to suddenly appear in the Qianxue Holy Land and destroy it. Ming threw the conferred god tower into the air. With the golden light shining brightly, 10,000 strong men appeared out of thin air in the snowfall realm. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with human figures. More than 10,000 people stood in the void, looking at the two women who were isolated and helpless on the ice field, their eyes full of indifference. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianxue sneered. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The Netherworld Holy Land, the Hunan Holy Land, the Guiling Palace, the Blood Evil Island. You all joined forces to destroy the Qianxue Holy Land, so today, I will use my soul as the price to bury you all. Mingzi said, Mu Qianxue, I respect you and admire your strength and incomparable talent, but now, you are seriously injured and facing 10,000 strong men from the God realm. You have no chance of winning. Why don't you hand over the divine crystal cube and I will spare your life and that of your sister? Mu Qianxue turned a deaf ear to him. With a thought, a gray cube with a volume of only 1 inch square and covered with black inscriptions on the surface slowly emerged from Mu Qianxue's palm. This thing was the divine crystal cube that caused turmoil in the entire God realm. Mu Qianxue poured all her divine power into the divine crystal cube. Although the divine crystal cube had been in her hands for less than a year, she still comprehended a little of the mystery of the divine crystal cube. This might be the soul crystal left behind by a legendary true god after his death. It has the terrifying power to crush the souls of all things. However, with Mu Qianxue's strength, she is not enough to control this power. Even her own soul will be swallowed and sealed by the divine crystal cube. You here, don't resist. Sister? The girl didn't know what Mu Qianxue was going to do, and at this moment her body was covered by a layer of light curtain, which was the light of transmission that broke through the void. Mu Qianxue had to send her sister away first, because once the forbidden power of the magic cube was activated, the souls of all living beings around would be sucked in and crushed, which was why she couldn't use this forbidden power in Qianxue Holy Land. You want to send your sister away? How can I let you do it? Mingzi made seals with both hands, trying to freeze the void within a radius of 10 miles, but at this moment, his face changed slightly. The magic cube in Mu Qianxue's hand seemed to be condensing a power that made his soul tremble with fear. This is... Mingzi's heart jumped, and the action of making seals could not help but slow down. He felt a crisis that threatened his life. The vitality of heaven and earth became violent in an instant, and an energy vortex was set off on the magic cube of the magic crystal. Use the soul as a guide, borrow the power of the true God, and exterminate the soul. Mu Qianxue uttered this sentence clearly and indifferently, and then her body turned into starlight out of thin air, and her soul consciousness turned into streams of light and merged into the divine crystal cube. Seeing this scene, Mingzi's face changed drastically. He tore the space without hesitation and wanted to escape. At this moment, the terrifying energy on the divine crystal cube exploded. It was like the explosion of a star, and the surrounding space was shattered like paper. The 10,000 strong men in the God realm who came to the falling snow realm realized the crisis of life and death. The powerful people who had the ability to freely shuttle interfaces wanted to escape into the void, but it was too late. The surrounding space was instantly destroyed by the terrifying energy. The huge storm vortex rolled them in like shredded paper, and then their bodies turned into dust and disappeared, and their souls were shattered by the storm. These soul fragments were absorbed into the magic cube by the vortex. The large-scale collapse of space turned a corner of the snowfall realm into a dead zone. It was filled with the space storm that destroyed everything. After swallowing all the soul fragments, the divine crystal cube was also swept into the space storm and floated into the void. Chapter 2 Lin Ming. Qianxue Mansion is located in Qianxue City, the capital of Qianxue Country, with its back against Dazhao Mountain. It was established by Qianxue Valley, a martial arts sect with a 600-year heritage. As a martial arts mansion of a large sect, Qianxue Mansion has many inherited martial arts and has martial arts masters teaching. Naturally, it has become a martial arts holy land in the minds of all young people in Qianxue Country who are interested in martial arts. Of course, the threshold for Qianxue Mansion to recruit students is also quite high, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as 1 in a million. On a hot summer day, at the foot of Dazhao Mountain, on a forest meadow, a teenager, with his fists wrapped in cloth strips, stood naked in front of a tree as thick as a man's embrace, punching the trunk hard again and again. Bang! Bang! The dull sound echoed in the forest, and the bark of the hit tree was obviously sunken, revealing the gray-white wood with a little blood on it. The boy's name is Lin Ming, and he has a third-grade martial arts talent. In Cheyenne country, half of the people have no martial arts talent at all and are not suitable for martial arts at all. Among the other half, more than 80% have only first-grade martial arts talent, and they will not achieve anything, even if they practice martial arts. The remaining less than 1 in 10 people have about 90% second-grade martial arts talent. If they practice martial arts diligently, they can achieve a little, but they have little hope of becoming a martial arts master. Lin Ming's third-grade martial arts talent can be said to be top grade, barely 1 in 100, but this martial arts talent is still far from enough to enter the 7 profound martial arts mansion. Lin Ming is very clear about this. Lan Yunan, a beautiful girl who grew up with Lin Ming and practiced together, has the same third-grade talent as Lin Ming. The two agreed to take the Cheyenne martial arts mansion, which is much worse than the 7 profound martial arts mansion. Cheyenne martial arts mansion belongs to Cheyenne country. It has only been established for 80 years. The skills, inheritance, and heritage are very limited. The inheritance of martial arts skills is crucial to martial artists. If there is no good martial arts skills, it is difficult to complete the physical training stage and condense the meridians to reach a high martial arts realm. The condensed vein stage is the realm that many warriors yearn for, and it is also the first watershed in the way of martial arts. Once the veins are condensed, the warrior's lifespan is greatly increased, and he can be named a noble, with a life of luxury and good food, and blessings for his descendants. In terms of the training of condensed veins warriors, Cheyenne martial arts house is far behind the 7 Zhuanwu house. Lin Ming is devoted to martial arts, and naturally dreams of going to the 7 Zhuanwu house. If he is not talented enough, he can only rely on diligence and perseverance to impress the examiner, but the hope is not great. Once the exam to enter the martial arts house fails, he will have to waste half a year waiting for the next time. For warriors, time is also very precious. Based on this, plus Lan Yunai's reasons, Lin Ming decided to enter Cheyenne martial arts house. Lin Ming and Lan Yunai have practiced and played together for so many years. Although they are still young and have not reached the stage of talking about marriage, there is already a vague feeling between the two, and Lin Ming's parents also like Lan Yunai very much, and often invite Lan Yunai to their home for dinner. Lin Ming and Lan Yunai have always had a good impression of each other. There is only a thin window paper between them. When they grow older, they will break this window paper. Lin Ming attaches great importance to the agreement between the two. He is determined that even in Cheyenne and Wufu, he will strive to reach the condensed veins realm. However, on the day of the entrance examination of Cheyenne and Wufu, Lan Yunai did not show up. Lin Ming thought that Lan Yunai could not come because of some things. Later, he learned that Lan Yunai entered the 7 Zhuanwu mansion, and the one who recommended her to become a disciple of the 7 Zhuanwu mansion was Zhu Yan, the genius young master of the Zhu family, the first family in Qianxue City. Although Lin Ming is only 15 years old, he has been outside with his parents since he was a child. His mind is much more mature than that of children of the same age. He knows very well what Zhu Yan's recommendation of Lan Yunai to enter the 7 Zhuanwu mansion means. The children of a large family like a Zhu family not only look at the woman's appearance and temperament when choosing a wife, but also look at her martial arts talent. The offspring with high talent are very likely to give birth to geniuses. Although Lan Yunai's family background is average, her talent of the 3rd rank is already very good among girls. Although the Zhu family wants to find someone with higher talent, Lan Yunai herself is beautiful and has outstanding temperament, so it is normal for Zhu Yan to like her. For Lan Yunai, the opportunities, glory and possible achievements of the Qianxue mansion and Cheyenne mansion are incomparable, especially the temptation of entering the condensing veins realm to extend youth for decades, which makes girls irresistible. Faced with such temptation, I am afraid that it is not only Lan Yunan, but perhaps most girls will also choose Zhu Yan, especially Zhu Yan himself has a good appearance, and his family background and future are far better than Lin Ming. Although he understood it in his heart, it is impossible to say that this incident did not hit Lin Ming. He locked himself in the room for 3 days. After 3 days, he walked out of the room, ate, slept, and practiced more diligently than before. Before Lan Yunai left him, he was determined to break through the condensing veins realm and pursue a higher martial arts realm. Now Lin Ming is still the same. If he still had some concerns in his heart before, then after Lan Yunai left, he became more determined to become a martial artist. He decided to take the exam for the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion instead, even though the process was full of difficulties. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of fists hitting the tree trunk still echoed in the forest. This tree is called ironwood. Not only is the bark extremely tough, but it also has a strong healing ability. Many martial arts beginners will choose this ironwood to practice strength. Lin Ming didn't know how many punches he threw, and finally exhausted all his strength. He supported the tree trunk and sat on a stone. He took out the herbs from the backpack on the ground, crushed them and applied them to his scarred fists. People who practice martial arts must often use herbs to treat the body, otherwise they will leave hidden injuries. If hidden injuries accumulate, they may become disabled or even die. This herb is called ironwire grass. It was named this because the green juice squeezed out of the ironwire grass has healing effects, but it is like brushing with iron wire when sprinkled on the wound, and the pain is piercing. Lin Ming gritted his teeth to endure the pain, took out a new piece of white cloth from the package, and bandaged his fist in circles. In fact, there are many herbs that are more effective than ironwire grass, with mild medicinal properties and no pain or itching, but without exception, they are expensive, and Lin Ming's family can't afford it at all. Lin Ming's parents run a good-sized restaurant in Qianxue City, but the assets of this restaurant do not belong to Lin Ming's parents, but to the Lin family in Qianxue City. Although Lin Ming also has the surname Lin, he has been separated from the main family of the Lin family by several generations. The main family has handed over part of the industry to collateral relatives to manage. Lin Ming's parents run this restaurant and get a fixed income and a part of the commission every year. This income is quite considerable compared to ordinary families. It is used to live a rich and comfortable life, but it is not enough to support Lin Ming to practice martial arts. Originally, Lin Ming's parents hoped that Lin Ming could inherit the family business and become a restaurant owner, but seeing that Lin Ming was devoted to martial arts, they took out all the family's savings to buy healing herbs for Lin Ming. Now, the family's savings were being consumed bit by bit, but Lin Ming still stayed at the first stage of physical training. Physical training is the first stage of martial arts training, which involves drawing in the true essence to temper the body. There are 6 stages in total: the first stage of strength training, the second stage of flesh training, the third stage of internal organs training, the fourth stage of tendon training, the fifth stage of bone forging, and the 6th stage of vein condensation. After this, the warrior will enter the stage of gathering essence. After applying the juice of the ironwire grass to the wound, Lin Ming rested for half an hour to allow the wound to fully absorb the medicinal power of the herb. Just as he stood up and prepared to continue practicing boxing, a fat boy with an exquisite long sword in his hand walked out of the woods. When he saw Lin Ming, he smiled and said, "Brother Ming, today is the day to register for the entrance examination of the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion. Didn't you forget it? Why are you still practicing boxing here?" The boy's name is Lin Xiaodong. He is slightly younger than Lin Ming. He grew up with Lin Ming since childhood and they are close brothers. Lin Xiaodong is actually a direct descendant of the Lin family. Although he is a direct disciple, direct disciples also have different statuses in the family. Lin Xiaodong happens to be at the bottom of the list. Lin Xiaodong's parents are also in business and live very close to Lin Ming's home. Lin Ming glanced at Lin Xiaodong and turned to the tree stump, saying, "There were a lot of people who signed up at the beginning. It takes an hour or two to line up. It's a waste of time to just wait there. Damn, you don't even let go of this little bit of time, you can't be that serious. Lin Xiaodong said in an exaggerated tone. He walked closer to the tree stump and saw the fist marks and blood stains on the stump. He looked at Lin Ming's bandaged hands, took a breath and said, "You are really crazy. Timudu was beaten like this by you? If you practice this way and only rely on iron wire grass, your hands will be injured or even useless." Lin Ming didn't say anything. The path of martial arts is to fight for life with the sky. With his third-grade talent, it is difficult to enter the 6th level of physical training, the condensation of meridians. If he doesn't fight when he is young, there is absolutely no hope. If he fights, he may accumulate hidden injuries and become disabled, but he may also succeed before the hidden injuries accumulate and break out. Once he successfully enters the condensation of meridians, his true essence will refine his body and the hidden injuries will disappear. For Lin Ming, this is a fight to the death and a gamble with his life. Lin Xiaodong sighed, took out a cloth bag from his bosom, opened it layer by layer, and said, "Brother Ming, this is for you." Lin Ming looked back and saw blood ginseng as red as blood lying quietly in the cloth bag. This blood ginseng looked at least 100 years old. It was a fine medicine for healing wounds and nourishing blood. One thin slice was enough for one time, and the medicinal properties were mild and powerful. This ginseng was worth at least 150 taels of gold, which was equivalent to the annual income of Lin Ming's family. Lin Ming paused and shook his head and said, "I can't take this blood ginseng. Brothers are brothers, but this blood ginseng is too expensive." Lin Xiaodong's family is only the last of the Lin family's direct descendants. Although their family conditions are much better than Lin Ming's family, if they are used to support Lin Xiaodong's cultivation, they will not be very well off. However, Lin Xiaodong stuffed the blood ginseng into Lin Ming's hands and said, "I bought this blood ginseng for you. I practice for 3 days and fish for 2 days and rest the nets for 2 days. The hidden injuries on my body are not important. It would be a waste to use this. If you don't use it, I bought it for nothing. It will be meaningless if you push it back. In fact, my father doesn't have any high expectations of me. He just hopes that I can keep the title of the Lin family's direct lineage in this lifetime, and don't let the next generation lose this title." Lin Ming was silent for a while, but still put the blood ginseng away and said, "Okay, I'll take this blood ginseng. Just for this ginseng, I have to break through the Ningmei realm." "Haha, that's what you said. Not only do I have to break through, but I also have to break through the condensed veins realm, and defeat that Zuyan, this son of a bitch. I have long disliked him." Zuyan. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. His talent was not bad, but Zuyan's talent was top-notch. Zuyan had already been admitted to the 7 Zuanwu mansions, and was a senior disciple of the Xianxi mansion. His strength reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. Even so, Lin Ming still set a goal for himself to surpass Zuyan, not because of Lang Yunnan, but because the pursuit of the realm of martial arts must cross one threshold after another, climb one mountain after another, even if it may take him more than 10 years, or even decades, to catch up with Zuyan in this life. Point. At the foot of the Great Zha Mountain, there is a building complex that stretches for 20 miles. This is the location of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion and the Xian'an Martial Mansion. Today is the day for the registration of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion entrance examination. In the square in front of the main gate of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, a bustling crowd gathered. Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong had deliberately delayed the time, but when they arrived at the square, they found that they had underestimated the number of applicants. The applicants lined up in 3 lines, each of which was dozens of meters long. If they continued to line up like this, it would take at least half an hour. "Wait." Lin Xiaodong sighed and stood at the end of the line helplessly. "Yet." Lin Ming nodded. "Hey, there are not many people over there." Lin Xiaodong pointed to a small door not far away. There were only a few people there, and the ground was covered with red carpet. "That's the noble area." Lin Ming noticed the words written on the sign. Since the 7th Zuanwu mansion was established in Qianxue country and used the land, buildings, and resources of Qianxue country, it would naturally give some face to the powerful class. Even many matters of the martial arts mansion would be handed over to the powerful class, such as today's enrollment registration. Damn. Lin Xiandai muttered unhappily. The nobles needed the royal canonization, which was a hereditary honor. Although the Lin family was rich, they were not nobles. Lin Xiandong was about to curse the nobles for being parasites to find some psychological balance, but at this moment, the door was pushed open and two young men walked out of the door. One of them was wearing a blue shirt, with an exquisite long sword on his waist and a golden crown on his head. He was very handsome. Lin Ming frowned slightly when he saw this man. This man was Zhu Yan. The daughter of the Zhu family married into the royal family and became the emperor's favorite concubine. Because of this, the Zhu family became the undisputed first family and King Xianxian was named aristocrat. Therefore, Zhu Yan was able to recommend Lan Yunai to enter the 7th Zuanwu mansion. Damn, I didn't check the almanac before going out today. I ran into a ghost. Lin Xiandai muttered unhappily. Zhu Yan walked out side by side with the young man. Several followers who were waiting outside the noble area followed behind them. Judging from the situation, Zhu Yan took the young man to register. The two walked all the way to Lin Ming. If they continued walking like this, they would naturally run into each other. With Lin Ming's status and strength, he might suffer if he ran into them, but Lin Ming did not avoid him. He just calmly watched Zhu Yan coming over. Zhu Yan paused slightly and saw Lin Ming and Lin Xiandong. He was a little surprised at first, and then frowned. Seeing Lin Ming made him very unhappy. Although he had snatched Lan Yunai away, she refused all the intimate actions before marriage. It was obvious that Lan Yunai still had Lin Ming in her heart, and she felt a little guilty. She chose him only because of the 7th Zuanwu mansion. No man could tolerate his future wife having another person in her heart, and Zhu Yan was the same. Your name is Lin Ming, right? I didn't expect that you would follow me here. You have the first level of physical training and want to take the 7th Zuanwu mansion exam? The irony in Zhu Yan's words was obvious. He would never allow Lin Ming to enter the 7th Zuanwu mansion. Even if Lin Ming's strength was not worth mentioning to him, as long as this guy was in the 7th Zuanwu mansion, it would be impossible for Lan Yunai to forget Lin Ming. Whether I pass the exam or not is my problem. I didn't come here to follow anyone. I came to the 7th profound martial mansion just to pursue my martial arts. Martial arts? You, a kid with an above-average talent, dare to say you pursue martial arts? How shameless. When Zhu Yan said this, the bones of his knuckles made a slight sound, and then the long sword on his waist seemed to break out of its shell like a spirit. Zhu Yan held the sword and slashed in the air. With the sharp sound of sword energy breaking through the air, a wave that was faintly visible to the naked eye flew out at a rapid speed, directly cutting off half of the crown of a large tree not far away. With the sound of rustling, a large number of branches and leaves fell to the ground, and the people around him widened their eyes. After all, most of them were about the same age as Zhu Yan, not much younger than him, and Zhu Yan's martial arts realm was far beyond their reach. Zhu Yan swung the sword to give Lin Ming a warning, so that he would understand the gap between the two. I have a 4th grade talent. I started practicing martial arts at the age of 12 and have used countless elixirs. Now I have entered the Xianxifu sword sect of the 7th profound martial arts mansion. I have reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, which is just the beginning of the threshold of martial arts. And you are only at the 1st level of physical training. How dare you talk nonsense about martial arts? Zhu Yan spoke arrogantly, and Lin Xiandai got angry. Mr. Zhu, you were only born 2 years earlier than us. Why are you so arrogant? If our ages were different, I would knock you down with one hand. Zhu Yan frowned, turned to look at Lin Xiandong, took a step forward casually, and the true energy in his body burst out. Who are you? Lin Xiaodong was oppressed by Zhu Yan's momentum, and his words were stuck in his throat. He took a step back, swallowed his saliva, patted his chest and said, "Young Master Lin Xiaodong, remember this." Lin Xiaodong? Humph, the number of Lin family members who are worth remembering can be counted on one hand. You are a clown. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Not only you, but also you, Lin Ming. If it weren't for Lan Yunnan, you would not have the qualifications to talk to me at all. I advise you to be self-aware. Lan Yunnan is not worthy of you. There are very few girls in Qianxue City who have reached the third-ranking talent and have good looks and temperament. Most of them are concentrated in large families. There are serious conflicts of interest between large families. How can outstanding women marry into other families to strengthen the bloodline of others? Most of them will ask the man to marry into the family, so Zhu Yan said so. 1,000 taels of gold, don't show up in front of me in the future. Zhu Yan said, taking out a stack of gold notes from his sleeve. The people around him were shocked. 1,000 taels of gold, this is an extremely exaggerated amount, enough for a warrior in the physical training stage to use high-level medicinal herbs in 2 or 3 years. 1,000 taels of gold, you're giving it to a beggar. Lin Xiaodong pushed the gold note back. In fact, he was just pretending to be rich. 1,000 taels of gold was a huge fortune for him. Zhu Yan's hand trembled, and a strong recoil directly shook Lin Xiaodong out. He looked at Lin Ming coldly, waiting for Lin Ming's answer. Lin Ming took a deep breath and said slowly and forcefully, "Zhu Yan, in terms of talent, I am not as good as you, and in terms of family background, I am even worse than you, but martial arts is not only about talent and financial support, but also the most important thing, the heart of martial arts. You practice martial arts for wealth, status, and vanity, and I practice martial arts to pursue the ultimate martial arts. The way of martial arts is not the martial arts of the talented, nor the martial arts of the powerful and wealthy, but the martial arts of those who are devoted to martial arts. One day, I will surpass you." Lin Ming said the last sentence almost word by word. His voice was clear, and everyone nearby heard it clearly. A third-grade talent wants to catch up with a fourth-grade talent, and the gap in family background is huge. This kid is really crazy. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "Okay, very good. I'll wait for you." After saying that, he put away the gold note, and with a clear whistle, the long sword returned to the sheath. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming deeply and turned away. Chapter 3 Strange Stone. "Brother Ming, you are so domineering today," Lin Xiaodong kept saying, as they walked on the road. Lin Ming did not speak. His words in the afternoon were naturally powerful, but it was very difficult to surpass Zhu Yan. He had to make great efforts to do so. He was not afraid of hard work and suffering, but hidden injuries could not be solved by faith alone. It required medicinal herbs, and each medicinal herb was expensive. Lin Xiaodong seemed to have guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. He said, "Brother Ming, just work hard at cultivation. I'll find a way to solve the money problem. Don't worry. Although my old man's strength is not that good in the family, he is still good at business and can afford several hundred taels of gold." Lin Ming paused slightly and turned to look at Lin Xiaodong. In life, there are many people who add icing on the cake, but there are only a few people who help in times of need. Between brothers, any words of thanks seem hypocritical, but Lin Ming still stopped and said seriously, "Xiaodong, thank you." "Okay, stop. I can't stand this. I don't have any great pursuits in this life. I took the exam for the 7th Zuanwu mansion just to win face for my father. Brother Ming, I am optimistic about you. One day in the future, when you become a master, just protect me at that time, have you?" Lin Ming also smiled heartily. "Well, just for a brother like you, I will definitely go on the road of martial arts." When Lin Ming returned to his residence, it was already night. This was the house he rented. During the period between registration and examination in the 7th Zuanwu Palace, the housing in Qianxue City was very tight, the hotels were full, and the hotel fees had to be increased by half. So many candidates would choose to rent a house, which of course was not cheap. Lin Ming rented a single room, only 10 square meters, with a simple layout. Lin Ming got on the bed and was about to meditate and regulate his breathing when someone knocked on the door. Lin Ming opened the door and saw that it was the landlord who came in, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with an extremely bloated figure. Usually, this landlord always looked fierce and mean, but this time she had a flattering smile on her face, which made Lin Ming feel a little unusual. "Madam Landlady, is there anything?" "This, young man, I'm sorry, can you please vacate this house?" Lin Ming frowned slightly. "Why?" Sorry, I rented this house." A somewhat harsh male voice came in. Lin Ming looked up and saw a man with pointed ears and monkey cheeks walking out of the hall, with a playful smile on his face. Lin Ming was slightly stunned and recognized this man. This was a servant who followed Zhu Yan and another teenager during the day. It seemed to be the unknown teenager's man. At that time, the teenager did not interrupt, but the look he gave Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong was full of contempt. There is no doubt that this teenager sent his servants to disgust him in order to please Zhu Yan. As long as he offered a rent several times higher than his own, this profit-seeking old landlady would naturally want to drive him away. Now is the registration day for the 7 Zuanwu mansions. The supply of houses is tight. It is not easy to change places, and even if you change, this lackey may make trouble again. Lin Ming's face darkened slightly. He looked coldly at the usually sarcastic landlord's wife and said, "We agreed to rent for 5 months, and I paid 5 months' rent in advance. There are still 3 months left, and you want me to leave?" The landlord's wife smiled apologetically. "This, of course I know that. How about this, I will refund you the rent for the 3 months you haven't lived here." "Ha! Refund 3 months, you have a good plan." Lin Ming was really angry. If the landlord's wife was forced by power, then he would leave, but now she had a profit-seeking face, which made Lin Ming furious. "Hey, how can you talk like that? I just said it verbally before, and there is no written agreement. This house is mine, I can rent it to whoever I want." As the capital of Qianxue country, the landlords in Qianxue city have a sense of superiority in their subconscious. They think that people from other cities are country people, and they look down on everyone. They are very confident when they speak. What's more, the servant next to her is a servant sent by a rich and powerful family. With this guy's support, the landlord's wife is naturally very confident. At this time, the man with pointed ears and monkey cheeks also laughed arrogantly. "If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm targeting you. Even if you can find a new home, I have the ability to drive you out. From the time you register at the Wufu to the time you take the exam, you can sleep on the street clean." The man laughed so proudly that he got carried away. The rich and powerful are born with a sense of superiority, but their sense of superiority is mostly expressed in the form of temperament. Even if they lose their composure, they are like Zhu Yan. Although they are domineering, they also speak appropriately and always maintain the demeanor of a superior. On the contrary, the subordinates of the rich and powerful are completely arrogant. There is nothing better than taking advantage of others. Lin Ming looked at the monkey-like man with a cold look. "What are you looking at? If you want to hit someone, I'm not afraid to tell you that my young master is the second son of the commander of the Qianxue City Guard Army. If you dare to hit me, I will let you. Get out." Lin Ming shouted fiercely and punched the monkey man in the nose. With a bang, the man really flew backwards like a monkey. With a series of ping-pong sounds, wooden furniture and pots and pans were broken all over the floor. The man fell in the pile of debris, with disheveled hair and blood all over his face. The fist that could break Timu's body, if it landed on a person's face, the result could be imagined. The monkey man's nose collapsed. The landlady was stunned. She stared with a pair of dead pig eyes. After several breaths, she burst into a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Help! Someone is killing me!" The landlord rushed out like a ball, but his fat feet were not very flexible. He was tripped by the messy debris and fell to the ground with a plop. Lin Ming walked towards the monkey man step by step. He was now in the first stage of the physical training period. Although it was just the beginning of martial arts, the first stage of the physical training period was not easy. After all, most people in Qianxue country were not suitable for martial arts. Lin Ming's talent was 1 in 100. With his diligence, he might not find one person among 1,000 of his peers who was better than him in strength. This monkey man was just a servant of the son of a military lord. Lin Ming dealt with him like a toy. The man kept willing. He had never dreamed that Lin Ming would dare to hit him. He stretched out his bloody finger, pointed at Lin Ming and said tremblingly, You dare to hit me, you are finished. I don't know if I will be finished in the future, but now I know you are finished. Lin Ming kicked the man in the lower abdomen. The man screamed and flew out like a monkey again. This time he directly smashed the wooden door and was kicked out of the house. Lin Ming said nothing, went back to the room and packed up his things casually, and then strode away. The whole house was in a mess. The landlord's heart was bleeding. She bravely said, You can't leave like this, you have to pay. Lin Ming paused, turned around and looked at the old woman who curled up into a ball on the ground. Compensation? Compensation, compensation. The landlord's voice became less and less confident. She felt that the eyes of the young man in front of her were like the abyss of the underworld, which made her shudder. Without saying anything, Lin Ming suddenly punched the wall. With a dull thud, a layer of soil was shaken off the beam, and the brick wall was directly punched through by Lin Ming. The landlady screamed, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Lin Ming walked out of the room with his luggage, without even looking at a monkey man lying on the ground, and fainted. He knew very well that, if he beat this man today, his master behind him would not let it go and it would bring trouble to himself, but Lin Ming had no regrets. Of course, people must learn to endure. If a martial arts master came today and was no match for him, Lin Ming would choose to endure and must eat this loss, but the one who came was just a servant with mediocre skills, relying only on the power behind him. If he endured again, then what was the point of practicing martial arts? This did not conform to Lin Ming's martial arts heart. Lin Ming strode away from the residential area, threw the package aside and began to think about the problem of accommodation. He needed to find a place to stay. The hotels were basically full and the prices were too expensive. As for sleeping in the wild, although he didn't care, Lin Xiaodong would definitely not be able to see it and wanted to take him to live in his own place. If he went there, the son of the military lord would definitely send someone else. At that time, Lin Xiaodong would not have to live there, and the two of them could sleep on the street together. What's more, he had just caused trouble. Maybe the son of the military lord would directly send thugs. For these people, it was nothing strange to beat people to disability. Lin Ming didn't want to implicate Lin Xiaodong. So where could he live? Lin Ming thought about it and finally thought of a place to live, one of the most luxurious restaurants in Qianxue City, the Mingxuan. The Mingxuan has extremely high consumption. People who come and go are either rich or noble, and their own backgrounds are also very great. With such strength, the son of a military lord naturally can't touch it. Lin Ming naturally couldn't pay for accommodation at the Mingxuan. He came here to work. Lin Ming's parents ran a restaurant. Lin Ming could cook and the food tasted good, but he didn't think he could compare to the chefs in Qianxue City. In fact, his specialty was not cooking. When Lin Ming arrived at the Mingxuan was still brightly lit. It would be open until the early morning and was the best performing restaurant in Qianxue City. Lin Ming's clothes were really ordinary. When he entered the store, the waiter looked at Lin Ming with a strange look, because the person dressed like this and carrying a package didn't look like someone who could eat at the Mingxuan, and the key was that the other person was about 15 years old. However, the waiter was well-mannered. He walked over and asked, "Is this little brother here with his parents?" Lin Ming shook his head and said, "I'm looking for a job." Now, even though the waiter was well-mannered, he frowned. What kind of job could a 15 or 16-year-old child do? To serve dishes, you need a beautiful woman in her teens or 17s, and to serve, you need a tall and handsome man in his 20s. As for the chef, can a 15 or 16-year-old child be a chef? Go away, don't make trouble. The waiter waved his hands impatiently. I can do the work, you can let me try in the kitchen. The waiter asked unhappily, what can you do? Lin Ming smiled slightly and said, bone cutting. What? The waiter was stunned. Bone cutting is a very niche job, not every restaurant has it. This job is actually to cut up slaughtered livestock or hunted prey into pieces of meat. There is an ancient saying that a master knife cuts up a cow with ease, while a better knife cutter can also cut up a cow but has to change a knife once a year, and an average knife cutter has to change a knife once a month, and the efficiency is extremely low. It takes half a day to cut a cow. In Domination, what is dismembered is not cattle, but fierce beasts. Many fierce beasts are delicious, but their scales, skin, bones, and tendons are extremely tough. Ordinary people can only dismember a small piece with great effort. As for martial arts masters, as the saying goes, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Masters will naturally not put down their status to do this job. Even if they come, they don't understand the texture and gaps of muscles and bones. They have strength but often mess up the meat, and the size is uneven, and they can't make exquisite food. Lin Ming first came into contact with martial arts from bone dissection. In his parents' restaurant, bone dissection was his daily practice, and he did it for several years. This is a very tiring job, no easier than pile driving. Lin Ming never thought that he had any extraordinary talent in martial arts. He could only rely on his diligence. He practiced over and over again. His solid foundation in martial arts was cultivated in this knife by knife. The waiter couldn't drive Lin Ming away, so he had to take him into the kitchen. Sister Lam, this guy wants to apply to be a bone cutter. Bone cutter? In the kitchen of Domination, a beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a gorgeous Qianxue looked Lin Ming up and down. Seeing his simple clothes and the refugee appearance of carrying a lot of bags, the beautiful woman's brows slightly frowned. She said to the waiter who brought Lin Ming in with dissatisfaction, what are you doing? Bringing anyone into the kitchen. Dongzi gave him some change and sent him away. The beautiful woman obviously regarded Lin Ming as a child in distress. As for the scolded waiter, his face was bitter. In fact, he wanted to push Lin Ming out, but found that Lin Ming's feet seemed to have taken root and he couldn't push him at all. Okay. The young man who was cutting bones was about to come over to drive Lin Ming away, but at this moment, he felt his eyes blurred and his hand lightened. The bone cutter that was originally in his hand was actually taken away by the young man. The young man named Dongzi didn't understand what was going on. Lin Ming said, I'm not here to beg for food. Miss, it's not too late to drive me away after seeing my cooking skills. The beautiful woman was slightly startled. This kid really had practiced. She rolled her eyes at Dongzi and said, you're useless. A child can't do it. Go to the warehouse and carry a pig. At this point, she turned to Lin Ming and said, if you can do it in half an hour, I'll keep you in Domination. Dongzi knew he was embarrassed and turned around to carry the pig. At this time, Lin Ming said, no, that one will do. Lin Ming pointed to a giant beast not far away. The beautiful woman was startled. Giant beast is a second-level beast with many tendons. These tendons are extremely tough and difficult to be injured by swords. However, if you add specific medicinal materials and simmer for 3 days and 3 nights, you will make a delicious and mellow soup. This kind of beast is difficult to deal with even a bone-dissolving master. This young man is really crazy. What a joke, this giant beast is worth more than 100 taels of gold. Can you afford to pay for it if it is destroyed? Dongzi said indignantly. He was still upset about Lin Ming taking his knife away. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Dongzi and said unhappily, can you destroy it if I ask you to? Dongzi's voice stagnated and he stopped talking immediately. Giant beasts are not pigs, cows or sheep. Ordinary people can't break their scales with a knife. It is not something that ordinary people can do to destroy this thing. The woman turned to Lin Ming and said, "I'll let you cut it." Lin Ming nodded and picked the best bony knife in the kitchen. He had only cut giant beasts twice, both times at the birthday banquets of the powerful figures of the Ming family. After all, this kind of beast is not something that ordinary people can afford. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming carefully stroked the scales of giant beast and felt the protruding tendons. This process lasted for a whole stick of incense. He formed a tendon map in his mind, which was consistent with the tendon map of giant beast in Lin Ming's previous memory. During this waiting, some people got impatient. "What are you doing? Why don't you cut it? Don't be so mysterious, just do it." It's no wonder these people are impatient. A 15-year-old boy is doing the bone dissection, and the object of dismemberment is a level 2 beast. It looks like a prank. Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these doubts. When he picked up the knife, his eyes had become extremely focused. Dissecting bones is equivalent to his practice. After verifying the tendon diagram, Lin Ming finally took out the knife. He didn't use an axe or a machete. He just used a hard-to-use bone-cutting knife. And this ordinary dagger became extremely sharp in Lin Ming's hands. When the blade fell, the scales of the giant beast were cut open by Lin Ming with one knife. Seeing this scene, the people who had doubted it shut up immediately. Just to do this, the wrist strength required was no less than 300 kilograms. Usually, the giant beast was dismembered with an axe or a saw. The blade cut along the gaps between the tendons, and the speed of the blade was extremely smooth, like cutting paper. With the sound of swishing, the white tendons in the giant beast were exposed. Seeing Lin Ming's effortless appearance, the man named Dongzi rubbed his eyes vigorously. He even suspected that he was dazzled. Did this boy really cut a giant beast? Lin Ming's movements were like flowing water. Occasionally, when he encountered a few tendons that he could not avoid, he would use brute force to cut them off. In this way, after half an hour of hard work, Lin Ming cut the giant beast into pieces of meat. The pieces of white silk placed next to the meat were the most valuable tendons of the giant beast. These tendons were of the same length and there was almost no loss. This scene was really shocking. Lin Ming looked easy, but people knew how huge a project it was to dismember a giant beast. Usually, it would take 4 or 5 big men to work together for half a day, but the boy's face was just slightly red. It seemed that it would not be a problem to dismember 1 or 2 more. The Mingxuan was not very busy at night. Many people in the kitchen were watching. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room was silent. At this time, Lin Ming put down the knife and said, "Can I stay here now? I can't work more than 2 hours a day, and my monthly salary is 5 taels of gold. I have another condition, that you have to provide me with food and accommodation." The beautiful woman thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Ming's conditions were not low, but it was definitely worth it. With Lin Ming's speed, he could do a lot in 2 hours, and the loss of key ingredients was small, which was very important. In this way, Lin Ming started working in the Mingxuan. 2 hours was not a waste of time, because this was also cultivation. Hitting tree stumps is to practice fierceness, while bone breaking is to practice cleverness. That night, Lin Ming was in the warehouse all the time. He cut 3 first-level beasts in one breath. At this time, he was sweating and his arms were numb. He was ready to cut the last one and went to his residence to rest. For the last one, he chose another second-level beast, the golden-backed pangolin. The teeth of this beast can bite stones and drill into the mountain like tofu. Because he had consumed too much of his true essence, Lin Ming had to work very hard to cut open the scales on the abdomen of the golden-backed pangolin. His original intention of choosing this level 2 beast was to push himself to his limits. After cutting open the scales, he felt much easier. The blade moved along the gaps between the muscles on the abdomen of the golden-backed pangolin. At this moment, Lin Ming felt the knife pause, as if it had hit something hard. Bone? No, there shouldn't be bones in the abdominal cavity. So is it a stone? That's not right. Although the golden-backed pangolin occasionally swallows stones, they have already been bitten to pieces. Even if they haven't been broken, they have been corroded by the strong stomach acid. There won't be such a big piece. So could it be the inner pill? Thinking of this, Lin Ming was slightly excited. The inner pill of a level 2 beast is very valuable. If he doesn't sell it and eats it, it will be very good for his body. Lin Ming put on gloves, carefully avoided the stomach acid, and took out the hard object. However, when he saw it, Lin Ming was disappointed. It was a square object. Obviously, it couldn't be the inner pill, because the inner pills were basically round. It looked like a real stone, but this stone was a little strange. It was a gray cube, with 2 neat corners, as if it was cut by a knife, and all 6 sides of the cube were engraved with strange black inscriptions, which gave it a mysterious aura. Metal. Lin Ming observed it carefully. It didn't look like metal, but it didn't look like stone either. Maybe it was a kind of jade? Chapter 4, Unknown Soul. Lin Ming used a clean gemstone to clean it. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the axe on the ground and used the blunt side to gently hit the cubic stone. There was no damage at all. This was expected. The fact that the stone could survive intact in the stomach of the golden-backed pangolin itself showed that the material it was made of was extremely hard. Lin Ming gradually increased his strength, and finally used all his strength to hit it. As a result, the axe and the anvil were both hit with marks, but the cubic stone did not even have a corner broken. Damn! Lin Ming was stunned. He expected the stone to be hard, but he did not expect it to be so hard. What on earth was this thing made of? Lin Ming could not figure it out. This stone was very strange and had a strange shape. Maybe it was made of some hard material by a master of refining? Thinking of this, Lin Ming casually put the stone into his pocket. If he really couldn't figure it out, he could make it into a decoration. After putting away the knives, Lin Ming returned to the room assigned to him by the Qianxue and began to rest. After practicing boxing for a day and doing bone dissection for 2 hours, Lin Ming was really tired. After a simple meditation and breathing adjustments, Lin Ming fell asleep quickly on the bed without taking off his clothes. The beds provided by the Qianxue to the staff were very comfortable, and the son of the military leader would not be able to make trouble if he slept here. This time, Lin Ming slept very peacefully and sweetly. He had a very strange dream. In his dream, he saw a palace with beautiful buildings and pavilions. Each building was made of beautiful jade, and the workmanship was so exquisite that it was astonishing. Groups of beautiful women with elegant clothes, temperament and appearance shelved in the palace, and rare birds and auspicious beasts crossed the sky from time to time, just like a fairyland on earth. Lin Ming had never seen such a beautiful palace, not even in paintings. At this moment, the picture changed, and the beautiful palace collapsed. In the sky, layers of human figures appeared, and countless streams of light flashed between those figures. Those streams of light looked beautiful, but when they fell on the earth, the 1,000-foot mountain peaks were instantly annihilated. The earth was torn apart, the sky was dyed red by the devil's flames, and a huge formation covering hundreds of miles appeared out of thin air, with all kinds of mysterious symbols covering the entire sky. Lin Ming could not imagine such a battle. Masters whose realm was unimaginable. This was definitely not comparable to those in the body training stage or the gathering stage. Every person on the screen was an existence that Lin Ming could not look up to, but where in the world could there be so many godlike figures? Next, the screen turned again, and it became a world of ice and snow. A woman with an extraordinary temperament and stunning appearance held a 1-inch cube and faced tens of thousands of figures standing in the void alone. This woman was actually standing less than 3 feet in front of Lin Ming. Although he knew in his heart that these were all illusions, Lin Ming could still clearly feel the extremely powerful, holy and gentle breath from the woman. What surprised Lin Ming the most was that the cube in the woman's hand was the strange stone that Lin Ming found in the belly of the golden-backed pangolin during the day. The woman spoke a series of words, but they were very vague. Lin Ming only heard 2 words clearly: magic cube. Rubik's Cube. For some reason, the moment Lin Ming heard these 2 words, he thought of the cubic stone. Could it be that the name of the stone was the Rubik's Cube? Boom. A violent explosion tore the space apart, and a huge vortex rolled up in the sky. This vortex was extremely powerful, sweeping across the entire world. Wherever it passed, mountains collapsed, space collapsed, and the glaciers were instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. In such a terrifying vortex, the bodies of tens of thousands of people turned into dust, and their souls were stirred into pieces and absorbed into the Rubik's Cube. Lin Ming stood in the center of the storm, witnessing the vortex sweeping everything. Everything around him turned into ashes, and he himself stood aside. That feeling cannot be described in words, and he will never forget it, even in his lifetime. Lin Ming felt cold sweat all over his body. At this time, he found himself in an extremely wide dark space. Here, countless shining light spots like broken mirrors were suspended. The light spots were large and small. The large ones were the size of a palm, and the small ones were only the size of rice grains. In the center of these countless light spots, there was a white light ball 1 foot in size. The light ball emitted a hazy halo, soft and holy. Somehow, Lin Ming felt that the breath of this light ball was very similar to the breath of the holy woman he saw before. No, it should be said that it was exactly the same. Could it be that this light ball was transformed by the holy woman? Lin Ming remembered that after the space storm broke out, that woman turned into a white stream of light and merged into the magic cube. White stream of light. Could it be this light ball? Then is this the inside of the magic cube? Then these light spots. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. Could it be that these light spots were the souls of countless figures that were shredded by the space storm and sucked into the magic cube? Lin Ming felt extremely shocked. He was very sober now, and all the scenes that had just happened were vivid in his mind. Although he told himself rationally that he was dreaming, he could not believe that it was a dream. Everything in the dream was extremely realistic, and the storm that destroyed the world still remained in Lin Ming's mind. How could an ignorant boy who had never seen a master of the condensation vein realm have such a strange and powerful dream that shocked people? So were all these illusions real? This strange stone called the magic cube had swallowed up countless powerful people whose strength was so strong that he could not even look up to it. Lin Ming could not imagine which country would have so many powerful people whose momentum alone could suffocate him. He stared at the countless colorful light spots floating and scattered in the dark space. After a long time, he hesitated and stretched out his hand and gently touched a light spot that was closest to him, the smallest in size, and the dimmest in light. The moment Lin Ming touched the light spot, it suddenly sank into Lin Ming's fingertips. Lin Ming had no time to react. He felt as if a heavy hammer hit his head. He groaned and fell to the ground. Lin Ming hugged his head tightly. He felt as if something was desperately drilling into his brain. The heart-wrenching pain made Lin Ming want to smash his skull and take that thing out. Irresistible. Lin Ming felt as if he was about to be devoured. Devour? Yes, the soul fragment that had no owner instinctively wanted to devour his spiritual sea. Damn it. Lin Ming realized this and was briefly panicked, but he quickly calmed down. There was only a tiny bit of the fragment left, and its owner had long been dead. How could he lose to such a small piece of ownerless consciousness? With a sudden roar, Lin Ming clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his flesh and blood, and guarded his original heart. My martial arts heart. I am determined to pursue the ultimate in martial arts. How can I die here? Question mark. Lin Ming didn't know how to get rid of that ownerless regret. He just gritted his teeth and resisted desperately. All kinds of complicated scenes flooded into his mind. The inhuman pain made Lin Ming almost faint, but he always gritted his teeth, guarding the last bit of clarity in his mind and his unwavering martial arts heart. This inhuman torture lasted for an unknown period of time before it slowly faded. Lin Ming finally woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. It was already dawn. He was soaked in cold sweat and his palms were bleeding from being scratched by nails. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming could be 100% sure that it was not a dream before. No nightmare could have such an effect. He thought about it calmly and couldn't help but feel scared. A person's soul is composed of two parts, one is the mental imprint, and the other is memory. The soul whose mental imprint is erased is the ownerless soul. The ownerless soul only has instincts. The soul he touched was only a small fragment half the size of a grain of rice, and the light was extremely dim. It almost swallowed him up. It was too scary. If he had touched a larger fragment, he might have become an idiot. That magic cube is too dangerous. Lin Ming thought about it, and suddenly his face changed. Hey! There are a lot more things in his mind. Magic array, inscriptions, engravings, all kinds of strange symbols, all kinds of mysterious characters, all kinds of ancient and powerful weapon maps. What is this? Could it be the memory carried by the ownerless soul? This thought shocked Lin Ming's mind. He vaguely realized that this memory might be an unimaginable wealth. Although the complicated memories have entered Lin Ming's mind, they are not like his own memories that can be called at will, but need to be sorted and integrated a little bit. Lin Ming ignored the formations and inscriptions he encountered. Some of these things were incomplete and messy, and they seemed to be from the profession that engraved inscriptions on weapons. Lin Ming had no intention of studying this profession for the time being. He had many things he needed and desired more. He kept looking, holding his breath until a moment when he was shocked. The body training method for the body training period, Chaos Gang Dao Jing. Inherited skills. Why is Xian and Wufu far inferior to Kixu and Wufu? That's because of inheritance. Chapter 5 Inherited Kung Fu. Xian and Wufu was established only 80 years ago, while Kixu and Wufu was established by Kixu and Valley, a third-grade sect with a 600-year inheritance history. There are many inherited techniques in Wufu to choose from. Practicing the inherited techniques of Xian and Wufu, there is little hope of reaching the 6th level of body training and congealing the meridians, while practicing the inherited techniques of Kixu and Wufu, as long as you have a 4th grade talent, it is not difficult to break through the congealing meridians. As for Lin Ming, he has no decent body training techniques at all. He only relies on a book Introduction to Martial Arts, punches against tree stumps every day, and uses a boning knife to dissect bones every day. This is Lin Ming's martial arts path. In the past few years, he has relied on these methods he explored by himself and his diligence to step into the threshold of the 1st level of body training step by step. Inheritance is really too important to him. Lin Ming was extremely excited. He eagerly integrated and sorted out the knowledge of this inherited technique. Soon, this Chaos Gang Dao Jing brought him another surprise. The Chaos Gang Dao Jing is the top-level physical training method in the God realm. Although it is the top level, it is only a physical training method after all, so it is not ridiculously precious in the God realm. The reason why Lin Ming is excited is that he finally found out what this so-called God realm is. The God realm is a higher-level world. That world has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Whether it is physical training, martial arts, the use of various weapons, various skills and formations have been developed to the extreme. It is the world of martial arts masters. Their omnipotent abilities are simply beyond the imagination of Lin Ming at this stage. In this way, the value of this Chaos Gang Dao Jing is immeasurable. And the magic cube stores more soul fragments. When his strength is sufficient, he should be able to fuse more. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was extremely excited. Lin Ming was now very afraid that this technique would be lost halfway through. After all, the soul fragment he had fused was originally only a small piece. If the technique was lost, it would be a pity. Fortunately, he kept reading and fusing, and the Chaos Gang Dao Jing was always complete. From training strength, training flesh, training organs, to changing tendons, strengthening bones, and congealing veins. This was enough to surprise Lin Ming, because in the Cheyenne continent, general body training techniques only target one stage, such as the Yu Jinjing for changing tendons, the Jin Qianxue for strengthening bones, the Jin Mei Shangan for congealing veins, etc., while the Chaos Gang Dao Jing was only a technique that could train from strength training to congealing veins. After that, something even more surprising happened to Lin Ming. In the Cheyenne continent where Lin Ming was, congealing veins marked the end of the body training stage, and then it was time to step into the Juyuan stage. The Juyuan stage was divided into the acquired realm and the innate realm. The congealing veins realm was a hurdle, and many people were stuck in the bone-forging realm and could not go any further in their lives. It is common sense that the condensed veins realm is the limit of the human body, but in the Chaos Gang Daojing, there is actually another realm after the condensed veins, tempering the marrow. Above tempering the marrow, there is actually the 8 gates of Dunjia, with the 8 trigrams, corresponding to the 9 stars of the sky, opening the 8 gates in the body and the 9 stars of the Deo Palace, one can break through the limit of the physical strength and impact a higher realm. Whether practicing tempering the marrow or the 8 gates of Dunjia, it does not affect the warrior's entry into the acquired and innate realms. This is equivalent to having several more realms than others, and the benefits are self-evident. Seeing this, Lin Ming was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This book alone was the greatest treasure in the world. Lin Ming couldn't wait to practice, but before practicing, he first checked the magic cube in his chest pocket, but when he saw it, he was stunned. The magic cube disappeared. Lin Ming was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He reached out and touched his chest, but felt something strange. He opened his clothes and found a strange symbol on the skin under his left chest pocket. That symbol was exactly a mysterious inscription on the Rubik's Cube. Did the Rubik's Cube enter his body? Lin Ming remembered that the holy woman seemed to summon the Rubik's Cube from the flesh in her palm. It was not strange, but he seemed to have no idea how to summon the Rubik's Cube again. After trying it, it didn't work. Lin Ming was a little disappointed. There were thousands of soul fragments in the Rubik's Cube. He only chose the smallest and imp one and got such a precious thing. If he could merge more souls, it would be an unimaginable treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly laughed at himself. He was too careless. The weakest ownerless soul almost swallowed his consciousness. Other stronger soul fragments would kill him instantly. He was dreaming. It seems that no matter the secret of the magic cube or those magical soul fragments, they will have to wait until their cultivation is higher before they can be studied. Now that they are worried about gains and losses, it is better to practice the Chaos Gang Daojing as soon as possible. So, Lin Ming calmed down and began to comprehend this divine domain inheritance method with a long history. The essence of the Chaos Gang Daojing is to train the body into a divine weapon. The body is indestructible, and the power is amazing. Not only that, the Chaos Gang Daojing also pays attention to the skills of using force. The first level of force training alone is very different from traditional exercises. In ordinary exercises, training to 1,000 pounds of strength is considered a small success, and a punch can break an ironwood stump. In the Gang Daojing, not only must strength be trained, but also the degree of control of strength must be practiced. When you practice to a great success, you can use your palm to beat the stump into thin threads, or even into cotton wool. Seeing this, Lin Ming's heart was full of yearning. There is no doubt that practicing the Chaos Gang Daojing is much more powerful than ordinary physical training masters. 3 days later, at the foot of Dazhao Mountain, the moon was high in the sky, and Lin Ming stood on the grass with his eyes closed, breathing at a special frequency. He stood there for an unknown period of time, and the whole person was like a sculpture under the moon, motionless. He was practicing a unique method of running the true essence recorded in the Chaos Gang Daojing, Chaos True Essence Technique. This set of techniques has a total of 7 levels, which can better use the true essence to temper the body and forge the bones. After the technique is perfected, both the strength and the toughness of the body will be greatly improved, far exceeding other people in the same realm. Under the blowing of the night wind, countless fine grass leaves rose and fell like waves, and Lin Ming's breathing seemed to rhythm with the ups and downs, as if he had completely merged with the surrounding environment, indistinguishable from each other. The moon passed over the treetops, and a drop of cold dew quietly condensed on the edge of the leaves above Lin Ming's head. With the light shake of the leaves, the heavy dewdrops dripped silently. Lin Ming, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his right hand. The dewdrop landed precisely on the tip of Lin Ming's finger, and then rolled down his finger to the palm of his hand. Lin Ming suddenly clenched his fist, caught the dewdrop in his palm, and then shook his shoulders, used his legs to lead his waist, and suddenly punched out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ironwood tree chips in front of Lin Ming flew all over, and a fist hole half a foot deep appeared out of thin air. Lin Ming took a deep breath, closed his fist, and let go. The dewdrop continued to roll down. With a light click, the dewdrop fell on the grass and broke apart. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's face showed a smile. The Chaos Gangdao Jing requires the control of power to the realm of perfection. Although the dewdrop did not break when he punched it, it was still far from the requirements of the Chaos Gangdao Jing, but it was also a bit of an achievement. Moreover, the punch just now could leave a half-foot deep fist dent on the iron hardwood. If it was 3 days ago, it would have been good to have half an inch. This was entirely due to the Chaos True Essence art. In the past 3 days, Lin Ming has been practicing the Chaos True Essence art all the time. He has finally touched the threshold, but he is still far from the real first level of success. In fact, Lin Ming can practice so smoothly, or it is because of the great predecessor. Many of the experience and insights in the memory of the predecessor are of great benefit to Lin Ming's practice. Even the operation of the technique has penetrated into the soul of the predecessor. All Lin Ming has to do is to use his body to remember them. Because of the crazy practice, Lin Ming consumes medicinal materials very quickly. He has used up 3 pieces of blood ginseng. If he practices in this way, it will be used up in less than half a month. Although the technique is available, the problem of medicinal materials has not been solved. Just like this, another 2 days passed, and Lin Ming's strength became stronger and stronger. Now he can easily dissect the bones of a level 1 beast into Mingxuan, and even if it is a level 2 monster, he can still cut 4 or 5 heads easily. One morning, Lin Xian and I came to the Mingxuan to find Lin Ming. There was a location sound transmission note between the two. Lin Ming just told Lin Xian that he worked in the Mingxuan, but did not tell him the reason. The annual martial arts trade fair. Lin Ming was slightly startled. This martial arts trade fair was the place Lin Xian suggested to go. Yes, all kinds of martial arts masters and nobles will be there. The things sold there are not the most rare, but even rarer. Lin Ming shrugged and said, "How can we afford that kind of thing? I have less than 20 taels of gold left. If you can't afford it, why don't you take a look? Just consider it as a way to broaden your horizons. Besides, we are about to enter the martial arts palace, and we must have a weapon that suits us. We can't afford the high-grade treasures, but I can still afford the medium to high-quality weapons." Lin Xiaodong had already said this, and Lin Ming didn't want to spoil the fun. It would be good to go out and see it. The two walked together. Lin Xiaodong kept talking all the way, and he knew all kinds of gossip and news about the trade fair. The location of the trade fair was close to the 7 Zuanwu mansion, which was considered a suburb but not prosperous. The two walked through the downtown area. When passing through an alley, Lin Ming suddenly stopped and put a hand on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder. "What's wrong, Brother Ming?" Lin Xiaodong didn't understand. "Someone is blocking us," Lin Ming said, touching his waist, and pulled out the bone-breaking dagger he had been using in the Mingxuan. These days, Lin Ming practiced the Chaos True Yuanju, and his perception was many times sharper. He almost guessed who the visitor was at the first time. When he was driven away by the landlord 2 days ago, he beat up a guy with pointed ears and monkey cheeks. Now, the owner of this guy came to the door. Lin Ming was prepared for this moment. Chapter 6 Gambling. Just when Lin Ming stopped, a slightly sharp voice sounded in the alley. I didn't realize you were so alert. Your name is Lin Ming, right?" A young man in brocade clothes crossed his arms in front of his chest, with a contemptuous and playful smile on his face, and slowly walked out from behind a bungalow. Behind him, there were 4 or 5 teenagers aged 17 or 18. Most of these teenagers were in the first level of physical training, and only one of them reached the second level of physical training. The young man in brocade clothes was also in the second level of physical training. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaodai panicked immediately. He recognized the young man in brocade clothes. He was the guy who appeared with Zhu Yan at the registration site of the 7 Zuan Wu mansion a few days ago. Even a fool could see that this guy brought people here today to cause trouble. There were a total of 6 people, 2 of whom were in the second level of physical training, and 4 of whom were in the first level of physical training. He and Lin Ming were only in the first level of physical training. If they fought, they would definitely be abused. The young man in brocade clothes must be a descendant of a big family in Qianxue City. He was powerful and influential. It was unlikely that he would kill someone, but it was definitely coming to cripple him. What do you want to do? Lin Xiaodai shouted, with a hint of anger in his words. You should ask him about this. The young man in brocade clothes pointed at Lin Ming. You are so arrogant. You beat my servant until his face was covered with blood and 2 ribs were broken. For the children of these big families, they don't really care about the life and death of the servants, but face is very important. Especially when the servant said with snot and tears that he had already reported the name of the young man in brocade clothes, but was still beaten to a pulp. The young man in brocade clothes was completely furious. You are very capable. You said you would trample me, Wang Yigao, under your feet, right? Today I want to see how you trample me under your feet. The young man in brocade clothes said with a ferocious face. Lin Ming didn't know Wang Yigao's name at all, and he had never said that he would trample him under his feet. I think this was a fabrication by the servant to provoke Wang Yigao's anger, but Lin Ming was too lazy to explain. This battle must be fought. Although the Chaos Gang Daojing was powerful, he had only practiced it for a few days. It was very difficult for him to deal with so many people at the same time, and there were 2 martial arts masters of the second level. Moreover, there was Lin Xiaodai beside him. Once he was held hostage, it would be troublesome. To put it another way, even if he won the fight this time, there would be constant trouble in the future. If the trouble escalated and he beat Wang Yigao badly, it would definitely involve Wang Yigao's father, who was the military leader of Qianxue City. Lin Ming did not expect a person of this level to reason with him, a small citizen. For him now, he could not afford to offend such a force. It was very troublesome. Lin Ming thought about it, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He thought of a way to solve the problem. He said to Wang Yigao, so what do you want? What do I want? Wang Yigao was slightly startled, and then laughed. This idiot, he actually asked me what I want. The few friends he brought with him also laughed. In their eyes, Lin Ming was no different from an idiot. At this point, he still asked them what they wanted. It was really a top-notch person. Wang Yigao laughed for a long time, before he stopped laughing, and said, I really don't know whether to call you a fool or a fool. But since you asked this, I will give you a chance, so as not to say that I am merciless. Let's do this. You kneel on the ground and lick the soles of my shoes clean, and then cut 1 tendon of your hand and 1 tendon of your foot, and let's forget about it. When Lin Xiaodai heard what Wang Yigao said, he immediately got angry. Fuck, Brother Ming, why waste time talking to them? At worst, we will fight. Our Qianxue City Lin family is not a soft persimmon. Let's see what they dare to do. Lin Xiaodai knew that he was going to suffer today, so he could only bring up his family, hoping that they would be afraid. It doesn't matter if you suffer some physical pain, but if you are disabled, the consequences for a warrior are very serious. Even if there are rare herbs, you may not be able to recover to your previous state. The Lin family of Qianxue City. Humph, do you think I am afraid of your Lin family? Lin Ming, are you going to do it yourself or let me do it? Just try it. Come on, do you think I am afraid of you? Lin Xiaodong took a step forward and held the hilt of the sword tightly with one hand. In fact, he was very panicked, but he was the type of person who was stubborn even after being cooked. He was scared to death, but he couldn't lose face as a man. Lin Ming grabbed Lin Xiaodong and said to Wang Yigao, "Is what you said just now your request? Okay, as long as you beat me in a martial arts duel, I can listen to you." "Brother Ming, you..." Lin Xiaodong was anxious. Although he believed that Lin Ming would achieve success in the future, he was only in the first level of physical training at this stage and could not beat Wang Yigao, who was in the second level of physical training. He was afraid that Lin Ming would really have his tendons cut after losing. Lin Ming said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." "Martial arts duel? Are you worthy of a martial arts duel with me?" Wang Yigao didn't expect Lin Ming to bring this up. In Cheyenne country, the government generally doesn't intervene in the fights between warriors because they can't do anything about it, so conflicts between warriors are often resolved in the form of martial arts duels. As long as both parties agree on the price of winning or losing, the conflict will not be pursued after the duel. After all, reputation is very important to warriors. Wang Yigao is one level higher than Lin Ming in strength, so of course he doesn't think he will lose. He just feels that it is beneath his dignity to have a martial arts duel with Lin Ming based on his strength and status. Lin Ming said, "There is no such thing as worthy or unworthy, only dare or not." "You want to say I dare not? This is really the funniest joke I have heard this year." "Very good, since you don't know how to live or die, then I will fulfill your wish." Lin Ming said, "Okay, then let's go to the square." The alley was too remote and no one was watching. Lin Ming was afraid that Wang Yigao would go back on his word, and in front of so many people, Wang Yigao would not be able to deny it no matter how thick his skin was, unless he didn't want to stay in Cheyenne City in the future. The martial arts competition was very interesting, and there was never a lack of people watching in the square. Soon, dozens of people gathered nearby, including martial artists. Seeing the two people fighting, the onlookers talked a lot. "Isn't this the son of Lord Wang? Yet this guy is going to bully people again. I wonder which child is so unlucky. A physical training level 1 versus a physical training level 2, isn't this a sure loss? This kid looks like an ordinary person. It's not bad for him to be a physical training level 1 at this age. What a pity, I'm afraid he will be crippled." Wang Yigao didn't have a good reputation in Cheyenne City. Most people sympathized with the weak and cast a pitying look at Lin Ming. More and more people gathered, and Wang Yigao was a little unhappy. After all, it was not a glorious thing for a physical training level 2 to bully a physical training level 1. In addition, the other party's status was seriously unequal to his. He didn't want to be seen by more people, which would be a loss of status. So he said impatiently, "How long are you going to wait? Hurry up and finish the competition and cripple your own tendons. I will let you know the gap between us." Seeing that quite a few people had gathered, Lin Ming said to Wang Yigao, "Of course we have to compete, but if I lose, you can do whatever you want to me." "So what, if I win?" "Win? This idiot still wants to win?" Chapter 7, Bare-Handed Fight. Wang Yigao felt that the guy in front of him had been kicked in the head by a donkey. There are people who can beat opponents in a cross-level battle, but those are geniuses, and it is only possible with the top-level skills and the guidance of famous teachers. Lin Ming is a poor boy, and it is good enough to get this low-level skill. His own talent is also poor, and he still wants to beat him. Did he not sleep enough last night and is still sleepwalking? He asked with a joking smile, "What do you want?" "If I win, I want 200-year-old blood ginsengs plus 500 taels of gold." 200-year-old blood ginsengs plus 500 taels of gold. Everyone around was secretly shocked. This kid is not a fuel-saving lamp. 2 blood ginsengs require 300 taels of gold, which adds up to 800 taels. This is not a small amount, but you have to live to get it. 800 taels of gold. Wang Yigao snorted coldly, "You are worthy? Do you think your hands and feet are worth 800 taels of gold?" In Cheyenne country, the status of nobles and civilians is completely unequal. Even if Wang Yigao accidentally kills someone, he will only be punished with confinement and then compensate 100 to 200 taels of gold. Lin Ming said slowly, the hands and feet of a warrior are priceless to a warrior. If you don't want to, I can give up the gold, and you can also cripple your hands and feet. Fuck. You're looking for death. Wang Yigao shouted angrily, and drew the long sword from his waist. Lin Ming said with an unchanged expression, you haven't answered me yet. Humph. Isn't it just 800 taels of gold? What if I give you 1,000 taels? Do you have the life to take it? I'm going to cripple you now. If you can't kill you within 3 moves, I'll read my name backwards from now on. Wang Yigao was also furious. Lin Ming was happy in his heart, and there were people who thought the money was too little. Okay, then 1,000 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yigao had already aimed at Lin Ming and slashed with a sword. The sword carried a faint golden light, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard dozens of meters away. Martial arts. The method of using true energy and physical strength to attack and kill the enemy is a martial art. Wang Yigao's words of killing Lin Ming within 3 moves were not just a momentary impulse. He had his own reliance, that is, martial arts. Only the children of big families or martial arts schools have the opportunity to learn this kind of fighting method. Ordinary people have no way to learn it. Once martial arts are used, it is difficult for people who don't know martial arts to resist, especially since Wang Yigao and Lin Ming are 1 level apart. There is no suspense. Wang Yigao is fully confident that he can win with 1 strike. He said that it would be within 3 moves just to leave himself a way out to avoid any accidents. Wang Yigao guessed correctly. Lin Ming has not learned any martial arts so far. He can only deal with Wang Yigao's attack with ordinary moves. The people around him felt that the victory or defeat was decided when they saw this move. Lin Xiaodai's heart tightened. How could Lin Ming block this sword? Lin Ming stared at the sword that Wang Yigao chopped down with full concentration. Since practicing the true Yuanju in the Chaos Gang Daojing, his perception has become several times sharper. At this time, in his eyes, Wang Yigao is a ferocious beast that pounces on him. These days, Lin Ming dismembered countless ferocious beasts. Although those ferocious beasts are already dead, to dismember them, he still needs to find the gaps in their tendons and bones, and the knife must be quick, accurate and ruthless. At the moment when Wang Yigao's sword fell, Lin Ming drew his sword. Without any calculation or excessive consideration, he relied on his intuition and rushed up along the gap in Wang Yigao's moves. The sword with the sharp sword light was compared with the simple sword that could not be more simple. However, the result of the fight was unexpected. Lin Ming dodged Wang Yigao's sword by leaning sideways, and the knife in his hand pierced Wang Yigao's ribs at an incredible angle. Bang! Wang Yigao was stabbed with the knife, groaned, and flew backwards, tumbling from the air and falling to the ground. What happened? The onlookers did not understand the mystery of this knife, and they were all stunned. At this time, Wang Yigao's clothes were torn from the chest to the ribs with a 1-foot-long cut, but there was no blood. Inside his clothes, something was shining with a faint silver light. Soft armor? Lin Ming secretly said it was a pity. Wang Yigao wore soft armor under his clothes. If it weren't for the soft armor, the blow just now would have made Wang Yigao lose his fighting ability. You! Wang Yigao was shocked and angry. His eyes turned red due to congestion. He was actually stabbed by a sword. He was stabbed by a person whose cultivation was weaker than his, and in front of everyone. This was something that the arrogant him could never accept. I want you to die. Logically, the blow just now was already considered a loss for Wang Yigao, but how could Wang Yigao, who was already extremely angry, admit defeat? He swung his long sword again and slashed at Lin Ming with the sword. The martial arts were activated again, and Lin Ming, like an experienced hunter, captured every weakness of the beast that pounced on him without omission. Bang! The scene just now was played out again. This time, the right side of Wang Yigao's coat was also torn. As a result, the brocade robe became a waistcoat and hung on his body. The onlookers were stunned. Such a battle result was unbelievable. How could it be such a result? As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Wang Yigao's sword is much longer than Lin Ming's bone-cutting dagger, and he also knows martial arts and has a high level of cultivation. However, when they really fought, he was stabbed twice in a row by the same move, and that move was not outstanding at all. That kid, both his body speed and his sword speed are faster than Wang Yigao. A warrior watching the fight suddenly said, the first level of physical training is faster than the second level of physical training. This is really unusual. Lin Ming's speed is indeed faster than Wang Yigao, and it is much faster. This is the effect of the Chaos Gangdao Sutra. Before practicing this set of skills, Lin Ming's sword was already extremely accurate and his insight was very sharp, but his speed and strength were seriously behind, so it was naturally impossible for him to defeat Wang Yigao, who was in the second level of physical training. But now, with the Chaos Gangdao Sutra, everything is different. Wang Yigao was going crazy. He tore off his coat, revealing the silver soft armor underneath. He actually lost to a kid who was only at the first level of physical training. If he didn't avenge his defeat today, he would have no face to stay in Qianxue City. I'll kill you. Wang Yigao desperately urged the true energy in his body. The thin and sharp sword edge emitted a brighter light than before, and went straight for Lin Ming's head. If he was hit by this sword, Lin Ming would definitely die immediately. However, at this moment, Lin Ming did something that surprised everyone. He threw away the dagger and fought the enemy with his bare hands. The onlookers were all confused. Wang Yigao's attack was obviously a last-ditch effort, and he poured all his strength into it. Why did this kid throw away his weapon at the critical moment? The attack power of holding a weapon is always stronger than that of a fist, and it can also block the opponent's sword in a critical moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: Born with Supernatural Powers? That's right, Lin Ming practiced the Chaos Gangdao Jing, and his strongest attack method was not a dagger, but a fist. Now Lin Ming's strongest attack power can leave a half-foot deep fist mark on iron wood with one punch. The toughness of iron wood is not inferior to steel. If it were replaced with stone, it would definitely be easily broken. Lin Ming stared at Wang Yigao intently, blocked Wang Yigao's chest, dodged, and punched. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Wang Yigao spit out blood and flew out. Even with the protection of soft armor, even if he had reached the second level of physical training and trained his skin and flesh to be extremely tough, he could not withstand Lin Ming's super heavy punch. Seeing Wang Yigao fall to the ground like a dead pig, the onlookers were shocked and speechless. Wang Yigao threatened to defeat Lin Ming in 3 moves, but the result was completely the opposite. Wang Yigao was defeated by Lin Ming in 3 moves! Exclamation point. In this 3-move duel, Lin Ming won every move. If Wang Yigao had not been wearing soft armor, he would have been defeated long ago. This was not like a duel between the first level of physical training and the second level of physical training. It was almost the same the other way around. Old Liu, what do you think is going on? When the duel was halfway through, an old man appeared in the square. When he was young, he had reached the 5th level of physical training, the bone refining realm, and was only 1 step away from the condensed veins. However, old Liu ultimately failed to make it. The lifespan of a warrior in the bone refining realm is exactly the same as that of an ordinary person, and his body cannot withstand the erosion of time. Now old Liu is over 70 years old and has no fighting power at all, but he still has eyesight. The old man thought for a while and said, "This boy is born with supernatural power." The first-grade and second-grade talents that warriors often talk about are actually the speed and difficulty of the body absorbing true energy. The faster the speed of absorbing true energy, the higher the grade of talent. However, the strength of the warrior's body itself is not included in the grade of talent, because most people have similar strength before practicing martial arts, and the starting line is the same. However, there are also a few people who are born with supernatural powers, and their power is even 10 or even 10 times greater than that of ordinary people. With great power, speed is often also fast, so they naturally have an advantage in fighting. However, the number of such warriors is extremely rare, and they may not have great achievements. After all, the further you go in practicing martial arts, the more important the true essence becomes, and the smaller the effect of your own power can be. So that's it. The audience nodded one after another. This explanation is very reasonable. Lin Ming picked up the dagger and walked step by step to Wang Yigao. At this time, Wang Yigao was in a very embarrassing situation. His clothes were cut into strips, and he was spitting blood and his face was covered with dirt. Wang Yigao wanted to hit his head against his head and die. This man was embarrassed today. He was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the entire Qianxue city dandy circle. Lin Ming said, "You said it yourself just now, 1,000 taels of gold, give me the money." Damn. Hearing this, Wang Yigao almost vomited blood again. Damn, he was just full and said 800 taels as 1,000 taels. Although he is a child of a noble family, taking out 1,000 taels of gold is definitely not a small amount. Today was definitely the worst and most unforgettable day in his life. In front of so many people, Wang Yigao could not go back on his word. Moreover, because it was a martial arts duel, he could not even think of revenge in the future, otherwise he would be ridiculed, unless he did it secretly. "Money, give me money." Wang Yigao roared at his group of men. Today, he admitted defeat, but this was not the end. He swore to cut Lin Ming into pieces. That group of people were shocked by Lin Ming's strength. Even if the 6 of them were together, they could not guarantee that they could win. Is he really just a guy of the first level of physical training? "Xiandong, collect the money," Lin Ming said. 1,000 taels of gold is not a small amount. Although Wang Yigao is rich, he will not carry so much money on him. He can only scrape together. Lin Xiandong has been in a daze since Wang Yigao vomited blood. It was not until Lin Ming called him that he reacted exaggeratedly. Damn, this can't be true, he actually won? And he also earned 1,000 taels of gold. That is 1,000 taels of gold. Lin Xiaodai's entire fortune was only over 200 taels of gold, and he spent most of it on buying a blood ginseng. Seeing the gold bills of all sizes being handed to him, the expression on Lin Xiaodai's face changed from astonishment to ecstasy, and then from ecstasy to a smirk. His eyes were not big to begin with, and they were almost invisible with such a smile. "Haha, I'm rich, you're so polite, what can I say? I'm very grateful for your generosity, knowing that we are in trouble, and coming all the way to give us money to spend, thank you. Especially Brother Gao Yibong, you think 800 taels are not enough, and you have to give 1,000 taels, I thank you on behalf of the people for this kindness." Hearing Lin Xiaodai's sarcastic remarks, especially that Gao Yibong, the already injured Wang Yigao, felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had said at the beginning that, if Lin Ming couldn't be killed in 3 moves, then his name would be read backwards. Fuck you. Wang Yigao gnashed his teeth in hatred. As for the others, their faces were extremely ugly. But Lin Xiaodong was the type who was disgusted to death. After collecting all the gold notes, he spit it on his hands in an exaggerated manner and counted them one by one. 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, 107. Lin Xiaodong counted the thick stack of gold notes 3 times and said with a smile, 850 taels, 150 taels are still missing. I said that you are all rich people, how can you not even get such a small amount of money together? Hearing Lin Xiaodong's words, Wang Yigao almost vomited blood again. His face was gloomy, and he swung his right hand. With a crisping sound, the long sword was nailed to the floor tiles of the square. King Feng sword, any weapon store can sell it for 200 taels of gold, let's go. 6 people came to seek revenge and trample down others, but in the end all their belongings, including the swords in their hands, were left behind. Wang Yigao had never been so cowardly. When Lin Xiaodai saw the King Feng sword, he immediately smiled. He knew little about swords. This sword was indeed not an ordinary one. It was much better than his own. Lin Ming said, "Take this sword, if you like it." Lin Xiaodong said, "How can that be? Brother Ming, you don't even have a weapon." Lin Ming said, "I can just use my fists. I don't need a weapon for now. I will get a weapon that suits me later. Although this King Feng sword is sharp, it is too light and not suitable for me." Lin Xiaodai recalled Lin Ming's last fierce punch and felt that it was true. This sword was not powerful enough in Lin Ming's hands. "Okay, I'll use this sword. But then again, Brother Ming, you are too powerful. I didn't know that before." Since Lin Ming started practicing martial arts, Lin Xiaodong had never seen Lin Ming take action. He didn't expect Lin Ming to be so powerful. He thought it was the result of Lin Ming's hard work. Lin Ming said, "Wang Yigao is not very strong. He has just entered the 2nd level of physical training, and his foundation is very unstable. His cultivation may be piled up by taking medicine. His martial arts are not very powerful. It is not a big deal to beat him. My first target is Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan is different from Wang Yigao. He is powerful and has a solid foundation. His 4th grade talent cannot be underestimated. He is also diligent in his cultivation." Lin Ming is far from being his opponent. Lin Ming took the gold bills casually, separated a stack from it, and handed it to Lin Xiaodai without counting, saying, "Take these." "What are you doing? You earned this money." "I'll take the sword. I don't need the gold. At my level of cultivation, I can only spend 10 taels of gold a month at most." Lin Ming was silent for a while, and did not insist. He put the gold bills in his arms. There was really no need to make such a clear distinction between him and Lin Xiaodong. "Okay, let's go to the trade fair." "Yes. Haha, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about the trade fair. Now we have money." Our money added up to 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels, damn, I've never seen so much money in my life. We're going to go and make a fortune. Chapter 9 Qinxing. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Yes, let's do it in a big way, but Xiaodong, be careful when you go out these days." Are you talking about Wang Yigao? Well, he will retaliate, not openly, but secretly. This feud has been formed. Lin Ming's voice was slightly low when he said this. If Wang Yigao gave up, then this matter would be forgotten. If he secretly poisoned or even killed him, then he didn't mind giving him a taste of his own medicine. He would not take this step, unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Wang Yigao's father was the commander of the Qianxue City Guard Army. Once he was found out, it would be bad. The Qianxue City Trade Fair is located on the outskirts of Qianxue City. It is the largest trading place in the entire Qianxue Kingdom. A summit is held every year. At that time, high-level warriors from Qianxue Kingdom and even neighboring countries will come here to find and buy what they need. Lin Ming came to the entrance of the trade fair and saw the bustling crowd and dazzling array of goods. He couldn't help but be amazed. This is the world of the rich, the noble and the powerful. It's not uncommon to find a warrior in the condensation vein stage. He was about to enter when there was a commotion in the crowd. Lin Ming looked back and saw a pure white luxury carriage coming to the square in front of the trade fair with the sound of crisp horse hooves. The horses pulling the carriage were all precious snow dragon horses. The snow dragon horses could travel 2,000 miles a day and had excellent endurance. The price of one horse was nearly 10,000 taels of gold. Not to mention ordinary rich young men, even the direct descendants of a big family might not be willing to buy one. Who is sitting in this? A carriage worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. It can't be a royal family, Lin Ming thought to himself. At this time, Lin Xiaodong said, "You see the golden spear knight shield logo on the carriage. It's the carriage of the Marshal's mansion." Marshal's mansion? Is it Marshal King? Lin Ming asked back. Who else is there? Cheyenne Kingdom has only one marshal. In the military organization of Cheyenne Kingdom, the commander of 10,000 men is already very big, called the commander. Above the commander is the army lord, above the army lord is the general, and above the general is the marshal. In the entire Cheyenne Kingdom, there has been only one person who can be called a marshal for the past 80 years. For the civilians of Cheyenne Kingdom, they may not know what the emperor is called, but everyone knows what the marshal is called. Qianxue, the great marshal of the country, was invaded by Dongyang Kingdom more than 80 years ago, and the people were devastated. At that time, the royal family was forced to flee to the south for refuge. Only Qianxue stayed in the north and led the Qin family army to repeatedly make extraordinary achievements, recover lost territory, and save the civilians in the north from dire straits. Finally, it took 3 years for the Qin family army to defeat Dongyang Kingdom and re-establish the capital. Qianxue was canonized as a marshal in the same year and organized a group of veterans in the army to establish the Cheyenne Marshal Mansion. Although Cheyenne Wufu cannot be compared with the Kixuan Wufu established by the Kixuangu of the third grade sect due to inheritance reasons, Cheyenne Wufu is the royal military school of Cheyenne country. After graduating from Cheyenne Wufu, there will definitely be a good place to join the army. Qianxue himself is the honorary principal of Cheyenne Wufu. His cultivation has reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. The acquired realm is even after the condensed veins stage. For ordinary warriors, that realm is too far away. At this time, the carriage stopped, and Lin Ming took a deep breath. Could it be Qianxue himself inside? That is really a legendary figure. The curtain was lifted, and to Lin Ming's surprise, a girl walked out of the carriage. Seeing this girl, Lin Ming was shocked, and Lin Xiaodong's eyes were straight. What is the beauty of the country, but it is just like this. The girl was wearing a white dress, with long black hair that reached down to her back. Her skin was crystal clear like jade, her face was as radiant as the moon, her eyes were as bright as autumn water, her nose was straight, her chin was sharp, and her neck was as swan-like. There was really not a single flaw in her. She had a temperament that combined wisdom and holiness. When people saw her, they would inevitably think of 4 words, a peerless beauty. Accompanied by her guards and maids, the girl slowly walked into the fair venue. Wherever she passed, it seemed as if the red carpet had added infinite colors, as if peach blossoms were quietly blooming, and the girl was dancing in the forest, which made people imagine endlessly. The girl had undoubtedly attracted all the attention in the venue. The luxurious carriage worth tens of thousands of taels of gold, her outstanding appearance, and the Qin family that had been standing for 80 years were enough to make her the focus of the whole audience. It was not until the girl disappeared that Lin Xiaodong reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Lin Ming asked, "Who is she? Do you know her?" Lin Xiaodong said, "I know her, but she doesn't know me. She is Qianxue's granddaughter Qianxue. She is really perfect." Lin Xiaodong said, as he admired her. Lin Ming just said, "Oh." He had already roughly guessed the identity of the girl. He was not surprised at all and had no intention of asking further questions. Lin Xiaodong glanced at Lin Ming and added with a smile, "This girl has a 6th grade talent in martial arts." What? Lin Ming was stunned. 6th grade talent? Are you sure? Before this, the highest talent Lin Ming had seen was the 4th grade. As for the 5th grade talent, there was not a single one in the entire Qingshan city. There might be some in Cheyenne country, but they were definitely rare. But now he knew that the girl who just passed by had a 6th grade talent, which made him unimaginable. Lin Xiaodong had long expected Lin Ming to have this reaction. He said, "Brother Ming, don't you think that compared to her 6th grade talent, her appearance is more amazing?" Lin Ming said, "I think your talent is more amazing." 6th grade talent? I've never heard of it. Speaking of which, What is her current martial arts realm? Lin Xiaodai shrugged. I don't know about that. It must be exaggerated. She has such a high talent and was born in a big family. It's not surprising that she has reached the 4th or 5th level of physical training. But, Brother Ming, why do you always ask about these martial arts? Aren't you moved at all when you see such a perfect girl? Lin Ming was stunned. He was not a wooden man. A gentleman loves a gentle lady. Qin Xingxuan is indeed perfect, but Lan Yunai's incident made him understand that he needs to pursue love after he has enough strength. It is meaningless now. He asked back, why do you like her? No, I just admire her. This girl is too far away. I don't have that thought. I don't know how many people in Cheyenne City dream of becoming that lucky person, but no one is worthy of her. This girl may enter a real sect in the future, such as the Seven Profound Valley. She has long been a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial Mansion. We mortals are not worthy of her. What's more, the most enviable thing is that she is also an inscription master. Inscription master? Lin Ming did not know much about some special professions. Generally speaking, the number of people engaged in this kind of profession is very small, and the requirements are extremely high, and it is also very expensive. In comparison, the money spent on martial arts training is just a drizzle. Well, an inscription master can use special materials to engrave formations and runes on weapons and equipment, or make rune paper to strengthen equipment. It requires strong talent, understanding and soul power. If you become an inscription master, then making money is as easy as eating and drinking. But it's a pity that ordinary warriors don't have the opportunity to get in touch with it. Even if they have this talent, they can't hope to practice it. Practicing this often requires a lot of materials to be wasted, which is too expensive. Of course, for the Qin family, this amount of money is just a drizzle. It is said that Qin Xingxuan's inscription skills have reached a very high level of attainment. His peers are simply far behind, and even many of the older generation are willing to admit defeat. Lin Xiaodong has received formal martial arts education and knows much more than Lin Ming. He was talking eloquently, and suddenly found that Lin Ming seemed to be thinking about something with his head down. Brother Ming, you are not stimulated, right? It's normal that you can't compete with such a proud girl. It's okay. Lin Ming waved his hand. That's it. The tiny soul fragment, those magic arrays, inscriptions, engravings, various symbols and mysterious characters, various ancient and powerful weapon diagrams, are all about the inscriptionist. Things that I temporarily ignored at the beginning turned out to be so valuable. Chapter 10 Inscription. Actually, Lin Ming ignored these memories about the inscription master at that time, not because he wanted to give up on them, but because Lin Ming was too eager to practice martial arts, and fusing memories was also a heavy and hard job, equivalent to reading a thick book in a short period of time, which was very mentally exhausting. Lin Ming did not have the energy to study these formations while practicing martial arts, but now he changed his mind and had to study these memories about the inscription master, because he was short of money. There is no best medicinal material for physical training, only better ones. What he is using now are cheap healing medicines. Some medicines can even directly increase cultivation and help break through bottlenecks. There is no doubt that this kind of medicinal material is ridiculously expensive. In addition, weapons, martial arts, and soft armor all require money. Lin Ming's 1,000 taels of gold are not enough to support himself to the condensation vein stage. He needs to make money and become an inscription master. Lin Ming immediately decided to rent a lounge and began to fuse the remaining memories of the ownerless soul fragments in his mind. This memory took up a large part of the ownerless soul, and it was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Lin Ming spent several hours on this fusion, leaving Lin Xiaodai alone to visit the trade fair. He was complaining while visiting. He actually came to the trade fair to practice. Isn't this just because he is full? Until the afternoon, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. Although he had a splitting headache, his eyes were full of ecstasy. The inscription technique from the god's domain is far more sophisticated than that of the lower planes. This inscription technique can not only increase the ability of equipment, but also increase the effect of elixirs. Even when the inscription technique is practiced to the extreme, it can also be inscribed on the body to increase the speed of practice. This is the result of the research and accumulation of countless powerful people in the god's domain for thousands of years. The inheritance of the inscription technique in the lower planes is only a few thousand years, at most 10,000 years, and many of the precious materials have been lost due to the destruction of the sect. The inscription technique of Cheyenne continent can only enhance equipment, and even in this aspect, the gap between it and the inscription technique of the divine realm is as big as the sky and the earth. Lin Ming supported himself with his hands and stood up. He suddenly felt dizzy. A large amount of information rushed into his mind. This feeling was really uncomfortable. He just spent 3 hours to merge only half of his memory, but Lin Ming had already figured out what to do. The first thing is to buy materials and practice from the basics. Inscription techniques must be learned, especially the method of enhancing the effects of elixirs and inscriptions on the body, which made Lin Ming yearn for it. You know, some precious herbs cannot be bought with money. If there is an inscription technique to enhance them, one herb can replace 2 herbs. What is the concept? As for the body inscription, it is not necessary to increase the speed of cultivation. It is equivalent to forcibly improving one's talent level. However, when thinking about buying materials, Lin Ming's excitement suddenly turned into a bitter smile. The more than 800 taels of gold he just got had to be spent before they were even warm. The juice of the skywind grass, the blood of the third-level beast, the cicada mold of the long-tailed cicada, the shrimp whiskers of the frozen shrimp. Lin Ming began to frantically purchase materials. There were very few materials in his memory that he could find. Many of them might be exclusive materials of the divine realm. Others might be available in the Cheyenne continent but not necessarily in the Cheyenne kingdom. However, at least Lin Ming had gathered together several materials for drawing low-level inscription rune papers, so that he could practice when he returned. Practicing the inscription technique was too expensive. He had to successfully draw a few sheets of these materials and sell them, otherwise there would be no follow-up funds. Lin Ming was calculating when Lin Xiaodai came back. He was so angry when he saw the pile of materials in front of Lin Ming that his eyes almost fell out. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Ming didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only answer truthfully, "I want to learn the inscription technique." "Learn what?" Lin Xiaodong's eyes, which were not big to begin with, were as big as eggs this time. He could hardly believe his ears. "Learn the inscription technique," Lin Ming repeated with a stiff face. "Damn it. Brother, my dear brother, did you get your head broken this morning? You want to learn the art of inscription for less than 1,000 taels of gold. And no one is teaching you. I bought the secret book." Lin Ming pointed to a book called Introduction to the Art of Inscription on the table and said helplessly. He bought this book mainly to understand the general situation of the art of inscription in Cheyenne continent, so that he could have a comparison and a general concept in his mind. Lin Xiaodong almost vomited blood when he looked at this book that looked like an knockoff, Introduction to the Art of Inscription. He didn't know what to say now. He regretted bragging about how awesome the inscription master was in front of Lin Ming. This guy is crazy. Seeing these materials, Lin Xiaodong felt his heart bleeding. Although he didn't want to know, he still looked at Lin Ming and asked awkwardly, "How much did these materials cost?" Lin Ming said helplessly, 70 taels of gold. Lin Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. 70 taels of gold was acceptable, but before he could finish his breath, Lin Ming's next sentence almost made Lin Xiaodong faint. Lin Ming said, "I only have 70 taels left." Lin Xiaodong's eyes went dark and he fainted. "Young master, this is the best inscription talisman paper, the work of Master Beiheng. When used on a treasure, it would definitely increase the power by more than 20%. In the inner trading hall of the trade fair, a waiter in a formal dress introduced to a child of a large family that, after the inscription is drawn, it is usually carried on the talisman paper and sold. When using it, just activate the talisman paper and the inscription will naturally be imprinted on the treasure, which is very convenient. The inner trading hall of this trade fair is not for casual entry. It requires an entrance fee of 5 taels of gold. For ordinary warriors, this is not a small amount of money. It is enough for them to buy herbs and practice for half a month. Lin Ming also spent money to get in just to see the world. At this time, he only had 65 taels of gold left. He had to be careful when walking in the inner trading hall. If he accidentally knocked over some bottles and jars, he would not be able to live up to it, even if he sold himself. Lin Ming wanted to know how much money the inscription technique could make, and the products of the inscription technique could only be seen in the inner trading hall, so he had to pay to come here. Master Beiheng's work. The young man from the noble family paused, obviously attracted by the name of Master Beiheng. Do you have a document? Of course, this is a certificate issued by the Inscription Master Guild. Don't worry, young master, the things sold in our trading hall are authentic, and we will compensate you 10 times if they are fake. Well, how much gold? 1,500 taels. If you have a VIP card, you can get a 10% discount. Well, let me think. The young man from the noble family pondered for a moment. Obviously, even for him who was wealthy, 1,500 taels of gold was not a small amount. Hearing this price, even though Lin Ming had been mentally prepared, he was still surprised. 1,500 taels of gold, this is simply stealing money. But, if I learn the inscription technique, I will make a fortune. Thinking of this, Lin Ming became excited again. He couldn't wait to learn the inscription technique. Chapter 11 A holy place full of beauties. Although the memory of the soul fragment has been integrated, it is not enough for an inscriptionist to succeed with just knowledge. He must practice the coordination between body and mind. He must combine the memory of the ownerless soul with his own body. Materials are equal to money, so they cannot be wasted. When Lin Ming first started practicing, he did not use materials, but only used his true essence to gather inscriptions one by one, and drew according to the memory of the ownerless soul. In this way, he constantly let his body find the feeling of the ownerless soul's memory. This is an extremely boring and mentally exhausting job, but Lin Ming draws thousands of times. In this way, he gradually makes the soul and body coordinate. If the soul power is too much, Lin Ming will take a break and use this time to study Introduction to Inscription Art. With Lin Ming's existing memory, it is very easy to read this book. Although this book will not bring new knowledge to Lin Ming, it can give Lin Ming a specific understanding of the inscription art of Cheyenne continent. It took a full day for Lin Ming to close Introduction to Inscription Art. The book did not mention the inscription material of Cheyenne silk. Cheyenne silk is a material that is extremely important to Lin Ming, but he did not see it at the trade fair. Later, after checking a lot of information, Lin Ming found that Cheyenne country does have Cheyenne silk, but it is generally used to make strings. I wonder if the Cheyenne silk in the memory of that great man is the Cheyenne silk here. Because the planes are different, many times the names of materials in the God realm are completely different from those in the Cheyenne continent. Lin Ming identifies materials not by name, but by the appearance and smell of the materials. If these are the same as the memory of the great man, then it is correct. As for Cheyenne silk, Lin Ming only has memories of Cheyenne silk in the God realm, but has never seen Cheyenne silk in the Cheyenne continent, so he cannot be sure whether it is the same kind. Lin Ming thought about it carefully, and it seems that there is a place where this thing is likely to be found, that is, the king mansion of the Qianxue mansion. Generally speaking, most warriors use swords, but sometimes they also use knives, guns, etc., and sometimes they use extremely special weapons, such as the king. The Qianxue mansion was named Qianxue, naturally because of the Qianxue Valley, and the name of the Qianxue Valley came from the 7 people who founded the Qianxue Valley. The weapons of the 7 people were different, and one of them was a woman who used the kin. Therefore, the zither was passed down to the present as a kind of inheritance of the 7 profound valley, so the 7 profound martial palace also established the zither palace. However, there are too many requirements for playing the zither, requiring extremely high talent and proficiency in music, so the zither palace of the 7 profound martial palace has always been very deserted. 99% of those who come to learn the zither are girls, most of whom just like to play the zither, or want to use the zither to cultivate their sentiments, and have no interest in fighting and killing martial arts. Lin Ming's destination for this trip is the public lecture hall of the Zither Palace. The 7 profound martial palace was established in Qianxue country, and talents were selected to enter the 7 profound valley every year. At the request of the royal family of Qianxue country, the 7 profound martial palace will also allow non-7 profound martial palace students to enter the public lecture hall to audit classes. To enter the lecture hall, you need an auditing certificate, otherwise everyone will come, and the lecture hall will definitely be crowded. The 7 profound martial palace stipulates that only warriors who have practiced martial arts at the 3rd level or above, nobles, and students of the 7 profound martial palace and the Qianxue martial palace can enter. Others do not have permission. Of course, the teaching content of the exchange hall is all common stuff, and the real core content is only passed on to core disciples. Lin Ming asked Lin Xiaodong to borrow the audit pass. As a large Lin family, there are naturally people practicing martial arts in the 7 profound martial palace. With Lin Xiaodong's relationship, it is not difficult to borrow an audit pass. But now Lin Xiaodong shouted as soon as he saw Lin Ming, "Brother, dear brother, wake up." Lin Xiaodong really admired Lin Ming's diligence, and he also believed that Lin Ming would reach a high level in martial arts, but the art of inscription cannot be learned by diligence and determination alone. Just 800 taels of gold to buy a bunch of materials plus a book Introduction to the Art of Inscription to start self-studying the art of inscription, are you kidding? If this really worked, the inscription master would probably run around like a piglet. There is no doubt that in Lin Xiaodong's opinion, Lin Ming's study of inscriptions is simply a daydream. Not only is it a waste of money, but it also wastes time. However, no matter how he persuaded him, it would not work. Lin Xiaodong had no choice but to lend Lin Ming his audition certificate. He was considering whether to pick a time to take Lin Ming to the clinic to see if his brain was damaged or he had mental problems. In this way, Lin Ming came to the Kung Fu teaching hall of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. There are 3 floors here, and the classroom area on the 1st floor is very large. However, poor Lin Ming did not know that the Kung Fu teaching hall of the 7 Zuanwu mansion is equivalent to the female toilet and is a restricted area for boys. The students of the Kung Fu have basically been all girls in recent years, because most of the girls who are interested in learning the piano are from aristocratic families, and they have been influenced by music since childhood, and their appearance and temperament are good. As a result, many noble young masters have moved their minds and want to pick up 1 or 2. It just so happens that these noble young masters can get auditing passes based on their status, so they often go to the Kung Fu teaching hall to audit. Auditing is fine, but some people in the classroom stare at the chests and thighs of the female students in the Kung Fu. After the class, they often ask the girls out for dinner and shopping, which annoys the beauties in the Kung Fu. Especially, since playing the piano itself is an art that requires calmness to do. Over time, the Kung Fu began to resist the entry of the opposite sex, especially some sneaky boys with bad intentions, who were directly kicked out without mercy. When Lin Ming entered the Kung Fu teaching hall, the class had not started yet, but there were a few girls exchanging piano skills. One of them was trying out a new song, and the lively and clear piano sound flowed out casually, lingering and meaningful, and lingering. Lin Ming walked closer to take a look. The strings they used were not made of silkworm silk. This was expected. Silkworm silk was expensive and rare. Moreover, strings made of silkworm silk were too tough. If one's cultivation was not good enough, it would easily hurt one's hands. These girls in Qianxue could not use them at all. When Lin Ming approached, the girl playing the piano was too focused to notice it, but the two girls listening to the piano naturally noticed it. They frowned and said nothing. Every once in a while, there would always be some boys with bad intentions circling around them like flies. These boys didn't know any notes, but they ran over and said they wanted to practice the piano to cultivate their sentiments, but their eyes were focused on the girls' chests. Seeing such boys made these girls feel disgusted. However, the girls were thin-skinned, and most of them couldn't bring themselves to care about anything. Many perverts would become more aggressive and even touch them. Later, the senior sister of Qianxue organized a group of sisters and drove out all the perverts who came to Qianxue to pick up girls on the day of a class. However, there are always shameless rogues who come back happily after being kicked out. They insist that they are here to learn the qin. Even if they meet up with girls after class, it is to discuss art together, and they have no dirty thoughts. As a result, this senior sister is also a ruthless character. The next day, she directly put up a sign at the door, which reads, "Men and dogs are not allowed to enter." This matter caused a lot of uproar and eventually alarmed the top management of the Wufu. It was only resolved after the intervention of the school. The school did not prohibit men from entering the Qianxue to audit the class, but whether the boy who entered was actually learning the qin had to be determined by the girls in the Qianxue. If they were unanimously considered to have bad intentions, their auditing certificate would be revoked directly. In this way, slowly, there were no more men in the Qianxue teaching hall. Lin Ming naturally did not know these illusions. He looked for a while and did not find the guqin made of Qianxue silk, so he casually wandered to the library on the side of the teaching hall to find out if there were any literature materials. When he left, several girls had just finished playing. They looked at Lin Ming standing in front of the bookshelf from a distance and whispered, "This guy doesn't look like a piano student." Well, I don't want to see him either. He has a shifty look in his eyes. He was just staring at Qian's hands. Not really. He doesn't look very old. He's only 15 or 16. Humph, in my hometown, boys get married at the age of 16. People my age are already mothers. The girl who spoke was only 17 or 18 years old. In Xian'an City, people usually get married at the age of 18. In the countryside, people often get married 1 or 2 years earlier. It's not uncommon to get married at the age of 16. Forget it. It's none of our business anyway. The senior sister will come to listen to the class soon. If he has any improper thoughts, the senior sister will ask him to leave. Of course, Lin Ming didn't hear the discussion of these girls, otherwise he would be speechless. The so-called looking at Qian's hands was just looking at the material of the strings. He had been looking for information. The exchange hall of the Qin mansion was very large. A large area on one side of the piano room was marked out as a library, which contained various musical knowledge and music scores. Lin Ming was not interested in music. He flipped through the books and finally found the information he wanted, Lyre List. Lyre List lists various ancient good zithers, including the origins of the zithers, users, manufacturers, manufacturing materials, etc., all with detailed introductions. Among them, there is naturally no high-quality material for making strings, such as silkworm silk. Lin Ming was delighted and began to read. Lyre List introduces the various properties and collection methods of silkworm silk. The only regret is that there are no pictures of silkworm silk, but Lin Ming can still roughly determine that this silkworm silk is the silkworm silk he is looking for. Lin Ming was reading seriously and did not notice that there were more and more female students in the Qianxue teaching hall. They naturally noticed Lin Ming standing in the corner. A man among a group of beauties was too eye-catching. However, Lin Ming did not look around and focused on the book. Although it was very likely that he was pretending, after all, he was pretending. He could not arrest someone just because he suspected him of being a thief. Originally, the lecture would have gone smoothly, but unfortunately, the eldest sister of the Qin mansion seemed to have a great prejudice against men. The name of this eldest sister was well known in the circle of noble young masters. The sign that said men and dogs are not allowed to enter made many young masters shudder when they recalled it now. Some people secretly cursed her to never get married. In fact, the eldest sister was good-looking, in her 20s, with an oval face, a plump figure, and long legs. But for some reason, this eldest sister seemed to have no interest in men, and had a very hot temper. Once, a pervert stared at her towering breasts and was kicked between her legs by her, almost killing him. After the eldest sister came to the lecture room, she found Lin Ming almost immediately. She frowned immediately, put down the gherkin on her body, walked straight to Lin Ming, and tapped her fingers on the desk in front of Lin Ming 3 times. How did you get in? Chapter 12 Senior Sister. People have auras. The same words spoken by different people with different auras have very different effects. For example, this senior sister raised her eyebrows, bent her waist, and banged the table and glared. Her aura was unprecedentedly strong. The little boys with dull personalities were so scared that they could not speak. Lin Ming was also confused by the question. He did not come in through legitimate means, and felt a little guilty. He asked back, "Aren't you allowed to come in here?" When the senior sister heard Lin Ming's question, she immediately got angry. "You are pretending." She didn't believe that those with the spectator pass wouldn't know the unwritten rule that boys were not allowed to enter the king mansion. She was about to explode when a gentle, sweet female voice came. "Sister Ling, what's wrong?" Lin Ming looked in the direction of the voice. He was stunned. The girl was wearing a white dress and her smooth black hair was tied up casually. She looked like a fairy. This girl was none other than Qin Xingxuan, the granddaughter of the Grand Marshal Qin Zai. At the trade fair, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan had a chance encounter. Whether it was the first family background of Cheyenne country, the 6th grade talent, or her own beauty and strength, people were ashamed of themselves. Although Lin Ming believed that he was destined to be extraordinary and would become a celebrity in the entire Cheyenne continent, at this moment, Qin Xingxuan was still unattainable to him. Not to mention him, even Zuyan was like a firefly in front of the bright moon in front of Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming was surprised that he didn't expect to see Qin Xingxuan at this moment, but this surprise was not the same in the eyes of the senior sister. It was a complete pervert. "A toad wants to eat swan meat," the senior sister complained in her heart. In fact, the little girl's mind is very complicated. Although the senior sister hates men, she saw that Lin Ming had no reaction when he looked at her, but looked like a pig after seeing Qin Xingxuan. This strong contrast made her very unhappy. She said to Qin Xingxuan, "This guy sneaked in to pick up girls. I was questioning him. Hey, where was your audience certificate?" The latter sentence was said to Lin Ming. After hearing this, Lin Ming was confused. "Pick up girls? When did I come here to pick up girls?" He said, "I am only here to look up information. Please do not speak without thinking and jump to conclusions." Looking up information. You read Cheyenne list. Are you going to learn to make a zither? Lin Ming was speechless and could only say casually, "I just want to learn." "Huh. Those shameless boys used to say that. What do you mean by understanding music and cultivating your sentiments? If you really ask them, they don't even know how many notes there are. This lie is really disgusting. You are interested in zither books. Well, let me ask you, how many kinds of zithers do you know and what each kind is? What kind of zither is suitable for high notes and what kind of zither is suitable for low notes? Tell me everything. If I am satisfied, I will believe that you are interested in music and are learning zither." Lin Ming was stuck on the spot. He knew everything about zither and music, but he knew nothing. If he was asked to talk about zither knowledge, he was at a loss. "Humph, lie to my face. You just picked up a book to pretend, but your real purpose is to pick up girls. I have seen many people like you. Where is your audience certificate? Hand it over." The senior sister stretched out her hand directly in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming was speechless. His audience pass was borrowed. Although the 7th Zuanwu Palace did not strictly control this, borrowing an audience pass was not in compliance with the regulations. At this time, Qin Xingxuan said, Sister Ling, forget it. It's just the first offense. There's no need to do this. Qin Xingxuan also thought that Lin Ming was lying. Of course, in fact, Lin Ming was indeed lying. The eldest sister naturally could not ignore Qin Xingxuan's words. She said, Xingxuan, you are too soft-hearted. You can't tolerate these guys. For people like this, I will confiscate their audience passes, which is a light punishment. Confiscate the audience pass. Lin Ming was stunned. He said, you seem to be a student too. The audit pass is issued by the school. What qualifications do you have to confiscate it? Humph. You are walking into trouble. I am indeed qualified to confiscate the audit pass. This is the power given to me by the school. In this small piece of land of King Mansion, what I say is what counts. Hurry up and hand it over, otherwise I will make you suffer. Lin Ming was also a little angry. He had never seen such an unreasonable person. He insisted that he was picking up girls, but he also had problems. It was impossible for someone who didn't understand music theory to explain a Qin book. The audit pass was borrowed, so it naturally couldn't be confiscated, otherwise Lin Xiaodong would have no way to explain. Lin Ming had no choice but to tell his real purpose. In fact, it was nothing. It was common for inscription masters to develop new materials, but they usually ended in failure. Lin Ming said, I am studying the art of inscription and considering using Qianxue silk as the material for the inscription art. Studying the art of inscription? Considering using Qianxue silk as the material for the inscription art. If this was said by a master of inscription in his 50s or 60s, the elder sister would not be surprised at all. But now, the boy in front of her was only about 15 or 16 years old. Developing new materials. Are you talking in your sleep? Only, when the inscription art is cultivated to the master level and the original materials cannot meet their requirements, will they look for new materials as substitutes. For a 15-year-old kid, it is good enough to learn the most basic introduction to inscription art. Developing new materials, please come up with some reliable lies, okay? The eldest sister sneered and said, you are kidding me. You think I don't know the art of inscription? Unfortunately, the person next to me is the most outstanding genius in the art of inscription in the entire Xian'an kingdom and even in several neighboring countries. You are showing off your skills here. It really makes me laugh to death. Xingxuan, let me ask you, have you started researching new materials now? Qin Xingxuan looked at Lin Ming in some surprise. She was about the same age as Lin Ming, so naturally she would not think that what Lin Ming said was true. She said, the art of inscription is complicated and profound. There are more than 13,600 kinds of primary materials that have been clearly recorded. It is difficult to count the more advanced materials because of the confidentiality of the documents. These 13,600 kinds of primary materials are enough for an inscription master to practice for more than 10 years to figure out the pharmacology and energy structure. I am dull and have not been able to figure out the properties and uses of all the primary materials, let alone find substitutes. The eldest sister laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I say, little pervert, what lies do you have to make up? Make them up as much as you can, sister is waiting for you. Lin Ming was extremely speechless when he heard this exaggerated laughter. Why is this woman like a psychopath? Was she abandoned by a man? Is she a psychopath? He said, I did come here to study the art of inscription. I just had a sudden idea. I don't really want to succeed. There is no rule that inscription apprentices who have just come into contact with the art of inscription cannot study new materials. Heh. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Okay, sister, I am a reasonable person. Today you will be convinced. Xingxuan, I don't know the art of inscription. You come to test him. Qin Xingxuan was a little helpless. The senior sister was indeed a little paranoid about men. This boy was obviously lying. He was so young, and judging from his simple clothes, his family background would not be prominent. How could such a boy have the financial resources and opportunities to come into contact with the art of inscription? Why did he expose him to the ground? She said, Sister Ling, let's forget about it. The elder sister said, Xingxuan, you are too kind. You don't know how we fought against those perverts. If we were soft-hearted, they would have taken advantage of us. Qin Xingxuan had no choice but to ask a few simple questions symbolically, thinking that as long as the boy could answer a little, it would be fine. My classmate, do you know who founded the Cheyenne Kingdom's inscription school? Qin Xingxuan asked a common-sense question, but it was this question that made Lin Ming speechless. Damn, who knows who founded the Cheyenne Kingdom's inscription school? How could that great man in the God realm have such a memory? Moreover, the introduction to inscription that he read was also about basic knowledge, and it did not involve the history of Cheyenne Kingdom's inscription. Seeing Lin Ming stuck, the elder sister smiled more and more brilliantly. In fact, when things developed to this point, it was no longer to verify whether the boy in front of her was a pervert, but this slightly abnormal elder sister was enjoying torturing this little pervert. You don't know this. Even I know this, what else do you have to say? Lin Ming said helplessly, I don't know much about history, but I know a little about pharmacology and energy structure. Pharmacology and energy structure? That is quite complicated knowledge. Even Qin Xingxuan hasn't finished learning the elementary materials, let alone the young man in front of him. Qin Xingxuan also felt that this person was a little unreasonable. She was wrong first, so she should just admit it honestly. What's the point of holding on? So she simply asked a not-so-simple question to end this boring and meaningless interrogation. After all, she came here to learn the piano, and it would be time for class soon. Although Qin Xingxuan's weapon is a sword, it does not prevent her from liking to play the piano. So classmate, do you know the nature and structural characteristics of the shock pattern? Chapter 13 Qin Xingxuan's invitation. Inscriptions can use tens of thousands of materials. By combining one or several of these materials and supplementing the inscriptionist's true essence, a variety of inscriptions can be drawn. There are 3,600 basic patterns and 4,900 basic inscription symbols. Through the arrangement and combination of these basic patterns and inscription symbols, there are also a series of variants, which can form a variety of inscriptions. The shock pattern is just one of the 3,600 basic patterns. Lin Ming naturally knows the shock pattern. In fact, the basic patterns he knows are not 3,600, but more than 6,000, almost twice the basic patterns known by the inscriptionists of Cheyenne continent. However, Lin Ming is not sure whether the shock pattern of Cheyenne continent will be too different from that of the divine realm. He stretched out his right hand, and the true essence gathered at his fingertips, casually drawing a series of gorgeous tracks in the air. The bright patterns stayed in the air for a moment with the support of the true essence, and it was this moment of lingering that made a complete and complex pattern appear in front of Qin Xingxuan and the eldest sister. This process was done every day, when Lin Ming was practicing the inscription technique. As he gradually coordinated the memory of the ownerless soul with his body, he could now do it in one go and with ease. Lin Ming asked, is this the shock pattern you are talking about? Qin Xingxuan was stunned, while the senior sister looked at Qin Xingxuan first. Seeing Qin Xingxuan's expression, she naturally confirmed that this boy was definitely not drawing casually. What he drew was most likely a real shock pattern. Was he mistaken? This country bumpkin and a little kid actually knew the inscription technique. Qin Xingxuan was really surprised. There are 3,600 basic patterns, and it is difficult for beginners to remember them all. Of course, it is not surprising that Lin Ming happened to know the shock pattern he was asking about. What surprised her was that he drew the shock pattern in a short moment, and even the lightness and heaviness of the energy in it were done casually, just right. This skill is difficult to master without hard work. She suppressed her surprise and said, that's it. Lin Ming said, the shock pattern is used for killing and is usually used in weapons. When a warrior uses a weapon, he will infuse energy into the weapon. If the energy is directly contained in the weapon to kill the enemy, then the increase is limited. However, if the shock pattern is added, the energy infused by the warrior will vibrate at high speed when flowing through the shock pattern, which can increase the penetration, thereby achieving the effect of increasing the sharpness of the weapon. Lin Ming explained the principle of the shock pattern easily. Qin Xingxuan had expected this result. It would be strange if someone who can skillfully draw the shock pattern could not even understand the principle of the shock pattern. Qin Xingxuan was also aroused by the desire to win. She asked, "Then, classmate, do you know the method and principle of drawing the inscription flag?" Putting aside the relatively simple basic patterns, Qin Xingxuan asked about the more complex basic inscriptions. However, these naturally did not stump Lin Ming. In fact, the basic inscriptions that Lin Ming understood were much more complex than those on the Cheyenne continent. He drew the flag easily and calmly. Although the basic inscription symbol was more complicated, Lin Ming's fingers did not pause at all. In just a blink of an eye, a complex inscription symbol appeared in the air, shining brightly. Qin Xingxuan was completely shocked. The basic inscription symbol was twice as complicated as the basic pattern, and the energy contained in it was more light and heavy. However, Lin Ming could still draw it easily, which was beyond Qin Xingxuan himself. Genius, this boy is actually a genius in the art of inscription. But who did he learn the art of inscription from? Judging from his clothes, he is obviously not from a big family. Could he be a disciple taught by some senior masters who live in seclusion in the mountains? Qin Xingxuan found that Lin Ming was full of mysteries. She continued to communicate with Lin Ming. The more she communicated, the more surprised she was. She found that there seemed to be nothing that Lin Ming didn't know. 3,600 basic patterns and 4,900 basic inscription symbols, adding up to more than 8,000 kinds. Just listing them casually, Lin Ming seemed to be extremely familiar with every one. Compared to Qin Xingxuan's surprise, the eldest sister was already dumbfounded. She was confused and listened to the two people talking about something that was completely out of this world to her. Then she saw Qin Xingxuan's constant astonishment and admiration. The eldest sister knew Qin Xingxuan very well. Although Qin Xingxuan was usually friendly and polite to everyone, in fact, her 6th grade talent and strong strength had destined her to be arrogant in her heart. Before this, she had never given such a high evaluation to any of her peers. In the end, the eldest sister was simply numb. She only understood one thing, that the boy's audience pass today could not be confiscated. Is this a mistake? Just kicking the iron plate, just picking out a bumpkin is actually a genius in inscription. The eldest sister was really going crazy. Gradually, Qin Xingxuan's tone became more respectful, from the initial communication tone, gradually changed to the tone of humbly asking for advice. She found that in Lin Ming's conversation, Lin Ming's insights on inscriptions and energy structures also opened her eyes, and sometimes even felt that she benefited a lot. Qin Xingxuan was more and more certain that Lin Ming was a rare genius in the art of inscriptions in a century, and the teacher behind him was definitely a master of his generation. Even his own teacher would be eclipsed by him. What exactly was the origin of this young man? Qin Xingxuan was full of interest in Lin Ming. Not to mention that communicating with Lin Ming would benefit him. Lin Ming himself and the mysterious teacher behind him alone had extraordinary significance to the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Xingxuan said, "My classmate, the piano art class is about to begin, and I can't chat anymore. It was a pleasure to talk to you today. If possible, after the piano art class, Xingxuan would like to invite you to the Mingxuan for a simple meal to discuss the principles of the inscription art together. Is that okay?" Qin Xingxuan's voice was gentle and her tone was extremely sincere. With her charming face, it was really hard to refuse. Lin Ming didn't want to refuse. Qin Xingxuan was not only beautiful and had a good family background, but also rare that she treated people well and had no airs. Such a girl really made people feel no resentment. However, Lin Ming's time was too tight. There were only 3 months left before the assessment of the 7th Xuanwu Palace. He had to use the inscription technique to make money during this time, and then buy elixirs, inscribe on the elixirs, quickly improve his cultivation, and then successfully enter the 7th Xuanwu Palace. Entering the 7th Xuanwu Palace was not the end, and there was also Zhu Yan eyeing him covetously. If he did not have the strength to match Zhu Yan, then there was no doubt that he would be trampled miserably. Listening to a piano art class that he was not interested in at all, and then having lunch with a beautiful woman, maybe he would continue to chat after lunch, and most of the day would pass in a flash. Later, he might have to leave a mark of the sound transmission note, so that he could contact again. Qin Xingxuan might ask him to discuss the knowledge of the inscription technique one day. For Lin Ming, this was a pure waste of time. After all, during the exchange and discussion, Lin Ming could not get any inspiration and new knowledge from Qin Xingxuan. So Lin Ming refused with some regret. "I'm really sorry, I have something else to do today, I have to go back." "Oh, I see," Qin Xingxuan said with regret. When she invited him, she didn't think that she might be rejected. In fact, Qin Xingxuan had never invited people of the opposite sex of the same age to dinner since she was a child, but there were countless people who invited her to dinner, and she refused all of them except for a few close friends. Qin Xingxuan didn't feel anything when she refused others, but this time she was rejected. She found for the first time that being rejected was a bit uncomfortable, even aggrieved. After all, although she was born in a big family, she was just a 15-year-old girl in her heart. The eldest sister felt that her brain was short-circuited by Lin Ming's rejection. There was only one thought in her mind: this guy actually rejected Qin Xingxuan! Exclamation point. Damn. There is such a thing. Is he really a man? Question mark. Chapter 14 Inscription begins. "Hey, you guy, stop right there. Do you know who she is?" The eldest sister was a little furious. Although the change on Qin Xingxuan's face was not obvious, she still noticed it. Qin Xingxuan was one of her best confidants, and she naturally couldn't bear to see Qin Xingxuan being wronged. This man was too hateful. Not to mention Qin Xingxuan, even if the Qin mansion picked out a girl at random, he would just wave his hand and a large group of men would come running over. This guy actually refused so straightforwardly. Is he kidding me? Lin Ming groaned in his heart. Of course, he knew Qin Xingxuan's identity, but he naturally couldn't say it at this time. He deliberately avoided the topic and said, "Sister, I really have something to do, I won't lie to you." "Who are you calling sister? I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you have anything to do, I'll send someone to help you." The eldest sister pinched her waist and blocked Lin Ming in front of her, looking like she wouldn't let him go if he didn't agree. Although the eldest sister's family background is not as good as Qin Xingxuan's, it is also a well-known family in the capital. Sending servants to do something in Qianxue City is as simple as eating and drinking. Lin Ming was speechless. This was too overbearing. He said, "My job is to practice. I don't have time in the past few months." The eldest sister wanted to say something, but Qin Xingxuan said, "Let this student go. Maybe his teacher called him." In Qin Xingxuan's view, Lin Ming's achievements at such a young age are naturally inseparable from hard study and practice. It is normal for his teacher to arrange almost harsh training content for him. Hearing Qin Xingxuan's words, Lin Ming felt as if he had been pardoned. To be honest, although his mind is more mature than his peers, it is not easy for him to deal with two beauties at the same time, especially since these two beauties are more powerful than him and their backgrounds can overwhelm him. Lin Ming was about to leave, when Qin Xingxuan smiled and said, "My name is Qin Xingxuan. If you have time to practice, you can come to the Marshal's mansion to find me. You are welcome at any time." Lin Ming's steps paused and he gave his name, Lin Ming. Then Lin Ming strode away. Qin Xingxuan didn't know how to write the word Ming in Lin Ming's name. Is it Lin Ming? Or Lin Ming? There are too many people with the same name in Qianxue City for such a simple two words. Point. After returning from the Qianxue mansion, Lin Ming was sure that the Qianxue silk used by Qiannan country to make pianos was the Qianxue silk he was looking for. As long as he was sure, it would be much easier. Qianxue silk belongs to the category of piano art. It is difficult to buy it at the martial arts themed trade fair. Lin Ming can only let Lin Xiaodong entrust his family to buy it on his behalf. As a large family with a little background, it is not difficult for the Lin family to get Qianxue silk. Of course, they need to pay according to the market price. From the book introduction, Lin Ming had a general understanding of the price of silkworm silk. The price of 1 foot of silkworm silk was worth 20 taels of gold. It didn't sound outrageously expensive, but in fact, it was, because silkworm silk was thin and light. If it was converted into kilograms, it would be exaggerated. 10,000 taels of gold might not be able to buy 1 kilogram. Lin Ming only had 70 taels of gold now, and he could only buy 3 feet of silkworm silk. At the trade fair, Lin Ming used 800 taels of gold to buy a lot of materials, but 60 taels of gold only bought 3 feet of silkworm silk. The weight of 3 feet of silkworm silk was negligible, which showed how expensive it was. Lin Ming pasted the calendar on the head of the bed and tore it off one by one. He planned to achieve a small success in the inscription technique while practicing in the first month, and buy elixirs for crazy practice in the other 2 months, so that he could break through the second level of physical training in one fell swoop, and even reach the peak of the second level of physical training. With the strength of the peak of the second level of physical training, he would not be better than Zhu Yan, but at least he would not suffer at Zhu Yan's hands. After practicing thousands of times with his true essence, Lin Ming finally began to formally practice operating the inscription materials. The initial experience of an inscription master is accumulated by burning materials, which Lin Ming cannot afford. He must use this pile of materials worth only 800 taels of gold to successfully draw at least 1 complete inscription room. Learning the art of inscription requires not only comprehension, a good teacher, and strong financial support, but also outstanding soul power. Because in the process of inscription, soul power is used to control the energy structure in the inscription symbols. Lin Ming's soul power was measured when he was a child, and it was also 3rd grade. 3rd grade soul power plus 3rd grade martial arts talent. For a non-martial arts family, Lin Ming's talent is good, but of course not the best. In the physical training stage, warriors do not use soul power much. This is the first time Lin Ming uses it. He starts to operate the soul power in the sea of spirit according to the soul formula in the memory of the ownerless soul and mobilizes it. Everyone has soul power, but it is not something that ordinary people can do. This requires soul magic formulas and day-to-day practice. Many inscription masters have finally memorized various symbols and basic theories, but when learning soul magic formulas, they always fail to get started. Soul power cannot be used, and materials cannot be used. As a result, they are not even qualified to burn materials. After Lin Ming operated the soul magic formula, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity from the depths of his memory. This set of magic formulas must have been used countless times by the predecessors in their lifetime. This familiarity remains in the ownerless soul, even if the spiritual imprint disappears. This saves Lin Ming a lot of effort. For Lin Ming, there is no need to worry about getting started. He gently stretched out his hand, and the invisible soul power pulled up the Qianxue grass juice that had been prepared on the side. As Lin Ming's thoughts changed, a drop of Qianxue grass juice appeared in various shapes under Lin Ming's control, sometimes being pulled into filaments, and sometimes condensing into crystal droplets. This feeling of being handy and as easy as using one's arm amazed Lin Ming. You know, it was said in the introduction to inscription that, if you want to learn the soul formula, people with good comprehension need a month, and people with poor comprehension may not get any results even after practicing for half a year. Every inscription master has his own soul formula, which naturally has advantages and disadvantages. Inscription masters cherish it very much, and may not teach it to their disciples, because the quality of this soul formula directly affects the degree of use of soul power, which is very important for inscription masters. There is no doubt that the Tai soul formula in the memory of the predecessor is the top soul formula. Even the inscription master of Qianxue continent is far behind it. In addition, Lin Ming himself is very familiar with this soul formula, and his third-grade soul talent can be used as a fourth-grade or even a fifth-grade soul talent. These are the precious treasures left by the ownerless soul. With 5 fingers, he gently formed a seal, and a stream of true energy was injected into the drop of sky-wind grass juice. Then Lin Ming's fingers flew in the air, and as the fingertips flashed, the drop of sky-wind grass juice fused with true energy quickly formed a beautiful and mysterious rune. The rune is smaller than a little fingernail, but it contains complex energy changes. For the same rune, because of the subtle differences in texture, energy strength, soul power, etc., 10,000 inscription masters will make 10,000 different runes, and there will always be some good and some bad. Lin Ming didn't know how the rune he made was, but he was satisfied. He began to draw the next rune, the essence of the Dimu root, using only half a drop. Lin Ming quickly formed a seal, pulling the liquid that had infused with the true essence to condense into a rune. However, at the moment when the rune was about to take shape, Lin Ming's soul power had a very small fluctuation, resulting in insufficient continuous output. Then, with a hiss, the half-drop of dark brown liquid turned into flying ash. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. It was a pity. It took a pound of Dimu root to extract such a small amount of essence. Several taels of gold were gone in an instant. This was the income of ordinary people for several months. It can be imagined that the stability of the soul power of those apprentices who were just beginning to learn the inscription technique must be inferior to his own. Failure was normal. If they succeeded, it would be a miracle. Several taels of gold were spent in the blink of an eye. Spending hundreds of taels a day was like playing. The inscription technique was really expensive. With the experience of a failure, Lin Ming became more careful. As his fingers formed seals quickly, one inscription after another continued to jump out from between his fingers. Of course, there were often failures, but Lin Ming's number of failures was constantly decreasing. Lin Ming drew quickly, but soon he found that his true energy was a little exhausted. His first level of physical training was too weak. Even with the support of the Chaos True Energy art and the top art of controlling soul power such as the Tai Soul art, it was still not enough to complete such a long drawing. With the shortage of true energy, Lin Ming's rune drawing could no longer be as freehand as before, and his mistakes increased. Every mistake was an extra waste of true energy. The true energy was getting less and less. Lin Ming's inscription drawing process was only halfway done, but he felt that it was difficult to continue. The true energy in his body was quickly drained. Without paying attention, Lin Ming felt dizzy, and the complex runes floating in front of him also vibrated violently, almost collapsing automatically. Lin Ming was shocked and hurriedly stabilized his true energy. Just a moment ago, cold sweat fell on his palms. This mess was worth dozens of taels of gold. Just for this gold, he had to persevere. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Improvement of Strength. While Lin Ming was maintaining the true essence in the rune, he was also using the Chaos True Essence art to speed up the absorption of the true essence. This double tasking directly led to Lin Ming's continuous mistakes. After 5 consecutive mistakes and 5 scrap materials, Lin Ming finally realized that he might not be able to complete this drawing. After a long time of futile efforts, Lin Ming finally had no choice but to cut off the supply of true essence. As a result, the series of mysterious runes suspended in the air were no longer bound by energy, and exploded in the air like fireworks, leaving a series of brilliant brilliance. Looking at this beautiful brilliance, Lin Ming's heart was bleeding. This was all money. Although he expected that he might fail the first time, he couldn't be carefree about losing dozens of taels of gold at once. The only thing to be thankful for was that he didn't use Qianxue silk just now, and this most expensive material was not wasted. His materials were probably only enough for 10 uses, that is to say, if he couldn't succeed within 10 times, he would lose everything. If other inscription masters heard that he wanted to succeed within 10 attempts, they would think it was a fantasy. It was the first time to learn the inscription technique. Not to mention drawing a complete inscription within 10 attempts. Even drawing a simple pattern successfully in 10 attempts was impossible. Lin Ming put away the residue of the materials and began to recall and summarize the mistakes he had just made. It was true that he inherited some of the memories of the predecessor, but the amount of true energy he had was so far away from that of the predecessor that he could not even support a simple inscription technique. Of course, although this inscription technique was very simple in the memory of the predecessor, it was still a complicated and exquisite inscription technique in Qianxue continent. Once it was drawn, its effect would shock even the inscription master. After summarizing the reasons for the failure, Lin Ming began to think of countermeasures. It was impossible to increase the amount of true energy in the body in a short period of time. The only thing he could do was to minimize mistakes. After all, every mistake was a waste of true energy. If there were fewer mistakes, not only materials would be saved, but also true energy would be saved. Thinking this way, Lin Ming temporarily gave up the materials and started to practice again and again with only his true essence. Lin Ming's idea was very simple. True essence didn't cost money. If it was all used up, he only needed to run the Chaos True Essence art a few times. Not only would there be no loss, but he could also practice the Chaos True Essence art at the same time. Is there anything more perfect than this? As long as it didn't cost money, he would have nothing to fear. If practicing 100 times or 1,000 times didn't work, then he would practice 10,000 times or 100,000 times. If 100,000 times didn't work, then he would practice hundreds of thousands of times. Until the process of drawing runes became an instinct of the body, then he didn't believe he would fail again. Point. Qianxue City, Marshal's Mansion. There are two most magnificent buildings in Qianxue City. One is the Imperial Palace, and the other is the Marshal's Mansion. The entire Marshal's Mansion is located in the northwest corner of Qianxue City, 3 miles long from east to west and 1,000 steps wide from north to south. There are countless rockery waterfalls, corridor gardens, and waterside pavilions. At this time, in the library of the Marshal's Mansion, an old man in a long robe with white hair and a youthful face was holding a golden bird cage, and next to him stood a quiet girl in white. This girl was Qianxue. Oh? There is such a person? Even you are willing to admit defeat? Yes. Qianxue nodded. The old man next to her was her master, Mr. Mu, the most outstanding inscription master in Qianxue City. Qianxue had a very good memory. She completely repeated all the conversations with Lin Ming at that time. After listening to it, the old man's face gradually became solemn. Originally, he thought that Qianxue was just being modest when she said that she was not as good as the young man. Now it seems that she is really not as good as him. Moreover, the young man's knowledge is too rich. He doesn't look like he is from the Qianxue kingdom. He may come from other places where the inscription technique is more developed. After introducing the conversation, Qianxue described in detail the scene of Lin Ming drawing the basic patterns casually. She couldn't create that feeling of being done in one go. Drawing the basic patterns with the true essence without any pause, and being able to grasp the weight of the energy in the instant drawing. Is that right? Mu was very surprised. Well, when he talked about runes, I felt that he was just like flowing water. As for the control of the weight of the energy, it was like it was imprinted in his mind and formed an instinct. Qianxue couldn't even compare to this level. Well. Mu took a deep breath. It was impossible to form this so-called instinct without millions of times of practice. Has this kid been practicing inscription since his mother's womb? Are you sure he is only 15 or 16 years old? Sure. Qin Zixuan said affirmatively. Incredible. Incredible. Mu Yi exclaimed, it is really amazing that he can have such attainments at such a young age. This boy has the talent that I have never seen in my life. But I am more curious about who his master is behind him. Mu Yi stroked his white beard and thought about what kind of hidden inscription masters there were in Cheyenne country and even in several nearby countries. However, after thinking about it, he couldn't think of any possible candidates. In terms of inscription knowledge, he thought he was the top one. There were many people in the entire Cheyenne country and even in neighboring countries who were on par with him, but there was no one who could definitely beat him. Mu Yi said, I can't think of anyone who can teach such an outstanding apprentice. If I guess correctly, the mysterious master behind the boy may come from a sect. Sect? Qin Zixuan was shocked. The Cheyenne continent is extremely vast, and there are many large sects that have been passed down for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The foundation of these sects is unimaginably thick. Not to mention the far ones, let's talk about the sect closest to Cheyenne country, the main family of the Seven Zuan Wu Mansion, the Seven Zuan Valley, which has an unimaginable number of masters. 12 years ago, the elders of the Seven Zuan Valley came to Cheyenne country, and even the royal family had to be respectful when they saw them. Qin Zixuan's teacher, Mr. Mu Yi, is naturally a top inscription master in Cheyenne country, but it is nothing special to be in a large sect. Mu Yi said, Zixuan, if you see this man next time, you must keep him. I want to meet him in person. This boy is not simple. Even if he has a master from a big sect, it is incredible that he can learn to this level at this age. Also, be polite to this boy. The master behind him may be a master that the entire Cheyenne kingdom cannot afford to offend. You must not be rude. Yes, teacher. Days passed, and Lin Ming tore off the calendar pages one by one. These days, Lin Ming practiced the inscription technique every day. He didn't know how many times he had practiced various runes, and he had already memorized them. Using soul power day or night made Lin Ming's spirit very tired. His eyes were always bloodshot, and his true essence was in a state of exhaustion for a long time. But the benefits were also very obvious. Lin Ming found that in addition to the improvement of the inscription technique, his perception became more and more acute. Now he is still working as a bone dissector in the Mingxuan. Even if he has taken a completely unfamiliar second-level beast, Lin Ming can keenly sense every change in the blade's force during the bone dissecting process, so as to calmly avoid a tendons and bones. With one knife, he can dismember the second-level beast with firm skin and flesh in just one stick of incense. At first, the staff of the Mingxuan were shocked and couldn't believe such a terrifying speed, but later they became numb after seeing it so many times. Now Lin Ming has a superior status in the Mingxuan, and he can work and leave work at any time, but his salary is as generous as that of several chefs. No employee is dissatisfied with such treatment. Although Lin Ming has privileges, he still maintains 2 hours of bone dissecting every day. This is a kind of practice for him. Bone dissecting is very beneficial to the use of soul power and strength. However, gradually, Lin Ming wants to work for 2 hours, because the Mingxuan does not have so many beasts. Yes, Lin Ming had already cut up all the stock in the warehouse. When Sister Lan, who was in charge of the kitchen, saw that all the beasts in the ice storage room had been turned into neat pieces of meat and bones, and each piece was of uniform size, Sister Lan was speechless. This guy is simply a machine. In this way, in the last 10 days of the first month, Lin Ming prepared the materials again and started drawing the inscriptions again. Chapter 16 Power Talisman. This time, Lin Ming was well prepared. Just in drawing low-level patterns, he was definitely a master. After mixing the juice of the materials, Lin Ming opened his hands, and a drop of Xianfen grass juice suddenly flew into the air like a spirit. Looking at this drop of green pearl-like juice, Lin Ming closed his eyes. All kinds of handprints and controls had already been imprinted in his mind. Combined with the memory of the ownerless soul, these complex operations have almost become an instinct of his body. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming moved. His 10 fingers flew like flying, and handprints were constantly being made by him. Because of the fast speed, his fingers became blurred. Drops of materials flew up like carp leaping over the dragon gate, and then, under the traction of Lin Ming's soul power, they quickly formed gorgeous and mysterious inscription symbols. In order to save true energy, Lin Ming almost manipulated another material to start a new drawing as soon as one material was drawn. However, even in this high-intensity and high-density drawing, Lin Ming's error rate was extremely low. Halfway through the drawing, Lin Ming obviously felt exhausted. After drawing 2/3 of the way, Lin Ming felt that his true essence was almost gone, so he began to practice the Chaos True Essence art. Doing 2 things at once inevitably increased the number of mistakes. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. In the end, almost every inscription had to be drawn in several strokes. Heavenly silk. It's done. Lin Ming, who was in a state of high tension, breathed a sigh of relief. This was the heavenly silk he needed the most, and he couldn't afford to fail even once. There are still 5 runes. Lin Ming counted silently in his mind, and his true essence had been consumed to almost the limit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Finished. The moment Lin Ming finished drawing, dozens of runes floating in the air shone together, and then merged together in a strange light, eventually forming a strange inscription of 1-inch square, quietly suspended in the air. Lin Ming was almost exhausted at this time, but he looked at the finished inscription floating in the air and was overjoyed. This small inscription was like his child. For it, he lived an inhuman life for a month and spent a lot of money before finally making this inscription. That senior named this inscription Powerful Talisman. Lin Ming was quite dissatisfied with this name, which was too vulgar. However, out of respect for this senior, Lin Ming did not change the name, and called it Powerful Talisman. Lin Ming took a piece of the cheapest talisman paper on the market, which cost 15 pieces of 1 heel of gold. He used the little true energy he had just recovered to make a spell, and the powerful talisman fell on the talisman paper. The golden light converged and formed a dim and simple rune, which looked inconspicuous. At the last moment when the inscription talisman paper was formed, Lin Ming used his soul power to change the appearance of the inscription, and finally formed a flame-like pattern. This pattern will be left on the treasure with the inscription forever, becoming a symbol. Many inscription masters will use it as their own logo, which is equivalent to a brand. Lin Ming set the logo as flame, taking the meaning of nirvana and rebirth in the flame. The path of martial arts cultivation is like being burned by fire. There are countless pains and dangers. Those who cannot persist have turned into ashes and annihilated into dust. Only those with a firm will can be reborn from the fire and become true dragons and phoenixes. Lin Ming carefully put away the talisman paper. He opened the window and the bright sunlight shone into his bloodshot eyes. Although he was so tired that he just wanted to fall asleep, Lin Ming felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. There are still 2 months and 10 days before the examination deadline of the 7th Zuanwu mansion. Another 5 days passed, and Lin Ming imprinted the last rune on the talisman paper. At this point, all his materials were exhausted, and Lin Ming made a total of 4 powerful talismans. Looking at these powerful talismans, Lin Ming felt a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. What he had to do now was to sell these 4 talismans. At the trade fair, Master Beiheng's inscription talisman could be sold for 1,500 taels of gold. Of course, this was due to the celebrity effect. Lin Ming's talisman paper naturally couldn't sell that much. However, Lin Ming was confident that the effect of his inscription talisman from the divine realm would definitely be better than that of Master Beiheng's inscription talisman. In the memory of that senior, although this powerful talisman was a low-level inscription, it was enough to be used on a human level upper level, 3rd grade treasure. If it was used on a human level lower level treasure, the effect could be increased by 60%. Not only that, this powerful talisman could also give the treasure an additional skill. Some very high-grade inscriptions could give treasures additional skills. As long as the true essence was infused, the skills could be activated, such as the energy attack of weapons, the increased defense of armor, or the illusion and sorcery of realm-type treasures. If Lin Ming's powerful talisman was engraved on a weapon, it would give the weapon a skill called Violent Strike. This small inscription is actually a complex array. When the user pours a large amount of true energy into the weapon, the inscription absorbs and stores this true energy, compresses it to the extreme, and then bursts it out instantly. In close combat, this move can cause very powerful lethality. Of course, because Lin Ming's powerful rune is not good enough, the amplification effect of the treasure will definitely not reach 60%. As for the violent attack, Lin Ming does not know whether it can be launched smoothly, because the inscription technique is too complicated. Once the finished product is made, all the arrays will automatically converge into a small inscription. Even the maker himself can hardly judge the actual effect of an inscription rune from the finished product. There are too many complicated structures in the inscription rune. As long as one mistake is made, the effect of the entire inscription rune will be greatly reduced. The next morning, after a night's rest, Lin Ming's true energy and soul power returned to their peak state. He asked Lin Qianxue about the addresses of some trade fairs and auction houses, and set off with the inscription rune. On the way, Lin Ming used some small change to buy a cloak and put it on to cover his face. Although the trade fair and auction house in Qianxue City have always had a good reputation and will not track down and disclose the identity of the customers, Lin Ming still felt that it would be better to be careful. After all, if all 4 inscription runes were sold, it would be a considerable fortune. If people knew about it, there might be murder and robbery. Lin Ming first came to the official auction house of Qianxue City. There are many auction houses in Qianxue City, and there is no one dominant one. Lin Ming chose the official auction house of Qianxue City just because he thought the official auction house had better reputation. As long as these 4 inscription runes were sold, he could earn enough gold to buy medicinal materials. However, when he really arrived at the auction house, Lin Ming found that he thought the auction house was too simple. Chapter 17 Frustration. The auction house has an extremely strict review process, especially for auction items that have been circulated among the public. Otherwise, if a fake item is auctioned, the reputation of the auction house will be ruined. The person who received Lin Ming was a middle-aged man. To be more precise, it was this middle-aged man who stopped Lin Ming and said, "Sir, may I ask what can I do for you?" Although Lin Ming was wearing a loose robe, his height was still a few centimeters shorter than that of an adult man. In addition, his immature voice naturally made it impossible for him to hide the fact that he was only a 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of such an auction house steward who had seen countless people. So Lin Ming simply said in his original voice, "I will identify the inscription rune." "Oh?" The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming with some suspicion. "Can I see your inscription rune?" In fact, the man's attitude was already very good. A 15 or 16-year-old boy came to the auction house to identify treasures, and the inscription rune was worth thousands of taels of gold. This situation was suspected of being a prank. After Lin Ming took out the inscription talisman, the middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw the inferior talisman paper, which was almost the same color as straw paper. This was obviously the lowest grade talisman paper sold on the market, with a dozen pieces for 1 tael of gold. Although the talisman paper itself could not affect the quality of the inscription, the status of the inscription master was such that it was naturally impossible to use such low-grade talisman paper. They often used high-grade talisman paper that cost more than 10 taels of gold per piece, so that they could match their inscription talismans worth thousands of gold. However, feeling the energy faintly emanating from the inscription, the middle-aged man was still sure that this was indeed a complete inscription talisman, not a prank. He glanced at Lin Ming and asked, "Do you have a certificate issued by the Inscription Master Guild?" Lin Ming shook his head. "Okay, follow me." The middle-aged man took Lin Ming to the appraisal room of the auction house. The person in charge of the appraisal was an old man in a black shirt who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Lin Ming noticed that there was a sign on the old man's chest that read Senior Appraiser. After the black-shirted old man took the inscription talisman, he naturally noticed that it was made of inferior talisman paper. However, he did not show any contempt, but calmly put on white gloves, and then devoted himself to the careful identification work, showing good professionalism. However, the identification had only started for a while, and the old man raised his head with a strange look, looked at Lin Ming, and then looked at the inscription talisman. Finally, he said, "If I am not mistaken, the strength of the person who drew this inscription talisman does not exceed the 3rd level of physical training, right? The inscription talisman will leave traces of the maker's true essence. The appraiser can roughly judge the maker's martial arts level through these traces. The inscription talisman drawn by Lin Ming is naturally of low true essence level." The old man judged that it was the 3rd level of physical training, because Lin Ming practiced the chaos true essence art, and his true essence was more condensed than that of the same level of warriors. If he knew that this inscription talisman was only drawn by the 15-year-old boy in front of him who was only at the 1st level of physical training, he would probably be shot to the ground. Lin Ming knew that he could not deny this, so he could only nod. The old man took a deep breath and exclaimed, "There are always talented people in every generation. It's amazing that a person with only the 3rd level of physical training can draw inscription runes." Generally speaking, inscription masters are warriors of some age, most of whom are above the bone-forging realm, and many have even broken through the vein condensation realm, and some are even warriors in the acquired realm. The 3rd level of physical training is probably just an inscription apprentice. It is not uncommon for an inscription apprentice to successfully draw a complete inscription rune by chance, but it is amazing to draw 4 identical inscription runes in a row. When Lin Ming heard the old man's praise, he thought the deal was almost done. However, he did not expect the old man to change the subject and said, "Although it is a complete inscription rune, if the maker is only an inscription apprentice, we cannot be sure of its amplification effect. You should know that inscription apprentices generally have a limited amount of true essence, and it is difficult to complete a complicated inscription drawing. If the amplification effect of the inscription rune is less than 10%, it is of little value. We cannot auction such inscription runes. Once its grade is not up to standard, it would damage the reputation of the auction house. Inscription runes can only be used on treasures of high grade, because only treasures of high grade can be infused with true essence by warriors to fight, and inscriptions can amplify the combat effectiveness of treasures by changing the flow of improved true essence. Therefore, the lowest that can be inscribed must be the lower grade of the human rank, and the value of the lower grade treasures of the human rank is generally more than several thousand taels of gold. Treasures are not something that ordinary people can afford. Even the children of large families have to wait until their cultivation reaches the stage of Yijingjiangujin before they can get a treasure. For example, Wang Yigao, although he had a good family background, was limited in his cultivation and only used a high-quality Qingfeng sword. This Qingfeng sword was not a treasure and was worth only 200 taels of gold. The number of times a treasure can be inscribed is limited, basically only once. In other words, after one inscription, it cannot be inscribed again. Just imagine, who would buy a treasure worth thousands of taels of gold and then use an inscription rune whose quality is difficult to guarantee to inscribe it? Therefore, there is no market for the inscription runes made by the apprentices of the inscription technique. Lin Ming expected this result, and he said, "I can only auction 3 inscription runes, and use the remaining 1 for experiments." After the finished inscription rune is made, it is difficult to test its results without engraving it on the treasure. Even the maker himself can only roughly guess that the increase will be between a few percent and a few percent. Many times, warriors who buy inscription runes are also relying on luck, so the inscription runes made by master-level masters are very popular, because they have a reputation guarantee, while the inscription runes made by less famous inscription masters are often ignored. No one will buy an inscription rune with unknown effects and take risks with their own treasures. The appraiser said, of course, this is possible, but you need to provide the treasures for the experiment yourself. When Lin Ming heard this, he was speechless. The treasure is worth thousands of taels of gold. It is impossible for the auction house to casually take out something worth thousands of taels of gold as an experimental prop. Of course, if Lin Ming himself is a master of inscription, it will be different, because the master has a reputation guarantee, and it will not lose money to take out the treasure for experiment. Moreover, the auction house is happy to make friends with such people, so it is naturally worth paying a little. When Lin Ming was the richest, he only had more than 800 taels of gold. Where can he get the treasure for the experiment? He did not bother to argue, nor did he say anything like, "Believe me, I will not let the treasures you provide suffer losses." He knew that saying so would be meaningless, and the appraiser would not believe him, because the true energy fluctuation of the inscription rune was too weak. Just like that, Lin Ming turned around and left the official auction house of Qianxue City with his 4 inscription runes. Sorry, we need a certificate from the Inscription Master Guild, or a document from the Inscription Master himself. At the Qianxue City Trade Fair, after seeing that Lin Ming was a teenager, the purchaser did not even give the 4 inscription runes a chance to be appraised, and directly rejected Lin Ming. This was still a good attitude. Later, when Lin Ming went to some private shops, the attitudes of these people were even worse. The trading shops that can sell inscription scrolls are definitely the shops under the jurisdiction of the big chambers of commerce. The shops often have 5 or 6 floors, with luxurious interior decoration and magnificent momentum. As for the prices of things, they are naturally ridiculously expensive, often hundreds or thousands of taels of gold. The clerks and shopkeepers of such shops are also very arrogant. If a god of wealth comes, they will naturally be polite and treat him with good tea and water. If it is a salesman or a poor person, it is good enough not to kick him out. Some of them are too lazy to pay attention to Lin Ming, while others wave their hands impatiently to drive him away. Where did you come from, kid? Don't make trouble here and delay business. Hurry up and leave. This is not a place for children of your age. Hey, that guest, do you need anything? Come in and take a look. Little friend, don't make me laugh here. You drew this on straw paper, a small flame on a piece of straw paper. You think this is the inscription technique, ha ha ha. Chapter 18 Lan Yunan. In this way, for a whole day, Lin Ming went to 2 auction houses, a trade fair, and in addition, there were treasure trading buildings set up by 5 large families, but in the end, he got nothing. Helplessly returning to the Mingxuan, Lin Ming sighed. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to sell a few inscription runes. However, this setback and ridicule were nothing to Lin Ming. The hardships encountered in training were thousands of times greater than these, and he had survived them all. As for ridicule, it didn't matter. Even Zhu Yan's face-to-face ridicule, and it was about Lan Yunan, family background, and cultivation, these sensitive points could not affect Lin Ming's martial arts heart. Putting away the inscription runes, Lin Ming began to practice Chaos True Yuanju. Although he had focused his main attention on the inscription technique for the past month, he would take time out every day to practice Chaos True Yuanju. Now, his Chaos True Yuanju has touched the threshold of the 1st level, and his own cultivation has reached the peak of the 1st level of physical training. 9 stones of strength training, a fist breaking iron and wood, this is the sign of the peak of the 1st level of physical training. 9 stones is 900 caddies, which is the peak of the 1st level of physical training. However, Lin Ming's current strength is no less than 1,000 caddies, which was brought to him by the Chaos Gangdao Sutra. Moreover, this strength is still growing, but Lin Ming is still stuck in the 1st level of physical training. After completing a set of Chaos and Yuanju, Lin Ming began to dissect bones. Now Lin Ming's bone dissecting skills have reached the point of perfection. The 2nd level beasts can no longer meet his training requirements. However, the 3rd level beasts in the Mingxuan are rare, and Lin Ming can't cut them, even if he wants to. In this way, Lin Ming thought of a way. He began to dissect bones with the back of a knife. Ordinary bone dissectors, even if they use sharp blades, axes, machetes and other extreme means to dissect bones, often take most of the day to dismember a second-level beast. However, Lin Ming used the knife back that was 3/10 thick to dissect bones for the first time. All this was indeed much more laborious. The knife seemed to be a hoe stuck in a quagmire. Every inch of progress required great strength. This forced Lin Ming to constantly challenge his physical limits and master the techniques of exerting force. In the past, Lin Ming could easily complete the daily bone-breaking task in one meal, but now, it takes more than 2 hours to complete. Moreover, after the bone-breaking was completed, Lin Ming was sweating profusely. However, the effect was indeed good. Lin Ming put away the cut pieces of meat. If the bone-breaking masters of the Mingsu knew that Lin Ming had completed the bone-breaking of a second-level beast with the back of the knife, they would probably not think that Lin Ming was crazy, but would most likely think that they were crazy. After a night of practice, Lin Ming was exhausted. He did not worry about the inscription runes and went to bed directly. After a night of deep sleep, Lin Ming got up early at dawn and went to the clearing in the woods of Dazhao Mountain to practice boxing as usual. He finished a whole set of boxing in one breath, and the sky in the east was just turning pale. At this time, a fat boy in white clothes and not tall came out of the woods. "Brother Ming, why did you ask me where to sell and purchase inscription runes yesterday? Did you really draw the inscription runes?" The person who came was Lin Xiaodong. When Lin Ming asked him this question yesterday, he answered without thinking, but the more he thought about it afterwards, the more wrong it was. Could it be that Lin Ming drew the inscription runes? Although Lin Xiaodong didn't know much about the inscription technique, he was sure that Lin Ming couldn't draw the correct inscription runes in this situation. The inscription runes he drew were probably of inferior quality. When he went to the trade fair to sell them, he might be beaten up as a liar. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. "Yes, I drew it." Lin Xiaodong's heart tightened. "Did you take it to those places to sell it?" "Yes, but I didn't sell it. It was expected that it didn't sell." Those people were not fools. Lin Xiaodong looked Lin Ming up and down and asked with concern, "Brother Ming, you didn't get beaten, did you?" Lin Ming was speechless. This Lin Xiaodong had a rich imagination. He smiled and said, "I did draw the inscription runes. I'm not a liar. How could I be beaten?" As he said that, he took out the 4 inscription runes he had carefully drawn in the past month, wanting to reassure Lin Xiaodong. But Lin Xiaodong didn't understand. After seeing these 4 inscription runes, his expression froze for a long time. The appearance of these inscription runes was really horrible. Although he guessed that Lin Ming's inscription rune would be inferior, it was too inferior. The paper was rough and yellow, just like toilet paper. Only a fool would buy it. Lin Xiaodong had seen several inscription runes before, and all of them were bright and shiny. Even if you want to copy it, you should copy it in a more realistic way. Lin Xiaodong's face was brewing for a long time, before he squeezed out a dry smile. He didn't want to hit Lin Ming again, but when he thought about the materials of several hundred taels of gold, he exchanged them for a few sheets of toilet paper, and the area was not enough for a trip to the toilet. Lin Xiaodong's heart suddenly ached again. This was really a waste of money. Lin Ming saw the change in Lin Xiaodong's expression and roughly guessed what he was thinking. He simply put away the inscription rune without explaining anything. He couldn't explain it to Lin Xiaodong at all. "Brother Ming, with your diligence and talent, it's only a matter of time before you break through the condensed veins stage. Why bother with all this?" Lin Xiaodong advised kindly. Lin Ming smiled and said nothing. Lin Xiaodong was right. Even if he didn't do these things, he would definitely enter the condensed veins stage. Even the acquired and legendary innate stages would not be too difficult. However, the path of martial arts cultivation is like fighting for life with the heavens. Time waits for no one. If one cannot quickly improve his realm when he is young, it will become more and more difficult to cultivate in the future. without relying on any elixir or spiritual objects, relying solely on one's own cultivation. Although the foundation is solid, it will inevitably waste a lot of time, which Lin Ming cannot afford to waste. So he needs to use the inscription technique to make money and take shortcuts. He said, "Xiaodong, you go back first. I still have something to do." "What? Aren't you going to sell those talisman papers again?" Lin Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I know it in my mind." While speaking, Lin Ming had already swept away dozens of meters. Damn! Lin Xiaodong saw that Lin Ming had disappeared, and could only curse helplessly. He knew that he was powerless to change what Lin Ming decided. Although Lin Ming was determined, many things were not subject to human will. Although there were many shops in Qianxue City, there were not many shops that were truly qualified to sell inscription runes. Adding a few auction houses and trade fairs, there would be no more than 30 shops. Lin Ming had visited less than 30 shops and auction houses, and was rejected without exception. An inscription apprentice could occasionally make a finished inscription rune with good luck, but such a thing had no great use value, and no one would waste the only opportunity to inscribe their treasure. However, although Lin Ming was a little disappointed, he was not hit by this setback. Gold will always shine, and all he needed was time. "You want us to consign this thing? Are you kidding? You are so young and don't work hard to cultivate. You are always thinking of crooked ways. You can't sell this thing at all. Go, don't delay our business here." A shopkeeper of Beibeodang waved his hand impatiently. The attitude of private shops is always much worse than that of auction houses. Lin Ming didn't care. He took the inscription talisman and turned to leave. At this moment, he saw a face that he was very familiar with and very beautiful, but he didn't want to see. Not far behind him stood two girls in goose-yellow dresses. One of them was Lan Yunai, who broke his appointment with him a few months ago and went to the 7 Zuanwu mansion with Zhu Yan. Lan Yunai had just arrived for a while. She looked at the 4 waxy yellow rough talisman papers in Lin Ming's hand, recalled the shopkeeper's words just now, and her face showed a complicated expression. Lan Yunai had never seen an inscription talisman. Even if she had, she would not associate these rough talisman papers with inscription talismans. She guessed that Lin Ming was reselling items. Some vendors who had little capital but knew the market would buy some things at low-end trading fairs and resell them to make some profit. This kind of work had little profit and was not very glorious. That's right. Lin Ming's family was not rich to begin with, and he had to support his martial arts training expenses. At the same time, he was alone in Qianxue City, and he had to spend money on food, clothing, housing and transportation. Of course, he was short of money, so he would think of some ways to make money. Thinking of this, Lan Yunai sighed. She didn't know what to say in this situation. She felt that anything she said would hurt Lin Ming's self-esteem, but she couldn't pretend that she didn't see Lin Ming. At this moment, the shopkeeper saw Lan Yunai and immediately came up to greet her with a smile on his face. That smile was completely different from the one he had shown to Lin Ming before. "Miss, what are you buying? Is the sword you bought yesterday still in good condition? By the way, why is the young master who came with you yesterday gone?" Obviously, the young master the shopkeeper was talking about was Zhu Yan. Seeing the shopkeeper's flattering smile, Lin Ming knew with his toes that the shopkeeper made a lot of money the last time Zhu Yan accompanied Lan Yunai. Lan Yunai didn't expect the shopkeeper to mention Zhu Yan at this time, which made her even more embarrassed. She wanted to explain that she and Zhu Yan were not like what you thought, but she felt pale and powerless when the words came to her lips. She was not a child. She knew very well that she would marry into the Zhu family sooner or later. Although she didn't like Zhu Yan, for the things she wanted, she succumbed to fate and chose to betray. After a long awkward moment, Lan Yunai whispered, "Long time no see, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Ming responded calmly. The matter was over and he didn't want to think about it anymore. "I'm fine? If I were fine, why would I see you here? a 15-year-old boy, suffering from the pain of training, struggling for a living, and being looked down upon by others. Is this really okay? Lan Yunai knew Lin Ming's stubbornness, but seeing Lin Ming's current state, she had to persuade him. Have you never thought about going back? Go back. Hatta, are you persuading me to give up martial arts? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that martial arts hurts the body. If you don't have enough money to buy herbs, you will become disabled. Lan Yunai sighed, her eyes fell on the talisman paper in Lin Ming's hand, and said, the money earned by reselling small items cannot support the money needed for martial arts. I don't want you to hurt your body. I know you don't want to hear it, but I really don't want you to have to lie in bed in the future. Hearing Lan Yunai's heartfelt words, Lin Ming smiled and said, thank you for your advice, but I won't give up martial arts. He picked up the 4 powerful talismans in his hand, pointed at a brilliant burning flame on the rough talisman paper, and said, martial arts are like this flame. Those who practice martial arts are burned by the flames. There are countless pains and dangers. Those who can't hold on will be reduced to ashes, and those who persist will be reborn from the ashes. Even if I am just a weak moth, I will rush into this flame without hesitation to fight for the 1 in 10,000 chance of nirvana and become a phoenix. What's more, now that I am no longer a moth. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he smiled faintly, put away the talisman paper, and left calmly, leaving behind only a lonely but proud back. Lin Ming strode out of Beibeodang, like a moth flying into a flame. This is his martial arts heart. He will stick to his martial arts until the day he is reborn into a phoenix. Chapter 19 Selling. The last stop was the Red Maple auction house. Lin Ming did not have much hope. Sure enough, the beautiful steward of the auction house declined him. However, the beautiful steward seemed to feel that Lin Ming was not easy. She gave Lin Ming 2 suggestions. One was to go to the Inscription Association to see if they were interested in buying them for collection and teaching purposes. There were not many apprentice-level inscription runes, because their success rate was too low, and 4 identical ones were even rarer. The other suggestion was to go to the market and sell these scrolls at a low price. Lin Ming did not go to the Inscription Master Guild. First, he was not qualified to meet a real inscription master. Second, even an inscription master would find it difficult to see the mystery in Lin Ming's inscription runes, because the inscription school of Qianxue country was too different from the inscription of the divine realm. As for taking the qualification of an inscription master in the Inscription Master Guild, Lin Ming rejected it, because the inscription master had to bring his own treasure and inscription materials, which was also impossible for Lin Ming. In this way, Lin Ming could only give up these high-end trading places and put the inscription runes into low-level trading places, that is, the market. This is also a helpless move. Lin Ming's scroll will participate in the transaction of the Fanshi as an apprentice inscription runner. In this way, there is no need to expect to sell it at a high price. Although the Fanshi is low-end, there is also an official trading center where various goods can be consigned. Of course, the trading center will take a 5% commission, but the official trading center has a good reputation and is not afraid of being cheated, so many people will choose to consign here. Lin Ming came to the trading center of the Fanshi. At first glance, there are a wide variety of goods, but these goods are rarely worth more than 100 taels of gold. The entry threshold of the trading center is very low. As long as the goods are genuine and the price is reasonable, they can be consigned. Lin Ming's inscription runner is naturally genuine, and no one denies this. It's just an apprentice inscription runner, so the value is lower. After the appraiser of the trading center made some appraisals, the fat shopkeeper gave Lin Ming a reserve price of 100 taels of gold. Hearing this number, Lin Ming was speechless. Damn, just enough. The material price of a powerful talisman is 70 or 80 taels of gold. The price given by the trading center is 100 taels. If all 4 inscription talismans are sold for 100 taels of gold, Lin Ming will have to spend more than 400 taels. Are you going to sell it or not? The fat shopkeeper asked impatiently. It is difficult for this kind of apprentice inscription talisman to have a market. People who can spend thousands of taels of gold to buy a treasure would naturally prefer to spend a little more money to buy an inscription talisman made by a master to make their treasure reach the strongest effect. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Sell, I'll consign too." Recently, Lin Ming had spent all his money. If it weren't for the salary from the Mingxuan, he would have run out of food. He can still accept losing a little money and only selling two. As for the remaining two, he will wait a little longer. He is really unwilling to sell them for 100 taels of gold. "Leave your address." The fat shopkeeper said that the trading center is only responsible for consignment. Only when someone buys them will they pay. It is not certain whether Lin Ming can sell these two inscription talismans. The low-level rental fee is 1 tael of gold, the medium-level rental fee is 3 taels of gold, and the high-level rental fee is 5 taels of gold. The rental period is 1 month. If it cannot be sold within 1 month, it will be automatically removed from the shelf, and the rental fee will not be refunded. The fat shopkeeper said again. "Damn it. He charged for the location, it's so fucking shady." He turned his head and took a look. The high-level rental was obvious, the medium-level rental was second, and the low-level rental was in the corners, and it might not be found, even if you look carefully. Lin Ming took out the only 5 remaining gold cakes from his pocket, took out 3 and put them on the table, and said, "Medium rental." What a thing! The inscription runes that he made, which were no less than the works of the masters, were only sold for 100 taels of gold, and he had to pay 5% tax and rental fees. He also had to look at people's faces. Lin Ming sighed. It was really difficult to move forward without fame. He weighed the only 2 small gold cakes left in his pocket and smiled bitterly. Forget about buying pills to practice, it was good enough to have food to eat. Without elixirs or herbs, Lin Ming was too embarrassed to ask Lin Xiaodong for money. He practiced the chaos true essence art alone in Dezhou Mountain, and the days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 days. The Fenshi Trading Center has always had good business. Some people with sharp eyes are happy to come here to buy things. They don't call buying things buying, but shopping. Picking out treasures from a pile of ordinary goods is the most fulfilling thing for Teobeyo people. However, Teobeyo people's expertise is in materials and herbs. It is difficult to see the effect of inscriptions unless they are used on treasures, so Teobeyo people never touch them. Therefore, there have been hundreds of Teobeyo people coming and going in the past few days, and Lin Ming's inscriptions have always been placed safely on the shelf, and no one is interested. Until today, a tall and strong man came to the trading center. He was naked, with muscles all over his body, and a 4-foot-long heavy knife on his back. He walked with a strong and rigorous manner. This person had a cold and resolute look, and his body was covered with scars. It was obvious that he had experienced countless life-and-death battles. Such a person was a real killer, and those warriors trained in the martial arts academy could not compare to him. Seeing this person, the fat shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. He was actually a strong man who had reached the peak of the 5th level of physical training and bone forging. This kind of person was only 1 step away from the stage of condensing veins, but even this 1 step was something that too many people could not cross in their entire lives. "What do you want to buy, sir?" The fat shopkeeper stood up and greeted him. The man did not speak, but looked at it by himself. The shopkeeper was very tactful and kept silent. The big man looked at it bit by bit, and it seemed that there was nothing that could arouse his interest. Until one moment, he pointed to 2 pieces of yellow paper pressed by glass on a shelf and asked, "Is this an inscription talisman?" "Yes." "Only 100 taels of gold?" the big man asked in surprise. The inscription talisman cost more than 1,000 taels of gold, and 100 taels was too cheap. The shopkeeper explained truthfully, "This is an inscription rune made by an inscriptionist. The maker's cultivation level is probably only the 3rd level of physical training. The amplification effect is not guaranteed, and it may be only between half and 10%. Half to 10%? The big man frowned. This was indeed a shabby number, but an inscription rune that cost more than 1,000 taels of gold was indeed not something he could afford. The big man's name was Tifeng. He was born in a civilian family. He only relied on the salary given by the army to support his parents and buy medicine for himself to practice. Naturally, he was not very well off. Not to mention more than 1,000 taels of gold. Even this 100 taels of gold was heavy in his hands. A month ago, Tifeng killed an enemy general in the bone-forging realm during a military expedition and seized the enemy's sword, which was a treasure of the lower human rank. The army stipulated that all spoils of war belonged to the person who seized them. In this way, Tifeng had a treasure, but this treasure was a damaged product. When Tifeng saw the sword, the tip of the sword had already broken. The effect of a broken treasure is extremely limited. When a warrior infuses his true essence into a broken treasure, the combat power of the true essence will be greatly reduced, because the weapon is broken. What disappointed Tifeng even more was that this sword had no inscriptions, which meant that its combat power was even lower. Tifeng had not planned to inscribe it. First, he could not afford the inscription rune, and second, it was not worth inscribing a broken treasure. However, when he saw this apprentice inscription rune, he was somewhat tempted. Generally, an inscription rune with a 30% increase in power costs 1,500 taels of gold, while this inscription rune with a 50% to 10% increase in power only costs 100 taels of gold. Obviously, this apprentice inscription rune has a high cost effectiveness, and most importantly, he can afford it. Tomorrow is the third round of the military martial arts competition. He will face a very difficult opponent. The more powerful the sword is, the greater his chance of winning. This military martial arts competition is limited to soldiers under 30 years old. Those with excellent performance will receive a considerable reward or be promoted to a high military rank. Tifeng has accumulated a lot of military merits. This time, as long as he performs well, he can be promoted to the rank of captain of 10,000 men. Moreover, the reward is also very important to Tifeng. 10 years ago, his mother broke her legs while collecting herbs for him to practice martial arts. Since then, she has been unable to get out of bed. Tifeng once vowed to buy the black jade paste, a miraculous medicine for tendon and bone healing, to heal his mother's legs. This black jade paste is worth 5,000 taels of gold, which is an astronomical figure for him now. Thinking of this, Tifeng clenched his fists. Tomorrow, the third round of the competition, the Grand Marshal Qianxue will be present at the competition venue. This is the first time he has seen this legendary figure. No matter what, the competition cannot be lost. Tifeng gritted his teeth and said to the shopkeeper, "I'll buy this inscription talisman." Damn, no way, he actually got back 95 taels of gold. Lin Xiaodai looked at a gold note in Lin Ming's hand with some disbelief. He was wondering which idiot was cheated by Brother Ming and spent 95 taels of gold to buy a piece of toilet paper. Of course, he was embarrassed to say this. "It's 92 taels," Lin Ming said. The trading center in the market was very quick to pay. It was handed over to Lin Ming the next day. 100 taels of gold, minus the 5% transaction commission and 3 taels of rental fee, there were still 92 taels left. An inscription rune worth at least 1,000 taels of gold was only sold for 92 taels, which made Lin Ming laugh and cry. The person who bought the rune made a profit, but then again, the person who bought the rune also took a risk, and he should be rewarded, not to mention that, if he hadn't been out of food. With more than 90 taels of gold, it was impossible to buy high-level elixirs, but it was true that he could buy some herbs for healing. Lin Ming shrugged and walked towards the herbal medicine store. He didn't know that at this time, an unprecedented martial arts competition was being held in the military training ground on the outskirts of the city. Tens of thousands of soldiers, wearing heavy armor but still breathing easily, stood in neat square formations on the 10-mile parade ground. Just approaching them, one could feel a murderous aura that seemed to be tangible, like a golden sword and iron horse galloping. These people were the elite troops of Cheyenne country, and any one of them was a warrior who could defeat 10 enemies at once. Opposite these soldiers, there was a row of seats. In the middle of the seats, a man sat upright. He was wearing golden armor. Although his temples were gray, he had a handsome face and eyes like a falcon, giving people a feeling of infinite power. This man was Qianxue, the great marshal who swept through Dongyang country 80 years ago. Qianxue himself attended this martial arts competition, which shows how important it is. The important members of the Qin family also attended the meeting, including Qin Xingxuan and Qin Xingxuan's teacher Master Mu Yi. Master Mu Yi is now 110 years old and has reached the middle stage of the acquired realm. He is one of the most skilled masters in Cheyenne Kingdom. Mu Yi is also a master of inscriptions. Even the king of Cheyenne Kingdom was very polite to him. In addition to the Qin family, the important members of the military would naturally not be absent. Chapter 20 Mu Yi's doubts. Cheyenne Kingdom values martial arts, and the military is even more so. Every 3 years, a competition is held to select outstanding talents for important positions in the military, which can also promote the spirit of martial arts. The masters who participate in the competition must be under 30 years old and have a physical training level of 3 or above. There are thousands of participants in each competition. After layers of selection and 3 rounds of competition, the top 50 will be finally ranked. Now is the final 3rd round of competition. After layers of elimination, only 50 contestants are left. These 50 will be selected through competitions to leave the final ranking. This is the last battle. The contestants who participated in the battle have used their best skills, and the entire martial arts arena is in full swing. However, the first competition did not attract much attention from the military leaders. The people fighting on the field were either not very strong or had a huge difference in strength. It was not until the 20th game that people were shocked, including Qianxue, who was very concerned about the result of this competition. In this match, one of the 2 sides is the general's son, who is 29 years old and has reached the peak of bone forging. He has made many military achievements in the battles over the years and is extremely powerful. He also has 2 treasures on him, a heavy sword and a battle armor. The heavy sword is also attached with the inscription of the Master of Inscriptions, and his combat power is extraordinary. The other side of the match is a soldier of civilian origin, named Tifeng. This person is not outstanding in talent, but his hard work and cultivation is astonishing. Moreover, he is fearless and daring to fight and kill on the battlefield. Now he has accumulated more military exploits than the general's son. Now Tifeng is also at the peak of bone forging. It is very rare for 2 soldiers to have such a cultivation at this age, especially since they have both been through the battles on the battlefield. It is very likely that they will enter the stage of condensing veins in the future. They are definitely pillars of the army. After hearing the referee announce the 2 contestants, a general in silver armor showed a gratified smile. The one who played the game was his son. Hatta, Laoli, your son has made you proud this time. Qianxue said with a smile. The silver armor general is his old subordinate. General, you are being mean to me. My son grew up in a medicine pot. Now he's at the same level as a commoner. It's really disappointing. Although General Silver Armor said this, he couldn't hide a smile on his face. He was obviously very satisfied with his son. Well, it's really good that Tifeng has achieved his current results, but it's hard for him to win this battle today. Qianxue said this because of the difference between their skills and treasures. General Silver Armor's son has 2 treasures, and they have been engraved by the Master of Inscriptions, while Tifeng is a commoner and can't get treasures at all. This kind of battle seems unfair, but the competitions in Cheyenne Kingdom have always been like this. Treasures are considered part of the strength of the warriors. On the battlefield, if you are killed by the enemy because of the difference in treasures, can you argue that it is unfair? The army cannot allocate a treasure to each soldier, so the soldiers have to prepare their own treasures. At this time, Family background becomes a part of the warrior's own strength, and a very important part. When Tai Feng came on stage and drew the sword from behind him, Qianxue let out a soft and said to Mu Yi beside him, "Mr. Mu Yi, the sword in Tai Feng's hand seems to be a treasure as well." Mu Yi touched his white beard and nodded. "It is indeed a treasure, but it is a damaged product." "Oh, a damaged product." After Mu Yi finished speaking, Qianxue also discovered that the sword was missing a corner and was indeed a damaged product. Mu Yi said, "The power of a broken treasure is naturally much weaker than that of a complete one, and Tai Feng only has one, while Li Qi has two. Their cultivation bases are similar, but Tai Feng's cultivation technique is not as good as Li Qi's. Tai Feng will still lose this battle." Qianxue said, "Although he is losing, it is not easy for Tai Feng to get a broken treasure. If he can hold out for 20 moves in this battle, he can be selected into the military hall and trained as a centered person. Xingxuan, watch this battle carefully. You are about to enter the 5th level of physical training. Although you are practicing the female physical training technique, all methods are the same. Watching their fight carefully will help." Qianxue's last words were said to Xingxuan, who nodded obediently and said, "Yes, Grandpa." With the referee's order, the battle began. The warrior named Li Qi launched the fierce attack right from the start, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, he had the advantage of cultivation techniques and treasures, and it would be unreasonable if he couldn't win the battle early. He used the Li family's unique skill, the 5 Mountains Heavy Sword. The sword technique was so powerful that the sword was as powerful as a mountain. Those with poor cultivation were directly overwhelmed by the momentum. Even those with good cultivation could hardly withstand such an overwhelming attack and were often crushed by the heavy attack. Li Qi waved the heavy sword in his hand, and a strong wind blew over the martial arts field. The treasure in his hand weighed 520 kilograms, which was a perfect match for the 5 Mountains Heavy Sword. If the opponent's weapon was not of good quality, the weapon would break directly after being touched once. Seeing Li Qi's sword coming at him, Tai Feng's face was more solemn than ever. Of course, he knew how powerful Li Qi's move was. He sagged his waist, took a horse stance, and held his broken sword with both hands. The true energy in his body poured into the sword in his hand like a flood. Facing Li Qi's heavy sword, he had to fight with all his strength. However, at the moment when the true energy poured into the sword, Tai Feng was slightly startled. The flow of true energy seems to be much smoother than before. Li Qi has had this sword for several months. Before this, he poured true energy into it, and it felt like pouring water into a blocked ditch. The sword can only absorb a small amount of true energy, and even waste a lot. But this time, the sword seemed like a whirlpool, absorbing as much true energy as it had, absorbing it smoothly, and without any sense of stagnation. How could this be? Tai Feng had no time to think about it. Li Qi's heavy sword was right in front of him. He shouted and slashed with one sword. He used the common military low-grade martial arts of the human level, Qianxue, against Li Qi's family heirloom martial arts, the 5 Mountains Heavy Sword. When the swords intersected, there was only a loud boom. The shock wave of the collision of true energy erupted, and the blue stone paving the arena was shattered in an instant. Li Qi flew back 3 or 4 feet, and Tai Feng also retreated more than 10 steps. Evenly matched. Tai Feng gasped and looked at a heavy sword in his hand with an expression of disbelief. He had never fought with Li Qi before, but he had only heard of Li Qi's name. After fighting just now, he realized how terrible Li Qi was. If it was before, he might have been slightly injured, but just now, he had miraculously blocked that sword. He knew very well that it was not because his strength had improved, but because the sword had suddenly undergone some kind of mutation. Could it be the inscription rune from yesterday? Tai Feng had no idea about the inscription technique, he only knew that it could enhance the power of the treasure. In Tai Feng's opinion, it was probably to increase the sharpness of the sword. After he had inscribed it yesterday, he chopped a few times on the tree, but he didn't feel much sharper. He was disappointed at first. He had never thought that this inscription technique could improve his sword's use of true energy. Wasn't that just an apprentice-level inscription rune? How could it be so powerful? Although Taifeng didn't know the price of the inscription rune, he definitely knew in his heart that such a powerful effect could never be bought with just 100 taels of gold. Li Qi also felt bad in the previous collision. He was surprised that the opponent could block his heavy blow and would not lose at all. This opponent was terrible. Not bad. Qianxue praised generously. Taifeng is very good to block Li Qi's 5 mountains heavy sword with a broken treasure and ordinary skills. What do you think, Mr. Mu Yi? Mu Yi stroked his white beard and frowned slightly. Although he was almost the same as Qianxue in terms of strength, he was an inscription master and his understanding of treasures was far better than Qianxue. In the instant of collision just now, he saw clearly that the broken treasure in Taifeng's hand was definitely not worse than the heavy sword in Li Qi's hand. The light that burst out because of the infusion of true essence was palpitating. How could this be? Looking at the grade of the broken treasure, it seemed that it was not high. Could it be the inscription technique? Chapter 21, Inscription Skills. Bang. While Mr. Mu Yi was thinking, Li Qi and Taifeng had another fierce collision. Both of them were violent fighters, and they fought hard. However, Taifeng fought Li Qi evenly with the broken treasure. The brilliance of the treasure in Taifeng's hand was even better than Li Qi's heavy sword. Crack. In a collision, Li Qi was a little careless and was rubbed by Taifeng's sword. Although the armor was also a treasure, the true essence contained in the opponent's sword was like an all-pervasive poisonous snake, drilling through the armor and reaching his body. This made Li Qi pale and almost spit out blood. This time, even Qianxue noticed the strangeness of the sword. He glanced at Mu Yi and said, "It seems that I underestimated the treasure. Is it a mid-human level treasure?" Mu Yi said, "No, it is indeed a lower human level treasure." Mu Yi tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. This was his habitual action when thinking. At this moment, Qianxue, who had been watching the battle quietly, said, "Teacher, is there a Grandmaster level inscription technique attached to this treasure?" Mu Yi said, "I have this suspicion too. I'm wondering which master wrote this. Even though the sword is broken, it still has such power." While they were talking, the battle on the field had reached the white-hot stage. Li Qi, who was slightly injured once, finally stopped hiding. He was ready to use the 6th move of the 5 mountains heavy sword. He had just learned this move not long ago and had planned to use it as a killer in the finals, but now he had to use it in advance, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pass this level. Li Qi held the heavy sword across his chest, suppressed the blood boiling in his chest, and said, "Your name is Taifeng, right? You are very good. You are proud enough to force me to this point with ordinary martial arts, but this battle ends here. Take my strongest blow." Kanglong goes down the mountain. Li Qi shouted, and all the true energy in his body was poured into the black heavy sword. The black heavy sword burst out with a heavy and thick orange-yellow light. Li Qi raised the heavy sword above his head with both hands and chucked it down at Taifeng. At that moment, a vague shadow several feet high appeared behind him. It was a Kanglong with bared fangs and claws. It has condensed into a Kanglong shadow. This Li Qi's 5 mountains heavy sword has reached the stage of great success. Taifeng's sword is hard to stop. Looking at the rushing Kanglong, Taifeng knew very well that this was the opponent's strongest blow. Although the energy contained in the Kanglong shadow was frightening, at this moment, Taifeng had no fear in his heart. Holding the sword in his hand, he could clearly feel the strong fighting spirit passed on to him by this old comrade. "Mother, watch me, I will definitely win." Taifeng had no distractions. He also roared, pouring all the remaining true energy in his body into the sword. At that moment, the true energy of the sword was compressed to the extreme, and then suddenly exploded. Dazzling light shone out, and the true energy rushed out of the sword like a volcanic eruption, turning into a rainbow light visible to the naked eye, rushing straight towards the real dragon phantom. Inscription skill, violent blow. Boom. With a huge explosion, an incredible scene happened. The real dragon phantom was chopped into pieces by Tai Feng's sword, and Li Qi also flew out with his sword, spitting blood. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. How could the true energy transform into a shape? That stream of light clearly turned into a real true energy, but the true energy transformation can only be used by warriors at the condensation vein stage. Tai Feng is only at the bone forging stage. How could he use it? At this time, in the martial arts arena, Li Qi was hit by Tai Feng and was knocked out of the arena. Tai Feng's true energy was exhausted. He supported his sword with one hand and half knelt on the arena. His eyes were always fixed on the flame pattern on the blade. This inscription, did it help him? He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the flame inscription, which was only 1 inch wide. A faint fighting spirit came from it continuously. This feeling made him feel particularly cordial. The referee was stunned for a long time, before he went on stage to announce Tai Feng's victory. This was really a big upset. Li Qi, who was highly favored before the game, was defeated by Tai Feng. Qin Zhao looked at Tai Feng deeply, and said to Mu Yi, if I saw it correctly, it was the true essence taking shape. How did Tai Feng do it? It doesn't look like a martial art. It's indeed not. Mu Yi took a deep breath, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He said, if I saw it correctly, it was the skill of inscription. It was the skill of the inscription master to change the flow of the true essence in the treasure through the changes in the formation, and finally send out the true essence to hurt the enemy. I can't believe that in the inscription school of Qianxue Kingdom, the skill of inscription is almost lost. The skill of inscription? Qin Zhao was slightly stunned. He didn't understand the art of inscription at all, but he had seen the skill of inscription. 80 years ago, when he led his army to fight against Dongyang Kingdom, he personally fought against the general of Dongyang Kingdom. He had seen the skill of inscription at that time. Unexpectedly, they met again after 80 years. He pondered for a moment and said to the soldiers around him, send the order, call Tifeng to see me. Yes. Tifeng did not expect that Marshal Qin would summon him in person. This was a great honor. You know, under normal circumstances, even generals at the level of military commanders were not qualified to directly ask to see Marshal Qin. Although he had gone through countless life-and-death battles, when he really arrived at the commander's camp and saw Qin Zhao sitting high on the commander's seat, he immediately felt a heavy pressure. He knelt on one knee and said, General Tifeng, I meet the marshal. Get up. Qin Zhao waved his hand, I called you here today, because I have something to ask you. How did you get your sword? Replying to the marshal, it was captured by the general in a fight with the enemy 3 months ago. Oh? Show it to me. Yes. Tifeng presented the sword. Qin Zhao took a look and flicked the blade with his fingers. A clear and long sound came out immediately. However, although the sound was long, there was a hint of disharmony. The knife is a good one, but if it's broken, it's broken. Qin Zhao showed the knife to Mu Yi. When Mu Yi got the knife, his eyes were fixed on the flame inscription on the blade. He reached out to touch the inscription, and his soul power penetrated into it, and he closed his eyes to perceive it. Mu Yi stood still for a long time without saying a word, while Qin Zhao waited patiently on the side. After a whole meal, Mu Yi opened his eyes and handed the sword to Qin Zhaoxuan on the side. Of course, he didn't expect Qin Zhaoxuan to see anything, but just wanted her to feel the work of this master. Qin Zhaoxuan held the knife in front of her, and her soul power sank into the flame inscription. Because she was too focused, her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but to jump slightly. How is it? Mu Yi asked Qin Zhaoxuan. Qin Zhaoxuan said, Zhaoxuan is dull and could not see anything. I just felt that this inscription was extremely profound and should have been written by a master. Mu Yi said, it's normal that you can't see it. After the inscription is engraved, the formation in it will be hidden in the treasure and it will be difficult to see clearly. Especially this inscription itself is mysterious and complex, which makes people amazing. If there were unused inscription symbols, I could get more things. After Mu Yi finished speaking, Tifeng said, reporting to the marshal, when I bought this inscription symbol in the store, it was sold in pairs. I was short of money, so I only bought one. If Lord Mu Yi needs it, you can go to the store to buy another one. Heh. Qianxue was slightly surprised. Did you buy this inscription? Wasn't it originally on the knife? Yes, I engraved it myself, just yesterday. Mu Yi became excited when he heard Tifeng's words, and he asked, where did you buy it? The market. Market. Mu Yi was slightly startled. In his impression, the goods sold in the market were worth at most 1 or 200 taels of gold. How could they sell inscription runes? Moreover, considering Tifeng's family background, he didn't seem like someone who could afford inscription runes. So Mu Yi asked in confusion, as far as I know, your family background is ordinary. How can you afford such an expensive inscription rune? Tifeng was slightly startled and said truthfully, well, when I bought this inscription rune, it was priced at only 100 taels of gold. I can still afford this money. How much more? Mu Yi, who was always calm, widened his eyes. 100 taels of gold. You said this inscription rune was priced at only 100 taels of gold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Apprentice Inscription Rune. Tifeng did not expect Mu Yi to react so strongly. He said, it is indeed only 100 taels of gold. The boss of the market said that the inscription was made by an apprentice. Apprentice? God! Mu Yi was shocked, but after thinking about it, it was impossible for an apprentice to make it. It should be the misjudgment of the market boss. But who is so wasteful that he sells the Grandmaster level inscription worth thousands of taels of gold as cabbage? Take me to see it. Yes, sir. In this way, Mr. Mu Yi took Qianxue and took a carriage to the market under the guidance of Tifeng. There were not many people in Qianxue City who did not know the King Mansion's carriage. The 4 snow dragon horses ran on the street. Pedestrians stopped to watch wherever they passed, and the carriages that were originally traveling on the street would also stop and pull over. This was a respect for martial Qin. The afternoon sunshine in summer always seems to bring a bit of laziness, making people feel weak and unwilling to move. In the trading center of Fangxi, the fat shopkeeper who received Lin Ming before moved a rocking chair to the door, lay on the rocking chair, took a palm leaf fan to cover his face, and was about to fall asleep in a daze. Today's business is a bit quiet. The fat shopkeeper is considering whether to close the shop early in the afternoon. At this moment, a crisp sound of horse hooves disturbed the fat shopkeeper's nap. He opened his eyes unhappily and was about to scold who was riding a horse in Fangxi. Didn't he know that riding a horse was not allowed here? However, when he opened his eyes and saw the 4 snow-white, hairless snow dragon horses, and the logo of the Golden Spear Knight's shield on the carriage, the fat shopkeeper almost rolled off the chair. My goodness, Grandong, the carriage of the marshal's mansion. The fat shopkeeper stood up quickly. Why would the carriage of the marshal's mansion come to Fangxi? He was wondering, but was surprised to see the carriage stopped right at his door. Oh my God, no way. Is the owner of this carriage coming for his store? When the curtain of the carriage was lifted, the fat shopkeeper saw the old man and the beautiful girl coming out of the carriage, and his calves were trembling. Mr. Mu Yi. Miss Qin. How did these 2 living Buddhas from Qianxue City come to his small temple? Is this it? Qianxue asked Tifeng. She was also very excited to know that the inscription talisman could still be bought. Qianxue had a great interest in the inscription technique since she was a child. Seeing the battle between Tifeng and Li Qi, the inscription technique made her yearn for it. It's here, Tifeng said, and then led the way, taking Qianxue and Mu Yi into the store. At this time, the fat shopkeeper's meatball-like body had stood as straight as a benchmark, and he didn't dare to breathe. "Shopkeeper, I bought an inscription talisman here yesterday, do you remember?" Feng was a 5th-level physical practitioner, and he looked like an iron tower, with a fierce aura all over his body. The fat shopkeeper had a deep impression of him and naturally would not forget it. He nodded like pounding garlic. I remember, it was an apprentice-level inscription talisman, 100 taels of gold." The fat shopkeeper felt a little guilty when he said this. Could it be that the apprentice-level inscription talisman he sold had a problem, and these people came to settle accounts with him? Damn it, he really shouldn't sell these unreliable things just to make some rental fees, but that's not right. Even if an apprentice-level inscription talisman is a second-grade one, it shouldn't involve the marshal's mansion. What's going on? There's another one, where is it? Mu asked impatiently. The fat shopkeeper hurriedly pointed to the corner of the shelf, where a rough and yellowed inscription talisman was pressed by glass. Mu took 2 steps at a time and came directly to the front of the shelf. He lifted the glass and carefully picked up the inscription rune. Feeling the fluctuation of the true essence in the inscription rune, Mu took a breath of cold air and his eyes were full of shock. "What's wrong, teacher?" Qin Xingxuan also came over. "This inscription rune." Mu took a few deep breaths to calm down and said in disbelief, "The fluctuation of the true essence on this inscription will not exceed the 3rd level of the body training period, or even lower." Qin Xingxuan was shocked and took the inscription rune. His soul power sank into it. It was true. Before, Feng said that the inscription rune was just the work of an apprentice of the inscription technique. Qin Xingxuan didn't believe it. Now it seems that it may be true, but this shouldn't be the case. She said, "Is it possible that a master of inscriptions deliberately suppressed his true essence to below the 3rd level of physical training and drew this inscription?" Mu said, "The true essence of a warrior in the condensation vein stage or the acquired realm is qualitatively different from that of a low-level physical training warrior. It is difficult to suppress it. Even if the painter has a secret method to suppress it, it is not necessary. The effect of the work drawn by suppressing the true essence is naturally greatly reduced. I don't know what the meaning of his doing this is." After listening to the 2 people's discussion, the fat shopkeeper's brain short-circuited. He originally thought that this inscription rune might have caused some trouble, which led these people to investigate here. As a result, from what the 2 people said, it seemed that this inscription rune was too awesome, so they came here to investigate. This is Mr. Mu, the top 3 inscription masters in the entire Qianxue kingdom. How valuable must the inscription rune that even shot him be? Thinking of this, the fat shopkeeper regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he should have bought all these inscription runes. But, how could that boy who looked like a poor boy get such a powerful inscription rune? "Shopkeeper, who sent this inscription talisman? Do you remember?" I remember. The fat shopkeeper nodded hurriedly. "A boy of 15 or 16 years old, dressed in ordinary clothes. I still have his address." The fat shopkeeper immediately began to look through the records. In order to contact the consignor, the trading center would leave an address. A boy of 15 or 16 years old. Qin Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She almost immediately thought of Lin Ming. Could it be that the mysterious boy who had amazed her in Qin Mansion was him? A cultivation level below the 3rd level of physical training or even lower, an apprentice of inscription art. Could this inscription talisman be made by him? Realizing this, Qin Xingxuan's heart trembled. If so, the word genius is not enough to describe him. He is a complete monster. At this time, the fat shopkeeper had already frantically turned out the address book and looked for the shelf number. The shopkeeper stammered, "The Mingxuan, the boy lives in the Mingxuan, and the consignment time was 8 days ago." "The Mingxuan? Let's go," Mu said. Several people quickly got on the carriage. Qin Xingxuan said with some concern, "It has been consigned for 8 days. I wonder if he's still living in domination. People usually don't stay in such places for long. Qin Zingxuan naturally thought that Lin Ming was a guest of domination. As one of the most luxurious restaurants in Cheyenne City, domination has both banquet halls and guest rooms. However, under normal circumstances, no one would live in the restaurant permanently. Chapter 23 Strength and Delicacy. These days, Lin Ming has been practicing bone breaking with the back of a knife. He used half of the 95 taels of gold he had taken back to buy medicine, so he didn't run out of medicine. Now, he can leave a 7-inch deep fist pit on ironwood with one punch, and the fist pit goes all the way up to half of his forearm. This force is no less than 1,500 kilograms. However, he has not reached the realm of practice and strength like silk, as described in the Chaos Gangdao Sutra. The so-called practicing strength like silk refers to the control of strength. According to the Chaos Gangdao Sutra, those who have mastered strength can punch ironwood with one punch, and the surface of the ironwood will remain intact, but the wood inside can be beaten into cotton wool. This realm of practice and strength like silk, Lin Ming has never touched the threshold. After drinking a bowl of freshly boiled medicine soup, Lin Ming took off his shirt and began to practice bone breaking every day. He used this method to find the technique of controlling strength. The kitchen was hot, and Lin Ming used the back of a knife, so the power consumption increased many times. While Lin Ming was practicing the Chaos True Yuan Ju drawing the knife, he soon began to sweat. At this time, he naturally didn't know that the inscription runes he sold had caused quite a stir. Point. Mr. Mu Yi, Miss Qin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please go upstairs. There are private rooms prepared for you too. Sister Lan had already known the news in advance and came to the front door to greet them. High-end restaurants such as the Mingxuan would prepare several special private rooms for the dignitaries of Cheyenne City. These private rooms were usually not open to avoid a situation where these dignitaries came to eat without private rooms. Zion, go and brew a pot of good bitchin' tea, and would notify the kitchen to prepare it well. Make sure to bring out the best level. Although the Mingxuan often entertains guests, there are relatively few people like Mu Qianxue, the top class in Cheyenne City, because, whether it is the Marshal's mansion or the Imperial Palace, their royal chefs are better than the Mingxuan, and they don't need to come here to eat. Qianxue said, no need. My teacher and I came here to look for someone. Oh? Looking for someone? Well, do you have a 15 or 16-year-old boy as your tenant? He's about this tall, and his last name is Lin. Qin Zingxuan gestured and said only Lin Ming's last name, because when a tenant usually checks in, they only register one last name on a check-in form, such as Mr. Lin. Qin Zingxuan guessed that Lin Ming might have checked in with his teacher, so in that case, the last name registered was probably not his own. 15 or 16-year-old boy. Sister Lan thought for a moment and asked Zion, have any 15 or 16-year-old boys checked into our store recently? Zion said, I don't remember. I'll go and tell the guest room to look for them. After Zion left, Sister Lan invited Qin Zingxuan and Mr. Mu Yi to sit down. After a while, Zion came back and said, I asked the guest room, and no teenagers have checked in the past 10 days. The Mingxuan is usually occupied by dignitaries, usually on official business, or to do business, and there are very few families, so naturally there are few teenagers. Mu Yi frowned slightly. Hasn't he been here in the last 10 days? How could that be? The boy should have been in the Mingxuan 8 days ago. Sister Lan thought about it seriously and said, there are very few boys, girls or children staying in the Mingxuan. If it's a boy named Lin, there is one in our kitchen. He has been here a month ago, but he shouldn't be the one Miss Qin is looking for. Sister Lan thought that Qin Zingxuan and Mu Yi came here to find a young master from a noble family. Although Lin Ming in the kitchen has some skills, his family background is ordinary and his martial arts skills are not high. He shouldn't have any intersection with the Marshal's mansion. Kitchen? Qin Zingxuan was slightly stunned. Well, he is a bone cutter, He is responsible for cutting meat. Sister Lan saw that Qin Xingxuan obviously didn't know what a bone cutter was, and then explained. Cut meat. That shouldn't be the case. Mu didn't have much hope when he heard this. How could an inscription master cut meat? However, Qin Xingxuan did not give up. She asked, "What's his name?" "I don't know. He rarely speaks. We only know that his last name is Lin. He should be working in the kitchen at this time. Do you want to go and see?" "Yes, take me to see," Qin Xingxuan said and stood up. Under the leadership of Sister Lan, Qin Xingxuan and Mu came to the kitchen of the Mingxuan. After entering, Qin Xingxuan felt a wave of heat coming at her. It was the end of summer, and the kitchen was about to start cooking. The heat was inevitable. Qin Xingxuan used his true energy to dispel the heat and walked in with Sister Lan. The chefs in the kitchen cast astonished eyes one after another, and some young men were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. In places like the Mingxuan where dignitaries often come and go, the guys have a wide range of knowledge. Many people recognized Qin Xingxuan. For a while, their brains were a little confused. How could this proud girl who was known to everyone in Cheyenne City come to the kitchen of the Mingxuan? At this time, Sister Lan pointed to a room in the corner of the kitchen and said, "That's it. The kitchen of the Mingxuan is very large. Lin Ming works in a separate room. The meat he cuts here will be sent to the freezer for storage." The door was open. Qin Xingxuan looked over and saw a boy wearing a pair of blue pants and bare-chested, holding a very ordinary bone knife, chopping a pile of hideous bones. The boy had his back to Qin Xingxuan. From behind, the boy's back muscles were well proportioned and toned, and his skin showed a healthy luster due to years of sun exposure and exercise. At this time, perhaps due to the heat in the kitchen, or perhaps due to physical exhaustion, the boy's back was covered with beads of sweat, and he looked like a heart-pounding beauty of strength. "Is he Lin Ming?" Qin Xingxuan was not sure. She walked a few steps closer and saw the boy's profile. His face was tender and resolute. At first glance, it was not eye-catching, but if you calm down and appreciate it, you can feel that his eyebrows reveal a little bit of pride and sharpness, which cannot be ignored. Although it was only a small part, Qin Xingxuan still felt Lin Ming's focused and sharp eyes. This look overlapped with the eyes of the young man that Qin Xingxuan saw in Qin Mansion that day. For some reason, Qin Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't imagine how the delicate and complicated inscription technique that required soul power to control delicately, and a vulgar and barbaric chopping of animal bones that required brute force, these two completely contradictory things could appear in one person at the same time. The sharp contrast between this complex mysterious beauty and the simple beauty of power made her feel instantly submerged. At this moment, Lin Ming turned around. There would be many people coming in and out of the kitchen every day. Lin Ming never paid attention to these people when he was practicing, but this time was different. He felt that someone was observing him from behind, and this person might be coming for him. However, when he saw that the person was Qin Xingxuan, Lin Ming was stunned. Qin Xingxuan? Why did she come to the Mingxuan? Looking for him. At this time, Qin Xingxuan noticed the knife in Lin Ming's hand. It was a bone knife less than 1 foot long and dark in color. It was nothing special. But what surprised Qin Xingxuan was that Lin Ming was holding the knife backwards. In other words, he had been chopping bones with the back of the knife. Her eyes shifted to the bones and flesh that Lin Ming had chopped up. The bone segments were of the same size and neat and even. Could it be that these were all chopped with the back of the knife? "Miss Qin, are you looking for me?" While Lin Ming was talking, he noticed Mr. Mu behind Qin Xingxuan. This made his heart shrink. He felt a power that made his heart palpitate from this old man. This was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. Maybe he was a master of condensed meridians or even a rare acquired master. "Little brother, are you Lin Ming?" The old man looked at Lin Ming and asked with a smile. Lin Ming nodded. Naturally, he couldn't hide this matter. He guessed that the 2 inscription runes he had consigned attracted the attention of the old man. Although Lin Ming had long guessed that his inscription runes would eventually attract the attention of others, he didn't expect it to be so soon. This could be a blessing or a curse. The blessing is that the price of his inscription runes will definitely increase greatly, and he will get a lot of gold for his practice. The curse is that his strength is not equal to the inscription technique now. Rhinos are hunted for their precious horns. Lin Ming has no ability to protect himself. He may even be put under house arrest by some forces and forced to draw inscription runes. Lin Ming thought about this carefully before entering the auction house. He had tried to disguise himself before, but he did not know advanced disguise techniques. He was only 15 years old, so no matter how he disguised himself, he would be seen through at a glance. What's more, his inscription runes would attract attention sooner or later, and then there would be a big force investigating him. He was a teenager of the first level of physical training, without any background. It was a pipe dream to think that he could hide from the powerful forces of Qianxue City with a simple disguise. So Lin Ming did not intend to hide it. He thought of another way. Chapter 24 Innate. So Lin Ming did not intend to hide it. He thought of another way, which was to fabricate a false master to deter others. It was impossible to learn the art of inscription without a teacher. Moreover, he had such attainments at such a young age. In the eyes of others, there must be an absurdly powerful master behind him. Then this non-existent master was Lin Ming's backer. Of course, this was also risky. There were many crazy people in this world who completely ignored the deterrents behind Lin Ming. Once he met such a person, Lin Ming would be in great danger. However, Lin Ming's martial arts was like a moth flying into a flame. How could there be no risks in the martial arts? If he was afraid of the slightest risk, he would never be able to glimpse a corner of the supreme martial arts. Mu seemed to see the vigilance in Lin Ming's eyes. He said to the people behind him, "You go out for a while." Soon, everyone in the single room left, including Taifeng, leaving only Mu and Qianxue. Mu casually laid down a true essence layer and said, "Little brother, I have no ill intentions. This is the soundproof layer I laid down. We can talk casually and no one outside will hear us. I want to ask you, did you draw the fiery inscription rune?" Inscription masters are used to using the icons on the inscription runes or the functions of the inscription runes as the names of the inscription runes. There is a ball of flame on Lin Ming's inscription rune, so Mu called it the fiery inscription rune. Qianxue also held her breath at this time, looking at Lin Ming with bright eyes without blinking, waiting for his answer. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I drew it." Since he wanted to pretend, he naturally had to pretend thoroughly. Only, when he was stronger, the master behind him would be imagined to be stronger. Although he had expected it in his heart, after getting Lin Ming's affirmative answer, Mu still took a breath, especially Qianxue, who felt a strong shock in his mind. As an inscription master, she knew very well how difficult it was to become an inscription master at the age of 15. Qianxue has always understood that there are always people who are better than you. Qianxue country is just a very small country in Qianxue continent. She is a first-class girl of heaven in Qianxue country, but if she goes out, she may just be one of the countless geniuses like the sands of Yangtze River. However, Qianxue has never left Qianxue country after all. None of her peers around her, even those who are called geniuses, can catch up with 1/10 of her. With a 6th grade martial arts talent and the leading talent in inscription art in Qianxue country, Qianxue has gathered thousands of favors from heaven. She has never found even a little frustration among her peers. Growing up in such an environment, Qianxue inevitably has a hidden pride in her heart. But today, she was defeated by a boy of the same age as him. Although the boy's strength is far inferior to hers, his attainments in inscription art are far beyond hers. In inscription art, if she is just a fledgling who has just learned to fly, then he is already a hawk soaring in the sky. The gap is too big. However, despite being defeated, Qianxue did not feel frustrated. Only with an opponent can one have the motivation to move forward. Qin Zixuan was full of curiosity about this young man. She also hoped to become friends with this young man, learn more knowledge and improve her level of inscription skills through future exchanges and discussions. However, when she thought about her previous invitation being rejected, Qin Zixuan felt a little lost and wronged. Girls are thin-skinned and beautiful. Proud girls from aristocratic families are even more so. So, although she wanted to be friends with Lin Ming, because of that incident, she would not take the initiative to invite Lin Ming again. After Mu Yi got Lin Ming's affirmative answer, it took a while for him to recover from the shock. This was really unbelievable for him. He originally guessed that the cultivation level of the person who drew the inscription rune was no more than the 3rd level of physical training. Now it seems that he was still wrong. Lin Ming's cultivation level was only the peak of the 1st level of physical training, but because of his own condensed true essence and solid foundation, he created such an illusion. With such condensed true essence, I am afraid that this young man is also practicing the top-level exercises, which can only be found in large sects. Moreover, this young man usually practices very hard. For example, he is now using the back of a knife to dismember the beast, which is probably a kind of practice. This young man is very likely to be from a large sect, and there must be an absurdly powerful master behind him. Thinking of this, Mu Yi took a deep breath and asked in a very respectful tone, "Excuse me, what is your master's name?" Mu Yi has an extraordinary status in Qianxue country. Even when he meets the emperor, he does not need to bow. Using such a respectful tone is enough to show that he has a deep respect for the mysterious master behind Lin Ming from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ming said in embarrassment, "Sorry, senior, my master once said that his name should not be revealed. In fact, even my parents don't know that I have a senior as my master. It was only when I was 12 years old that my master found me and taught me skills." Lin Ming has lived in Qianxue City since he was a child. This is easy to find out, so he said this to avoid suspicion. Mu Yi said, "I am rude. Such a senior master should be traveling around the world. It is difficult for mortals to see his whereabouts. I shouldn't ask rashly. Speaking of which, your inscription skills are so outstanding. It doesn't seem like you are from the Qianxue kingdom. Your master is from the sect, right?" Mu Yi said that he would not ask about Lin Ming's master, but he still wanted to ask for more information. After all, such legendary martial arts masters are rarely seen at ordinary times, and once you see them, it may be your chance. Mu Yi has been trapped in the postnatal realm for a long time. There is no warrior who does not hope to go further. However, if there is no one to guide him, it is too difficult to take this step. In the 80 years since the reconstruction of Qianxue Kingdom, many warriors in the condensed veins realm have emerged, and among them, there are even more talented masters who have entered the postnatal realm. However, if we don't count those peerless geniuses who passed the selection of the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion and finally entered the 7 Zuan Valley of the major sect, Qianxue Kingdom has not had a congenital master in the past 80 years. If the bone-tempering realm to vein-condensing realm is a hurdle, then the gap from the acquired to the innate is a natural chasm. If you don't rely on the sect, and only rely on personal exploration, the possibility of crossing the innate is almost zero. It's too late for Mu Yi to enter the sect now. His only hope is to meet a senior who can give him some pointers and have a glimmer of hope to impact the innate. He doesn't ask to reach the innate in the end, but at least let him see the direction of his efforts, so that he won't be at a loss as to the goal. Lin Ming said, "Master is just a hermit. He once entered the sect." Mu Yi was very envious after hearing this. He had no chance to enter the sect, and Lin Ming's master had already abandoned the sect. He said, "After abandoning the sect and traveling, your master's cultivation must have reached a very high level. Maybe even above the innate? For Mu Yi, the innate is already very far away. He has never heard of a warrior without a sect who has entered the innate alone. As for above the innate, that is an even more distant realm." After hearing these questions from Yu Yi, Lin Ming finally understood that the old man was very interested in the so-called master behind him, and seeing the eagerness in his eyes, he would inevitably ask him questions in the future. It would be difficult for him to pretend. After all, Mu Yi was so old, and he was not so easy to fool. Thinking of this, Lin Ming considered talking about some of the memories left in the soul of the predecessor. Although these memories were about the understanding of martial arts, they were incomplete and no longer had much value, but they were still very bluffing. Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, I don't know what realm the old master has reached, but the master once said that the martial arts path is divided into two major parts, and he has been staying in the second part now. Oh? Which two parts? Mu Yi's eyes lit up, afraid of missing a word. He knew that this opportunity to listen to the opinions of the predecessors was very precious. Including Qianxue, he also flashed bright eyes, staring at Lin Ming without blinking, listening attentively. Chapter 25, The End. Lin Ming said, Martial arts is divided into two parts, martial and Tao. One is to cultivate martial arts, and the other is to realize Tao. To cultivate martial arts is to cultivate the body, and to realize Tao is to cultivate the soul. Master often said that the world is an endless sea of suffering, and martial artists compete to cross the sea of suffering. The body is the boat to cross the sea, and the soul is the oar to move the boat. Without cultivating the body, the ferry is not strong and it is easy to capsize when encountering wind and waves. Without cultivating the soul, the power is insufficient, and even if the end of life comes, it will not be able to reach the other side. And the transition from cultivating the body to cultivating the soul is the transition from the acquired to the innate. Before the acquired, the warrior has been cultivating the body. After the innate, the warrior begins to cultivate the soul. After the innate, cultivate the soul. Mu Yi's body shook, as if he had grasped something vaguely. No wonder he has been practicing for all these years, but can't make any further progress. He realized that he seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. The legendary innate was not what he imagined. He murmured to himself, what exactly is innate? Lin Ming said, Master once said, the fetus is formed from the dormant qi, and the qi is exhaled from the fetus. When a person is in the fetus, the mouth and nose cannot breathe, and can only rely on the umbilical cord connected to the mother to breathe through qi and blood. This is the innate internal breath. After birth, people breathe through the mouth and nose, which is the acquired external breath. The innate internal breath can allow the soul to enter a state of emptiness, clarity and tranquility, and it is easier to communicate with the vital energy of heaven and earth, to perceive the ultimate principles of heaven and earth with the soul, and to drive the power of heaven and earth with the true essence. This is the real innate. The process from acquired to innate is actually the process of removing ordinary roots and transforming from acquired external breath to innate internal breath. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Mu Yi muttered to himself, his eyes revealing admiration and astonishment. The young man's master just said a few words casually, but they sounded like morning bells and evening drums to his ears. If he was taught carefully and supplemented with innate skills, then this young man would surely become a martial arts master in no time. The foundation of a large sect is unimaginable for those warriors who rely on their own exploration and practice. Thinking of this, Mu Yi sighed, it's ridiculous that I condensed my meridians at the age of 36, and became a postnatal at the age of 50. After that, I spent 60 years trying my best to enter the innate realm, but I still couldn't get the door. It turns out that I was wrong from the beginning, and 60 years were wasted. What a pity. What a pity. Mu Yi's face was a complex mixture of excitement and emotion. Lin Ming watched from the side and sighed in his heart. Without inheritance, there is no hope of entering the innate realm. Inheritance is the cornerstone of the maintenance of a large sect. Which sect does not control the inheritance tightly? How can it be passed down? Not only that, to enter the innate state from the acquired state, one needs to refine the mortal body and return to the fetal spiritual state, which requires extremely precious elixirs. Such elixirs are strictly controlled by major sects. Not to mention ordinary people, even the royal family cannot buy them. So, although Lin Ming told Mu Yi some of the incomplete memories of the predecessor, it is impossible to rely on this to enter the innate state. So Lin Ming said, "Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but Master once said that without the support of the sect, even if one obtains the inheritance of the technique to enter the Xiantian realm, one cannot truly enter the Xiantian realm." Mu Yi said, I know. Entering the Xiantian realm is my lifelong wish. Even if this wish is hopeless, at least it lets me see its direction and lets me know where I went wrong. In this way, I will die without regrets. There was a sense of desolation in Mu Yi's words, and Lin Ming couldn't help but feel emotional after hearing them. If he couldn't get the mysterious magic cube, he would probably end up like Mu Yi, who entered the acquired realm and spent his whole life pursuing the illusory Xiantian realm, and eventually died with regret. Mu Yi thought about it for a long time, and said to Lin Ming, "My little friend and I hit it off right away. If you don't mind an old man like me, we can be friends regardless of age difference." Lin Ming also had a good impression of Mr. Mu Yi, who had been pursuing martial arts tirelessly all his life. He said, "Lin Ming is trying too hard to reach his goal. Haha, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Why don't we set up a table of wine in Damning Pavilion today and chat and drink together, how about it?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He said, "Senior, please keep the matter of the inscription technique a secret for me." Although Lin Ming had fabricated a backer for himself, he still had to avoid those who were blinded by greed and took risks to do something bad to him, so it was better to keep a low profile about the inscription technique. Mu Yi guessed Lin Ming's concerns and said, "Okay, don't worry, Brother Lin. With the Marshal's mansion here, you will be absolutely safe in Qianxue City. As long as you encounter any trouble, just use the sound transmission node to notify me. I still have some faith in Qianxue City." "But why do you want to sell inscription talismans and work in the Mingxun? Is it for cultivation?" Hearing Mu Yi's question, Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, "It's for economic reasons. My master didn't give me any money for my training this time, and my family is ordinary, which is not enough to support my martial arts expenses. So that's how it is. On the path of martial arts, one must avoid anger, extravagance, greed, and laziness. Martial artists need to enter the world of mortals and train their true hearts. Your master naturally has his reasons for doing this. In that case, I don't want to ruin your master's original intention. But if Brother Lin continues to sell inscription talismans, I can buy them at the market price. For example, the flame inscription talisman is 3,000 taels of gold each. What do you think?" After hearing the price, Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3,000 taels of gold each. One is worth 3,000 taels, and the remaining 3 are worth 9,000 taels. Although Lin Ming had expected that the price of his inscription room would increase, he did not expect it to increase to 9,000 taels of gold. What is the concept of 9,000 taels? The restaurant in Lin Ming's family is only worth 3,000 taels. If he can buy that restaurant, his parents will not have to work so hard. The remaining 6,000 taels can be used to buy medicine for cultivation. What kind of body training pills and muscle strengthening pills can be eaten as candy? As for healing medicines such as blood ginseng, it is not necessary to eat one and throw one away, because, for Lin Ming, it is not difficult to draw that kind of inscription rune again. Lin Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Mu Yi, "Thank you very much, Senior." Mu Yi naturally saw Lin Ming's joy. He just thought that Lin Ming had been used to living a poor life with his master, and now he suddenly came to this prosperous capital. It is really difficult for a 15-year-old boy to resist these colorful worlds of feasting and drinking. Mu Yi said, "Brother Lin's inscription is worth this price. Also, don't call me Senior. My surname is Mu Yi, and my given name is Mu Yizuo. You can just call me Mu Yi." This. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't know the old man, he could guess his status just by looking at Qin Xingxuan's respect for him. However, Lin Ming was not a hypocritical person. Since Mu Yi had said so, he simply nodded and agreed. Mu Yi smiled heartily and said to Qin Xingxuan, go and ask the Mingxuan to vacate a private room for the wine. I want to drink with Brother Lin. Qin Xingxuan had been silent just now. She was also carefully savoring Lin Ming's explanation of the innate. When she heard what Mu Yi said, she hurriedly said, okay, teacher. When the people in the Mingxuan heard that Mu Yi was going to host a banquet for Lin Ming to drink, they all looked strange. Who is Mu Yi? The most senior guest of the marshal's mansion, Qin Xingxuan's teacher, and the current prince's tutor. When the prince ascends the throne in the future, Mu Yi will be the emperor's teacher. Moreover, Mu Yi not only has unfathomable cultivation, but is also proficient in inscriptions, astronomy, geography, and divination. He is a strange man, and even the current emperor has to show respect when he sees him. But he invited Lin Ming, a bone-cutting boy, to dinner, and the way the two walked out of the kitchen seemed like they were talking about friendships between equals. Who is this Lin Ming? But if he really has a great background, why would he come to the Mingxuan to be a bone-cutting expert? As the saying goes, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. The work of the kitchen and the butcher has always been looked down upon by warriors and scholars. Although Lin Ming's skills as a bone-cutting expert are admired by them, it is not worthy of being in the hall of elegance after all. Who is Xiao Lin, who is chopping ribs in the kitchen? I don't know either. The two waitresses who were in charge of serving the dishes couldn't help but chat. They were both dedicated waitresses for the VIP room. They were in their 20s, with outstanding looks, and were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At first, they were very excited when they saw Mu Yi and Qin Xingxuan enter the Ming pavilion. After all, such distinguished guests would be rewarded with at least 10 taels of gold, which was equivalent to their 2 months' wages. However, they didn't expect that the two were here to see Lin Ming. The dishes for the banquet were simple, but very exquisite. The wine they drank was a pot of Huanglong wine worth hundreds of taels of gold. This wine was brewed with the secret recipe, and various medicinal materials were added. It could not only remove hidden injuries for warriors, but also improve their cultivation and strengthen their bodies. However, the brewing process was complicated and the materials used were precious. Not to mention Lin Ming, even ordinary young masters of noble families could not afford it. During the banquet, Mu Yi wanted to invite Lin Ming to live in the marshal's mansion, but Lin Ming felt that it was inconvenient for him to practice in the marshal's mansion, so he refused to do so in order to prevent being discovered. Mu Yi had no choice but to give up and parted with Lin Ming. Before leaving, he left 9,000 taels of gold for the purchase of inscription runes, as well as a purple gold VIP card. With this card, he could enjoy a 10% discount in all large stores under the jurisdiction of the United Chamber of Commerce, and almost all large stores in Xian'an City were under the jurisdiction of the United Chamber of Commerce. After receiving the 9,000 taels of gold and seeing the thick gold bills in his hand, Lin Ming was very excited. He finally made it. 3,000 taels of the 9,000 taels of gold were sent back, and the rest was used to buy medicine to easily break through the second level of physical training. If precious elixirs were obtained and supplemented with special inscription techniques that increased the effects of the elixirs, then it would be easy to break through the condensed veins stage in the future. He was destined to go far in the martial arts. If Zuyan was like a mountain that stood in front of Lin Ming before, and he had to work hard to climb over it, then now, Zuyan was just a stepping stone on Lin Ming's martial arts path. Lin Ming only needed to step on it to conquer higher peaks. Lin Ming was in a good mood and notified Lin Xiaodong with a sound transmission note, "Dongxi, let's go. I'll treat you to go shopping today. See you at the entrance of Beibao Hall." Lin Xiaodong helped Lin Ming a lot. He would repay this favor after he became rich. Now he would repay every penny he could. Buy things. Lin Xiaodong muttered in his heart after seeing the sound transmission note. This guy even had money to use the sound transmission note. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.